Chapter 51, continued to transform the tyrant. 9 changes, seeking flowers tickets. Bucky understands, boss. Bucky nodded and instantly understood what Wang Wai meant. Put those villains together and don't send them out under normal circumstances. Once sent out, it will clean up all opponents for Umbrella. Well, just understand. Go back and get ready. Then ask Wang Yuan for some help. This is the first and last help. Wang Wai nodded and walked directly into this biochemical base without saying anything. For Wang Wai, there are reasons for this decision to release Bucky. After all, not everything can be solved by Umbrella. Some dirty work also needs people to do. More importantly, Wang Wai wanted to take a look at how the US team, the incarnation of justice, would react when he saw Bucky, who led a group of villains and lawlessness. Continued to forgive Bucky, boss. As Wang Wai walked in, the Dr. Lizardman and Dr. Octopus, who were brought over by Wang Wai, were a little excited at this moment. For these two guys, especially Dr. Lizardman, this biochemical island is simply a place tailored for him. In the eyes of Dr. Octopus, Wang Wai, who can unreservedly support his research, is the greatest good person, the one who makes allegiance to himself. Tell me about some of your improvements. Nodding slightly, Wang Wai asked these two guys directly. Boss, the liquor is really a very good creature. But after I added the lizardman's genes, some of its abilities have been continuously enhanced. However, in this, I still need a lot of experimental subjects. But boss, please rest assured, I will definitely improve a liquor that satisfies you. While talking, Dr. Lizardman, who was afraid that his plan to fuse Lizardman genes with the liquor would be rejected, quickly assured him. After all, in the heart of Dr. Lizardman, the genetic technology of Lizardman has always been a product of his pride. He doesn't want to die. I satisfy you. For Dr. Lizardman's request, Wang Wai said there is no problem. This is not the time when resources are scarce as a few months ago. After Jiang Yu and others led a group of abilities, Gong Yui soldiers fought dozens of nearly 100 primitive tribes. The test products on this biochemical island are already abundant. Those in the Marvel world were directly abandoned by Wang Wai. For Niang, the experiment of biochemical humans still needs these strong primitive talents. Although there is not much brain, but good health is enough. Under such factors, under Wang Wai's acquiescence, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yui even played with primitive people. That's pretty much it, boss. The tyrant's strength has increased, but the control of this biochemical chip has a huge load. The Dr. Octopus who came to Wang Wai shook his head slightly. Dr. Octopus, who developed the octopus tentacles, also values this opportunity given by Wang Wai. However, despite the fact that the tyrant has more than doubled his strength under the enhancement of the octopus tentacles, but it makes a great load on the biochemical chip. In other words, the previous biochemical chips are completely useless? Yes, boss. The octopus tentacles were able to help humans to move at the beginning. These octopus tentacles were transplanted on the human spine, but precisely because of this, the tyrant, who originally needed biochemical chips to control, had to perform additional operations to run the octopus tentacles. This is equivalent to the king of your 2G network. Don't drop until you crash. Count me lose. I see. How many tyrants have been transformed now? There are only more than 30. There are also nearly 300 tyrants in the waiting sequence for transformation. The octopus tentacles hurry up and install them. Then put them all into a deep sleep. The problem of biochemical chips. Let me solve it. Wang Wai, who shook his head slightly, went straight inside. The goddess of nemesis that Wang Wai missed the most is still Wang Wai's focus. But even if Wang Wai stepped into it, this nemesis biochemical project has nearly 10 biological, biochemical and other engineers participating together. In this respect, Wang Wai, who has no low knowledge, can only choose to listen in silence. After all, I didn't follow the whole process of these experiments, and I didn't know some points inside. Commander, you said, who are we going to hit? Tanya looked at Wang Wai, who was about to leave the Red Alert planet directly, and immediately grabbed him and asked. After Tanya was shocked by the data of Jiang Yan and Jiang Yu, Tanya was excited all over. Great soldiers of supernatural powers, Valiant Armor Legion, Transformers Legion. These are three appearances directly thumped Tanya's heart with excitement. Who to fight? Now you will be honest here. The battle may be coming soon. Right. I give you some permissions. Wang Wei, who had more thoughts, directly gave Tanya most of the construction authority. After all, Wang Wei himself does not have so much time to stay on this red alert planet. I don't know why. Wang Wei always feels that the city of discussion has a feeling of stormy coming. Is it gone? Seeing that Wang Wei didn't hesitate, Tanya, who left this red alert planet directly, couldn't help but feel a little dejected. When this kind of military force is in hand, it cannot be used to start wars. What a pity. General. When Wang Wei gave most of the authority of the Gongyui base to Tanya, Jiang Yu, this is the real recognition of Tanya as a general. Chapter 52, Hyperspace Transmission Space Equipment, 10 updates, request flower tickets. After all, Tanya with or without base authority is a general with or without real authority. Well, let's go. You told me earlier that the commander once brought almost 10,000 superpower soldiers to another planet? Yes, General. Jiang Yu, who followed closely behind Tanya, opened his own notebook, nodded and said, "Thousands of talented soldiers are very good. But if you want to come to the commander, it's just for garrison defense, right? In other words, the power level on another planet is not low." Some pensive Tanya waved her hand and decided directly. "Let's recruit 30,000 soldiers first." After all, the number of soldiers on the red alert planet is now close to 20,000. And the 20,000 soldiers are constantly expanding and advancing toward the surrounding area. The red alert planet is huge, much bigger than the blue star. But precisely because of this, the red policemen who occupy this continental plate did not advance. How fast? There are not enough people. The vehicle workshop has increased in scale. While thinking about it, Tanya built hundreds of vehicle workshops. I just don't know how long it will take for the hundreds of vehicle workshops to be built. Destroyers, Aegis cruisers, submarines, these will also be built on a large scale. For those naval services with tens of millions of units, Tanya simply does not use resources as resources. After all, there are now 3,000 people in the Transformers version of the Macross mining vehicle alone. Among them, there are more than 500 mining farms, scattered in various places on this continent. This is an aircraft carrier. When Tanya pulled her hand down, Tanya couldn't help but shudder, especially, this is the aircraft carrier of Gongyui. Just like a Gongyui soldier, they are all abnormal products. If the aircraft carrier of the Allied forces is compared to a light aircraft carrier, and the aircraft carrier of Maoxung is compared to a medium aircraft carrier, then the aircraft carrier of Gongyui is a super heavy aircraft carrier. It is not a level concept at all. An aircraft carrier in a billion units? It's fine. Tanya, whose mouth twitched slightly, ordered 6 aircraft carriers to be built without coming. Next, I need to say hello to these army commanders. Tanya, with an excited smile at the corner of her mouth, picked up her 2 pistols and ran outside the City of Parliament. The top of the umbrella building. Sure, there is no problem. Looking at the engineer next to him, Wang Wei frowned slightly. Commander, please rest assured. This aspect is what I am good at after all. I can guarantee, no problem. However, we really haven't experienced this kind of interplanetary teleportation. This is not an attempt. Do you think so, Commander? With a smile on the face of the white-clothed engineer beside Wang Wei, the whole person became excited. See what this engineer looks like. Wang Wei couldn't help but want to cover his face. Why is this feeling a sense of failure? Is this really okay? Build large-scale long-distance teleportation space equipment. This is what Wang Wei has to do at the top of this umbrella building. Try it. With a fluke mentality, Wang Wei nodded to the engineer. After all, there is a question in Wang Wei's mind. If the city of Forum is invaded by the 3 princesses, so, what did he send a large number of legions? Use a portal? No, this is too restrictive, and this is a bit too ostentatious. Think about it, you carry any door with you, and then directly open the blast mode. Which of those rascals is not trembling and scary? For those rascals, unless you take out a universe-class space battleship to form a technological crush. Otherwise, you are just a bit taller than them. They will get you back in minutes. Don't underestimate the ethos of these rascals. There is a big country behind them. It is good. While responding to Wang Wei, the engineer began to experiment. The energy used in this trial is some compressed sexual energy brought from the Red Alert planet. After all, this kind of thing, although the Red Alert planet is the science and technology tree, has been skewed. After a period of correction in Marvel, he gradually recovered. With the operation of the engineer, the teleportation space device began to slowly flicker with a little light blue luster. Crackling. It seems that the signal is bad. In the end it ended in failure. It seems that there is a signal problem. Wang Wei, who had been watching from one side for a long time, also had some toothache. The location of this Red Alert planet, if you compare it with a star map, the place where you will find its location is out of reach. I want to use Red Alert's technology, coupled with Marvel's one-sided black technology. Just build super large space transmission equipment. It's really not realistic. It looks like this is indeed the case. It would be nice if there were a dozen signal transfer stations in between. Some regretful engineer nodded slightly to Wang Wei and said with a serious face, "Signal transfer station? Now even the Red Alert planet has not been able to fly out. Also signal transfer station." The black Wang Wei hit the engineer before him without hesitation. Although it is on the Red Alert planet, it is due to various reasons. Most of these buildings have already been constructed. Even the spy satellites that can be dropped into the air have dropped 2 or 3. But only 2 or 3. Every spy satellite needs billions of resources. Not to mention some black technology like lightning storms, iron curtain and so on. Those things are often nearly tens of billions of units. Once launched, the price is nearly 10 billion units. How many hyperspace mining vehicles are needed to mine to get it back? 100,000 words. Not surprisingly, it will be available tomorrow night or the next morning, depending on whether the editor is available. Crying and begging for a wave of support. Brothers. Chapter 53, The Miracle of the Magician. One more, seeking a flower ticket. Not to mention the nuclear bomb well. Although a single nuclear bomb well only costs 3 billion. But a nuclear bomb has a cost of 10 billion. Blood cry. After hearing this data, Wang Weino really cried with blood. Wang Wei doesn't know whether the big gangsters have built tens of billions of nuclear bombs. But Wang Wei knew that building a nuclear bomb would actually cost tens of billions of resources. What do you think of combining scientific magic with a hyperspace teleportation device? Wang Wei, who wondered whether his Transformers Legion and Tyrant Legion could show off when the 3 princesses led the Zitagran to kill, directly put forward such an idea. Science magic? This is not very clear, but you can try it. These engineers who are also scientific lunatics directly accepted Wang Wei's proposal. Although Wang Wei has only one engineer on teleportation, but it doesn't stop Wang Wei from doing things. Try it. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Wang Wei directly followed the engineer to make trouble. According to the scientific magic that I extracted, there are no scientific magic arrays that can be teleported across stars. There are many kinds. Among them, only this one I can make. After all, the others are air materials. I can't get them. While talking, Wang Wei generally showed the science magic transmission array he had previously extracted from the knowledge treasury directly in a 3-dimensional way. A 6-pointed star array that appeared on this virtual projection. But if it is based on the umbrella building, then Wang Wei needs to buy several nearby buildings. Wang Yuan. Thinking of this, Wang Wei called the CEO of Umbrella without saying anything. "Master, what's the matter?" Wang Yuan, who hadn't contacted Wang Wei for a long time, suddenly reached Wang Wei's phone number and became a little confused. "I'll send you a document in a moment. Buy me all the buildings and companies involved in this." "In what name, Master?" "The group grows, and some organizations that can be independent are separated." "Good, Master." When Wang Wei hung up, news came from Taiyo, who was Wang Wei's loyal research assistant. "Sir, the reception downstairs said Master Gu Yi is here." "Master Gu Yi? Is this guy staring at me the whole time?" With a black face, Wang Wei directly let the people below let the Gu Yi mage go up. Not only that, but a Kahua soldier specially brought him to Wang Wei's research room. By the way, are you staring at me specifically? Looking at Master Gu Yi with a smile on his face, Wang Wei really felt like he was not angry. Every time, after I encountered this magic problem. Can this ancient mage appear properly? I am looking at the future timeline, not staring at you all the time. Master Gu Yi smiled and explained the deeply misunderstood meaning in Wang Wei's words. After all, every time I come when someone has a problem. All right, you have the final say. But what are you going to say this time? Wang Wei, who looked speechless, had nothing to say about Gu Yi's actions. After all, Master Gu Yi held the gem of time in his hand. According to rumors, it was the ancient master who borrowed the power of the time gem to be able to extract a lot of power from the dark dimension to fight against the monarch of the dark dimension, Damam, and beat it back several times. I have nothing to say. I just came here to witness the possibility of mortals creating miracles. While talking, Master Gu Yi smiled and told Wang Wei, the possibility of mortals creating miracles? Yes, it is possible for mortals to create miracles. Magic teleportation array, this kind of thing exists. But the same is not something mortals can master. If you want to master the magic teleportation array, the first point is that you need to have magic power in your body. And you don't. This is the most basic principle of the magic teleportation array on the surface of the planet. I want to build a magic teleportation array across star domains. So far as I know, on this blue star, no one except me can do it. Master Gu Yi, who shook his head slightly, sat on the bamboo and rattan seat and smiled and explained to Wang Wei, no one can do this cross-stellar magic teleportation array? Why? Having said this, Wang Wei was really curious. Is the Marvel world awesome? That's awesome. But the Marvel world is also the place that many travelers don't want to come to, not one of them. If it is the film and television version of Marvel world, it would be better to say, at least it can survive until the Avengers kill the purple sweet potato essence. But what if it's a comic version? That's really nonsense. Everyone in the comic version has a parallel universe that belongs to him, and everyone's parallel universe world has countless branches. To put it bluntly, pull out the Oriental mythological system, Heavenly Court, in the Marvel world. It's nothing difficult. This is the comic version. Even after killing Wang Wei, he didn't believe that his Marvel was a comic version. Because of energy. The code of energy is constant. You have to pay for what you want, and you will get what you give. And the cultivation of magic often uses talent and the energy wandering between heaven and earth. But now there is less energy. There are fewer people who can become magicians. So, I'm very curious, would you use a mortal to be a magician's miracle? The curious Gu Yi mage looked at Wang Wei somewhat calmly. Who knows? Chapter 54, Superboy Club, Second Watch. Request for flower tickets. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei calmed down slowly. Cast the miracle of a magician with a mortal body? Is it a teleportation array across stars? If you say that, is it understandable that Odin's Rainbow Bridge is a kind of alternative magical transstellar teleportation array? If this were the case, then Wang Wei would have some idea about the black technology of Rainbow Bridge. Capture the target, information mimicry to lure, shrink and pull back, and to the teleportation array, and put it directly. This is the ability of Rainbow Bridge, or it is the Rainbow Bridge which has been comprehensively enhanced. Wang Wei, who had an open mind, didn't care about the existence of the Ancient One mage next to him. Paint directly on this virtual panel. When the door rang, Gu Yi mage gently floated this golden magic array between his hands. Wang Yuan, who walked in softly, looked at Wang Wei who was making the virtual magic array without interruption. Slowly put an invitation letter on the coffee table and left directly. As for the other person in that room, Gu Yi mage, Wang Yuan did not see the slightest trace. Shield. What? Are you going to form such a Superboy club? At this time, Tony, who was invited over again, was a little confused. What do you care about me when you form your Superboy club? It's the Avengers, not the Superboys club. The American team Steven, who had awakened from the ice cube, looked at the man in front of him with a little displeasure. He dislikes the man in front of him. Gives a feeling of selfishness, as if not caring about anything. Well, I don't care what Superboy Club or League you are. Anyway, I'm not interested. In his heart, Tony, who only wanted to compare his skills with Wang Wei, have no interest in these messy things. Stop. You have the power to be called a superhero by the people of the city of Forum. Do you just sit back and watch? Can you really endure people in the city of Parliament who are often hurt by the villains? A look of compassion for sentient beings. Stephen of the US team almost roared and questioned Tony. Has the power to detach, has a reputation praised by the people, but it does not apply it to protect citizens. But thinking of my own way. How can someone like you be called a superhero? This is your new speaker. The speech is very good. I have rewarded you with this $. With that, Tony glanced at Nick Fury, who was scratching his head behind him. I took out a $1 bill directly from my body and stuffed it directly into the hands of American Team Stephen. You bastard. Seeing Tony's unscrupulous departure, Stephen of the US team became a little angry. Selfish guys never think about caring about other people's feelings. They are always so wanton and in vain. Such people should be shot on the battlefield. The mind is still stuck in the US team that was promoted as a national hero during World War II. Stephen is very uncomfortable with Tony's series of writings. Well, Captain, this is one of our candidates. Not only that, these are all recruits for your teammates. Nick Fury didn't know what to say about Stephen's heroic dedication, thought that was still stuck in World War II. After all, this kind of thinking is very good in terms of the military, and even in general. But in front of those who have the power of detachment, this kind of thinking is really nothing. Black Widows. Natasha. Stephen, who received this document, was somewhat angry, but honestly chose to continue watching. After all, to save the people in the city of Forum, fight against villains, and prevent some detached forces from happening, he can't do it alone. Tony, who was flying all the way, really didn't have much interest in that Superboy. Be a superhero in the world? Perhaps this is a very glorious thing. But for Tony now, everything is of little value. I heard that Wang Wei is working on a magic puppet recently. Thinking of this, Tony speeds up the horsepower of his car. Jarvis, help me call Wang Wei. With some thoughts in his mind, Tony directly made Jarvis directly start calling Wang Wei. Okay, sir. Having been with Tony as a complete personal butler, Jarvis directly opened Wang Wei's communication method. Sir, is there a signal from Jarvis to step in? Wang Wei, who was studying the scientific magic array, suddenly heard the voice of Tanya coming from his headset. Although Tanya is a research assistant intelligent AI, it still has some permissions. Come in first. Wang Wei, who put down the painting pen in his hand, took a look around and found that Yu Yi, the supreme mage, had disappeared without a trace long ago. Wang Wei, who saw this scene, had nothing to say. After all, the way the Supreme Master disappeared is indeed unpleasant in some cases. What's wrong? Jarvis. Mr. Wang, Mr. Stark is looking for you. Hey, Wang Wei, where are you now? Tony, who was racing on the rushing lane, asked Wang Wei in the headset. I'm here in the Umbrella Building. What's wrong? I'm a little confused. After all, this Tony is a deadly arrogant, or he doesn't contact you, if there is something to contact you. Thinking of this, Wang Wei was hesitating. What's the matter with Tony contacting himself at this time? I have something to find you. I'll be there soon. While talking, Tony turned his backhand directly, turned around and drove towards Wang Wei's Umbrella Building. Chapter 55. What a poor group of guys. 3 shifts, seeking a ticket for flowers. Well, I am waiting for you in the office. Wang Wei nodded, directly put down the painting pen in his hand. After seeing the document report sent over on the coffee table, Wang Wei took it up easily. These are all acquisition reports nearby. Looking at the acquisition information above, Wang Wei couldn't help but nodded slightly. The 10,000 super soldiers sent out before had some effect. Although adhering to the principle that people will not offend me, I will not offend others. However, it is precisely because of this level that Wang Wei's Umbrella Group has gradually been recognized. What's more important is that Umbrella Group is truly one rider in the medical field. throw the rest away. But in this way, it is necessary to study some equipment that can be used for war treatment. Wang Wei, who put aside the 10 or so building acquisition materials in his hand, immediately began to think. Although the ability soldier belongs to the cannon fodder level, but in the same way, the potential of the super soldier is also very powerful. Don't you see? Is each of the supernaturalists in so many urban supernatural novels a little bit improved from the edge of life and death? This is the same as a veteran on the battlefield. As long as you can survive, you are elite. Elite are better than recruits, right? What's more, this is a powerful soldier with geometric multiplication and strength improvement. It seems that we need to take time to find the scientific magic that can treat traumatic injuries. While thinking, Wang Wei started thinking like this. Yo, Wang Wei, you look good recently. Tony, who asked Wang Yuan for a good cup of Longjing tea, threw the car key in his hand on the coffee table, smiled and asked Wang Wei, "Why, come to me now when you have time? Tell me, what's the matter?" "You guy will never come to me if you have nothing to do." Slightly shook his head, a little helpless for Tony's appearance of treating Umbrella Group as an outsider. This guy will only be like this in Umbrella, just like in his Stark Group. If it's in another place, it's serious. "Have you received an invitation?" "Invitation? What invitation?" Seeing Tony, who was tasting Longjing tea, Wang Wei was a little confused. "The invitation of the Superboys Club." Looking at Wang Wei seriously, Tony said rather strangely, "Invitation to the Superboys Club? Who created this?" With a black line flashing across his brow, Wang Wei couldn't help but want to kill the creator. "What a ghost name is this?" Nick Fury. Tony, who was leaning on the sofa, responded indifferently to Wang Wei. Why did you ask me if I received an invitation?" Wang Wei, who was choked, became a little speechless. "The Superboys Club should be the Avengers, right? When the Avengers appear, it means that the space carrier is about to appear. The imminent emergence of the space carrier also represents the upcoming issue of The Three Princesses." Wang Wei, whose thoughts were obviously off track again, didn't even know what that invitation was. "Didn't the people from SHIELD have an appointment with you? I remember that their recruiter file has your information." Some curious Tony talked to Wang Wei in surprise. After all, there is Wang Wei's information on Nick Fury's document. "I really don't know this. I don't even know where I will go. What's more, people like them." "Maybe this invitation is in the villa, or maybe this invitation is in this office." While talking, Wang Wei began to search on the table. "Look, it's really on this desk. But unfortunately, I don't come to this office very often." While shrugging, Wang Wei took out the invitation from S.H.I.E.L.D. "But what makes me curious is why SHIELD invited me. You know, I'm just an ordinary cancer professor." Looking at Wang Wei, who was somewhat self-effacing, Tony wanted to beat Wang Wei for no reason. Tony knew if it was really beaten, then I might really be beaten. "You're a doctor. If I didn't think it was wrong, they might have assigned your role to the team doctor. Furthermore, coupled with your scientific magic that is not inferior to mine, it is enough to make the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. pay more attention to you. After all, the people inside SHIELD are envious of your technological magic equipment." "Oh, by the way, before I left SHIELD, I got a message that some people in their SHI." As if recalling something, Tony smiled directly at Wang Wei. "Oh, what a poor bunch of guys. I thought that these people with a little magical foundation would be squeezed by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang Wei can't help but feel a little worried. But the smile on that face makes people invisible at all. Ha 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 ha. After seeing the smile on Wang Wei's face, Tony laughed immediately. As the saying goes, one's own happiness is based on others, and the happiness between men sometimes comes so wonderful. In other words, simple. Do you have any idea? After laughing, Tony pointed to the invitation and asked, "No idea, but if I didn't make a wrong reasoning, it should be the more and more severe tense now." "So, this SHIELD Bureau wants to form a detached force. This force will be used to suppress some illegal organizations and villains, or to deal with that extraterritorial god, extraterrestrial alien or something." Chapter 56, I'm afraid of death, so I keep working hard. 4 changes. Seeking flowers tickets, Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, directly confided some of the Avengers' own problems. After all, these things are their essential work in the reconnection of the movie version. Is that so? Hearing Wang Wei's remarks, Tony couldn't help but fall into contemplation. In SHIELD, Tony didn't think about this issue properly. In the final analysis, it was the dedicationist of the American team Steven. If it wasn't for this guy who kept saying what he was capable, he would have to do something for the people of the City of Forums. Tony will never leave so early. After all, I haven't waited for that cup of coffee. Wang Wei, are you saying that there are really aliens? Tony was silent for a while and suddenly raised his head and asked. Aliens, are there really? If there are aliens, what kind of technology has it reached? This is what Tony Stark is thinking about. After all the legendary gods appear, will there be aliens? Maybe aliens have appeared long ago, just like those who call themselves gods. Isn't it a good example? The universe is huge, huge. No one knows what kind of power, what kind of technology, what kind of race is in this universe. Perhaps some races are like the gods in our mythology, and a big mountain shattered by waving their hands. Perhaps some races, civilization and technology, are so tyrannical that they can carry tens of millions of space warships to conquer the entire universe. Perhaps some civilizations have exploded with brilliant magic technology, and one person can destroy hundreds of space battleships. Anything is possible. No one can say. Wang Wei, who was silent for a while, did not directly say what kind of power there is in this universe, nor did he say whether he had aliens. After all, Brother Hammer and the others are serious aliens. That said, the universe is huge. So, you asked me about the armor to deal with alien invasion? As if thinking of something, Tony questioned. Yes, I am very afraid of death. I am even more afraid of death for unknown reasons. Do you know how powerful the aliens are? I don't know, nor do the 5 gangsters. Brother Hammer, they are people from the mythological side. All kinds of power are showing that they need blood to extend. We don't have the blood of those gods. We only have our own minds. Then we have to rely on our own minds to tap some power. Your suit, my scientific magic. Wait. These are our capital. Perhaps aliens invaded things, far and far away from us. Maybe they are very close and very close to us. Maybe tomorrow. I just don't want to die just because I don't know it for nothing. Wang Wei did not evade this question in the slightest. He is afraid of death, so he will continue to form various legions. He is afraid of death, so Wang Wei will continue to conduct various studies. Whether it is a biochemical experiment or a biological experiment, it does not matter whether it is humane or unhuman. He is afraid of death, so he must firmly control his destiny in his own hands. And he must make himself a person who can decide to be killed by life. When you say that, I am a little worried about the alien civilization in the universe. Tony, with a wry smile, didn't know what to say. What kind of scene the various forces in the universe are like, Tony doesn't know. Don't hope that the universe is too beautiful. The law of the dark jungle, this is a product that follows the birth of a life form. Then work hard, develop your brain, and then make something you want to make. Work hard to improve your strength, to deal with what may happen in the future universe at any time. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Wei said to Tony earnestly, if anyone here can get along with Wang Wei and get along with each other, then it must be Tony alone. The same are all geniuses, the same are all fed by the brain, and the same are all raised by technology. They are the same kind of people, unwilling to give their fate to the so-called strong. They want to forge their own destiny. Okay. No wonder you have been working hard to conduct your various research experiments. Tony shrugged and stood up and was about to leave, and suddenly asked, by the way, what do you think about that Superboy Club? This question was raised by Tony again. No idea. Let's take a look first. After all, SHIELD formed this Superboy Club to a certain extent to deal with external forces in the universe, or to deter criminal villains around the world. However, it doesn't matter. Observe and observe first. If it doesn't work, we can build an organization like this ourselves. You have a mind, I also have a mind, you have an economic foundation, and so do I. I think our own organization is better than this. You say yes. While talking, Wang Wai pointed at himself and pointed at Tony. Both of them have a giant group company. When the economy is the foundation, what else cannot be formed? That's right. Let's take a look first. Tony shrugged and left Wang Wai's office directly. By the way, let your CEO, Miss Wang Yuan, come to Stark to find Pepper. I will sign some projects where our two groups work closely together. It was coming. Tony left such a word directly to Wang Wai. This guy. Seeing Tony leaving, Wang Wai couldn't help but laugh. This kind of operation is nothing more than thinking of binding yourself firmly into a battle line. However, Wang Wai does not object to it. Thank you, you kiss, little brother's 100-point VIP reward and 2 reminder tickets. To be frank, my daily update volume is definitely not low, but this reminder ticket has never been obtained. Cried. Chapter 57, 3 questionable people, 5 change, request for flower tickets. After half a month, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, with a little curiosity, I looked at the aircraft carrier under my feet. It should be said to be a space carrier. After all, this thing can fly to the sky in the movie version of Marvel. When he thought of this, Wang Wai felt a bit resentful. No. The Red Alert planet must also transform those aircraft carriers into space carriers. Otherwise, it would really lose face. I said, what are we doing here? Some silly Dr. Banner looked puzzled with Tony and Wang Wai standing on the deck of this space carrier. This time the Superboy Club, is the formation of the Avengers. Nick Fury's big bald head didn't know what method was used, and he directly persuaded General Rose not to pursue Banner. So Banner finally exempted a series of escapes. But as a price, Dr. Banner must prepare to join the Avengers. Well, it's just preparation. Whether to participate depends on Dr. Banner's wishes. I don't know, maybe we will be taken to Where to Kill. After all, the 3 of us are indeed problematic. Wang Wai was in a good mood and pointed to himself, and Dr. Banner and Tony said with a smile, 3 people, a medical professor who is not doing his job, a super genius of a playboy, and a Dr. Banner who turns into a monster at every turn. Well, there are indeed 3 problem characters. If this is the case, then I'm going to be ready to run away. Don't worry, I will come back to collect the bodies of you two. Tony didn't mind losing Wang Wai's joke. After all, it is me who is happy. Mr. Wang, you talk about us like this, but it makes me very difficult. Coulson, who shook his head slightly, walked forward slowly from the rear. For some of Wang Wai's words, Coulson heard clearly. Ha 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 ha. The 3 doctor-titled characters who looked at each other directly laughed. In this case, you can only choose to laugh away. Go ahead, where do you take us next? Tony asked Coulson with a curious look. Next, please prepare for the 3 of you. The chief said that the first meeting of the Avengers is about to begin. While talking, Coulson walked behind him. Coulson came here only to inform these 3 people to participate in the first meeting of the Avengers. With the departure of Coulson, the people on the deck of the space carrier began to evacuate the deck one after another. By the way, what is this going to do? Seeing the behavior of the support staff, Dr. Banner asked strangely. This feeling is very bad. Maybe we are going to sink into the sea. This way of fixing the aircraft and some machines gives Tony the feeling that this aircraft carrier is about to be deformed. That's not good. The guy in me is disgusted with claustrophobia. Frowning slightly, Dr. Banner paid a little attention to Tony's statement. After all, what kind of claustrophobic environment does Hulk in the body dislike? Is it possible to fly into the air? Listening to the constantly ringing broadcast, the corner of Wang Wai's mouth raised slightly. Anti-gravity technology, magnetic levitation technology. It is impossible if Wang Wai is not interested. The application of these technologies to small objects, Wang Wai is confident that the engineers who work together can still do it. But applying so many kinds of technologies to such a multi-thousand-ton space carrier, Tusk. This proper black technology. No, for this kind of technology, Gong Yui must also have it. With his thoughts fluttering in his mind, Wang Wai directly decided to add a task sequence to the engineers of Gong Yui. Excluding those engineers who were transferred to the Blue Star, There are a full 3,000 engineers on the Red Alert planet. All are under the Combat Laboratory Department. If they don't find something to do, Wang Wei will be a little unhappy. A group of salty fishes all day thinking of useless paddling. Something must be done for them. Boom boom boom. As Wang Wei's words fell, the turbulent sea was constantly tumbling. The 4 anti-gravity drive propellers are directly deployed on the left and right sides of this space carrier. Oh, it's really possible to fly to the sky. I hope there will be no air crash. Seeing the appearance of these 4 anti-gravity propellers, Dr. Banner whispered with some guilty conscience. Compared to the claustrophobic undersea scene, Dr. Banner would rather stay in a place where an air crash might occur. With the unfolding of these 4 anti-gravity propellers, the hurricane wind blows wildly on the faces of the 3 problem characters. I think we'd better go inside. Feeling the close face of the sea breeze, Wang Wei silently pressed his wrist several times. An object similar to an LCD bracelet directly shows a virtual interface in Wang Wei's hand. This LCD bracelet is a new type of scientific magic equipment that Wang Wei converted and manufactured based on the treasure house of knowledge in his head. However, at present, there are not many scientific magics stored inside. There is no problem blocking these gusts. Let's go. I don't want to be blown down by the wind from here. Seeing Wang Wei showing off his new technique again, Tony seemed to be stabbed with a knife in his heart. Damn, what about a good genius? Say yes, I am a super genius. You have a new trick now, right? Well, let's go. Dr. Banner nodded and agreed to return to the interior of the space carrier. As for the frowning of these 2 guys, Dr. Banner should not be able to see it. Want to either? Looking at Tony with a dark face, Wang Wei raised his wrist with a trace of pride. Chapter 58, 3 Princesses, Loki, 6 Changes, Seeking a Ticket for Flowers. How to put it? The happiest thing in life is to build your own pain on others. Similarly, the happier thing in life is to continuously destroy a super genius and rub his IQ on the ground fiercely. No. Turning his eyes, Tony, who was slightly arrogant, turned his gaze directly away. This scientific magic is really a kind of bug. Tony, who is full of complaints, really doesn't know what to say. In a simple base. How long will it take us to finish? The triumphant princess, Loki, holding a scepter in hand and wearing a golden horn armor, questioned the doctor in front of him. Not yet, we still need such an element to fully activate this thing. While talking, the doctor, who was controlled by Loki with a psychic scepter, shook his head slightly. After all, some elements are difficult to find with their power. Do you have any idea? For the Blue Star people's black technology, this Loki was also a little helpless. The difficulty of opening a wormhole in a space is really hard to imagine. While talking, Loki looked at the eagle-like Clint Barton, who was packing equipment on the other side. Yes, but I need to know where this element is still there. Barton nodded and looked at the 3 princesses Loki in a vigorous and resolute style, very satisfied. Here, there is this kind of element in their company. That was before the doctor had finished speaking, Clinton directly tried the assembled longbow in his hand, and directly filled some specially made arrows. Just know the place. What can I do? I need help. Barton looked up at the 3rd princess Loki in front of him, and said seriously, "You will get help." The 3 princesses with a wicked smile responded with a triumphant and proud expression. "My dear brother, look at it. I am the best heir to Asgard." Soon, Loki directly followed Patton's plan and directly launched a blatant action on a certain country on the map. Very good. The plan directly followed that Barton thought was captured by the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony, Wang Wei, who was unable to make orders, and after Dr. Banner, who couldn't control his power, Nick Fury dispatched Natasha and U.S. Team Steven to take the latest Quinn fighter to capture Rocky without the slightest pressure. This smooth capture surprised everyone on the S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier. However, under the publicity of Loki, Barton got such an element very smoothly. "I have one thing to announce." After seeing that everyone who should be here, Nick Fury directly picked up the document on one side and spoke to everyone present. Indifferent, Wang Wei sitting while tasting tea, while eating cookies, aimless Tony, some uncomfortable Natasha after his comrades were controlled and taken away, who was boring to assemble some models, Dr. Ban from Toys, Thor who came to Blue Star to catch his beloved brother and went back, and Steven who was not pleasing to anyone. Nick Fury has nothing to say about these problematic people. After all, these are members of the Avengers that he personally selected. Oh, of course. Also count the Clint Button who was taken away by Control. In the first 2 days, a secret base of SHIELD was destroyed, among them, the universe's secret treasure. The universe's Rubik's Cube was stolen by an unknown source who claimed to be a god. Not only that, he also abducted one of my excellent agents and an excellent doctor. This guy who claims to be a god claims to be Loki, the god of tricks. This person is the guy we held in the space carrier. So next we need to talk about how to judge this guy. While talking, Nick Fury put this document on the table. Oh, God, it turned out to be a thief. TSK Tony, who doesn't have much liking for Asgard's extraterritorial gods, couldn't help but ridicule. To be honest, Tony really couldn't understand what this big bald head thought, and even thought of bringing such an extraterritorial god into this Avengers alliance. Isn't this trouble? He is not a thief, he is my brother. Also, you Blue Star people are not qualified to try the third prince of Asgard. His crime must be judged by my father, Odin. Thor, the thunder god with an angry face and eyes higher than the sky, directly raised the hammer in his hand and explained angrily to Tony. In Thor's heart, Loki is his younger brother. No matter what happened, he could only bring Loki back to Asgard for trial. The Blue Star people are not qualified to try Asgard's people. However, he stole our cosmic treasure, the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. More importantly, he abducted a very good agent of SHIELD and a very good doctor. Looking at this somewhat unreasonable Thor, the American team Steven stood on his own perspective and started a dispute with Thor. For the US team Steven, this is a kind of thief behavior. The behavior of the robber should be punished. What did you say? Thor, the god of thunder, whose expression of anger flooded directly on his face, was almost about to wave the thunder hammer in his hand. Okay, don't make a noise. Looking at Wang Wei, who was hanging up high on the matter, he looked at Tony who was leaning on a table eating cookies, and at Natasha who was a little worried about his comrades, and Nick Fury whose face gradually darkened. Chapter 59, Too Bad. 7 changes. Seeking flowers tickets. As a good old man, Dr. Banner went directly to the court to persuade him. After all, in this situation, apart from Dr. Banner who can persuade him, who else will persuade him? You shut up, you monster. The American team Steven, who is not pleasing to everyone, is really unsightly for this kind of unorganized and undisciplined organization, although it took a short period of less than a month to reform the mind. But it is a pity that the thought of World War II is still firmly in the mind of the US team. Want to erase it? It's still a lot worse. Hey, he is going to be angry when you say that. Tony Stark, who has a good impression of Dr. Banner, said directly to the US team with a look of contempt. This spirit of selfless dedication. Sorry, Tony can't do it. Look at you, you with a monster in your body. Do they accept you the? Seeing Dr. Banner who was a little displeased, Thor, who was arguing with the US team, also looked disdainful. A monster? Do you really think they care about you? Now, it's going to be terrible. Wang Wei who saw this scene took the document with his hands and feet very quickly, took a cursory look, and said in a speechless voice, Thor and the US team are constantly in the heart of Dr. Banner. The guy in me said something to you. He was very angry. Dr. Banner, who was slightly moved, responded with a heavy expression to the US team and Thor. It's a bit bad. Dr. Banner, if you can, take the bracelet I gave you. Tony, who was a little timid in his heart, stepped back slowly, and looking at Dr. Banner's feeling of being on the verge of anger, both the US team and Thor began to back up slightly. Take it? I'm sorry, I don't know how you will deal with me after this is brought up, but the guy in me is very disgusted with this thing. Looked at the restraining bracelet placed next to the table. Dr. Banner's increasingly angry face was replaced by a touch of disdain. At this moment, Dr. Banner, the Hulk in his body was about to surge out. Trouble. After reading the document, Wang Wei put down the teacup in his hand and lightly tapped the bracelet on his left hand. Bang! Exclamation mark. At this moment, a big explosion broke out directly outside the space carrier. This explosion directly destroyed one of the 4 anti-gravity propellers of the Kangshan mothership. What's the matter? Where is the problem? At this moment, Hill, who was coordinating the overall situation in the space carrier command center, felt the tremor of the space carrier. Hurriedly asked everyone in the control center, report. An intruder was found. Alert. The intruder is extremely familiar with the interior of the space carrier, has evaded several protective forces, and disarmed 2 security defense systems. No, it's his own. Barton, with a turn of his eyes, Hill immediately understood who the intruder was. Do you want to catch Hulk too? As Dr. Banner's voice slowly fell, a thick green appeared on the skin. Boom! With the angry Hulk roared. This Hulk, who turned into the Hulk, smashed directly at Thor and the US team. Steven. Hulk is a very simple guy. Similarly, in Hulk's heart, who is good and who is bad can be clearly distinguished. Hulk with an angry look directly smashed the US team and Thor madly on the ground. And Tony. He didn't know where he went. Before the steel suit, Tony was a weak chicken. Damn it. This is terrible. Nick Fury, who reached out to hold the table on this side, looked slightly ugly. Director, Barton may have been killed, and he wants to save Loki. Listen to the rapid sound in the headset. Nick Fury was a little worried. Will Loki be saved? No, this kind of thing is firmly not allowed. Natasha, Barton is back. Now it's only you, go and stop Barton. After a glance around, I found that both the US team and Thor, who were fighting with the Hulk, didn't know where they went. And Tony seemed to be wearing a battle suit. As for the person who has the biggest problem, Wang Wei, it disappeared without a trace. There is only one person available now, and that is Natasha. I see. Hearing Hawkeye, Barton brought a group of mercenaries back to rescue Loki. Natasha nodded slightly. For her comrades in arms, Natasha still cared a little. Under this thought, Natasha directly accepted the action to stop Hawkeye without hesitation. Coulson, someone may need to rescue Loki. You are ready. While walking towards the control center of the root mothership, Nick Fury hurriedly ordered. I see, sir. Coulson nodded and took some agents directly behind him and walked towards the cell where Loki was held. Mortal, what are you doing in this cell? He glanced at Wang Wei, who was standing in front of him and smiling. Loki had some doubts. However, Loki still clearly felt the shock just now. Hawkeye, Barton, bring someone to rescue him. Nothing, I just want to see the legendary gods. Looking at Loki's cell, Wang Wei had a slight toothache. Laser cell is not a problem. The light prism tower and light prism tank in the Koglo are both a model. However, the difference between the light edge and the laser is half a catastrophe, each with its advantages and disadvantages. What makes Wang Wei a bit of toothache most is that this laser cell cannot be touched. Chapter 60, Fake Mind Scepter, 8 updates, asking for flower tickets, otherwise, the cell will fall directly into the deep ocean below the 10,000 meters. Ha ha ha, see the gods? Mortals, if you let me out, I will give you a chance to follow the gods. The terrible third princess laughed at Wang Wei. Yangshan. Really, praise you for being fat, you are still breathing. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, directly picked up the psychic scepter that was put aside and began to study. Tayo, analyze. I didn't pay any attention to the 3 princesses who were screaming and letting go in the cell. Wang Wei directly activated the Tayo lake on his head-up glasses to resolve this spiritual scepter. To be honest, it would be impossible for Wang Wei to have no thoughts on this spiritual scepter. After all, even if he grew up in his previous life, he hasn't watched Marvel's film and television dramas. I have learned more or less about the 6 gems of this world. The psychic scepter seems to be a psychic gem, right? But this is very strange. One thing that deserves Wang Wei's surprise is that he vaguely remembered that the third princess seemed to have borrowed from the Purple Potato Elite. Well, yes, that's the Zetagran army. If the 3 princesses have soul gems, the gem-controlled purple sweet potato essence will choose to give up? Unlikely, right? With this kind of doubt, Wang Wai directly asked Taiyo Lake to analyze it. Analyzing. Boss, the material on this scepter is not on the blue star, and a larger part belongs to the material in the universe. However, there is a burst of energy in the gems above. This energy is not huge. While talking, Taiyo, who had already been upgraded for a long time, did not know how many times, while explaining to Wang Wai. Taiyo is one of Wang Wai's most important assistants. Like the housekeeper in the villa, the Red Queen. Is that so? In other words, the energy on this psychic scepter is a one-off. No wonder this purple sweet potato essence can let the three princesses do things like this with the scepter of soul. Wang Wai nodded slightly and left this thing here. A scepter of one-off soul. Wang Wai still looks down upon it. But if you have time to get the gem of the soul, it would be great. No, not yet. If you want to get your hands, you must have enough power to guard. Wang Wai shook his head slightly and walked directly outside. Now, a group of mice have rushed into the space carrier. If they are not cleaned up, it will be very troublesome. If the space carrier crashed, it would laugh. Hey, Wang Wai. You are here. Tony, wearing a steel suit, came directly to Wang Wai's side. Well, what's the matter? Looking at Tony's Wang Wai, he became a little curious. It's like this. The space carrier has 4 anti-gravity propellers, one of which was destroyed by them before. If one is breaking, then we will most likely. A fall will happen, right? The dignified American Steven stepped out from the corner on one side. The heavy-faced American team really didn't expect that Hulk would be so crazy. This is simply knocking him on the ground with Thor. Yes, even though he didn't like the hip boy next to him, Tony nodded helplessly. Then fix it. After all, it's easier for you to wear a armor. Brother Shield, you go with Tony. These little mice, let me fix it. Looking at a group of mercenaries who were rushing in the distance, Wang Wai smiled slightly. I jogged the part of my wristband a few times. In an instant, Wang Wai's aura changed a bit. If it is said that the previous Wang Wai gave people a very strong professorial atmosphere, then Wang Wai now is an unruly boy. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Let's go. Buttocks shrugged. The best partner in Tony's heart is still Wang Wai. As for this hip, Tony is really a little worried. Trouble you. And I am not a hip. My name is Steven. Steven, who looked at the little mice, nodded to Wang Wai and quickly followed up to defend Tony. Da! Exclamation mark. When these little mice spotted Wang Wai who was standing inside this long narrow corridor, these little mice started firing decisively without any hesitation. A series of bullet shells fell directly on the ground. However, after these flying bullet shells fell, one after another yellow-orange bullets directly attacked Wang Wai's face. Bang bang bang, as if there was a wall of water in front of Wang Wai. These attacks were directly blocked. A transparent and impenetrable light film stopped these bullets abruptly. The first team, change direction, keep going. The 10 or so outstanding mercenaries who saw this scene made a decisive decision to divide their troops directly. They must rescue Loki in the shortest time. Hey, I'm still here. Isn't it enough for me to stay to stop you? Don't take yourself too seriously. Seeing Wang Wai who was ignored, the whole person became slightly angry. You guys, if you're a superhero, it's okay to say, an ordinary mercenary team, who gave you the qualifications to make you so rampant? With a slight anger, Wang Wai took out the 2 scientific magic automatic pistols directly from under his armpit. Ice wall. As Wang Wai's words fell, a magical array was directly suspended on this scientific magic automatic pistol. Boom! Exclamation mark. The corner of the passage on one side was forcibly frozen by this magic. These mercenaries who want to make a division have no way to divide their troops. Chapter 61. I try my best. 9 changes. Seeking flowers tickets. There are only 2 results. Either retreat and take another path. Either kill the person in front of you. Without hesitation, these mercenaries directly picked up the automatic rifles in their hands and opened fire violently. That's right. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the magical pistols in Wang Wai's hands exuded a surging magical power. Inside the space carrier, in the rocky cell. To be honest, you are very good. I admire you very much, but it is a pity that you have no chance to be my follower. Loki, who squatted gently, took the psychic scepter in his hand and looked at the seriously injured Coulson with a wicked smile on his face. After all, this Loki left the depths of the cell directly under the protection of several mercenaries. Only the Coulson who vents more and less gas is left. Bang! Exclamation mark with a dull voice sounded. The Hulk was directly hit by thought to the location of this cell. Following the Hulk was smashed into this cell. Thump. The setting originally used to make Naroki directly threw Hulk down with the cell. Damn it, Loki, I will never spare you. Seeing Loki's escape, Thor became directly angry. Thor, who tightly grasped the Quake's hammer, also jumped out of the spaceship. About a moment later, looking at Coulson, who was on the ground knowing nothing about life or death, Nick Fury's heart is not able to calm down for a long time. In Nick Fury's heart, Coulson is not only his most powerful assistant, but also the future successor of SHIELD, and her best friend of Nick Fury. None of them. Can you save him? Hill, standing in front of Wang Wei, looked at Nick Fury with a sad expression in his face. Hill didn't know whether Coulson was alive or dead. However, Hill didn't want Coulson to die like that. He hasn't fulfilled his dream well yet. Private or Wang Wei, who did not respond, raised his brows slightly, and asked Hill very seriously. Private. The corner of his mouth was slightly pursed, and Hill responded with a slight heavy weight. Okay, I try my best, but it's up to his own good fortune to come back, said Wang Wei. Stepped forward. Really, buddy, you, the director of SHIELD, did a terrible failure. Give Coulson to me first. I can't guarantee that I can save him. Do what you should do. Just this Superboy club you formed. It's a joke to stop Rocky's invasion. Some helpless Wang Wei directly asked the agents who followed to lift Coulson's body into the medical room on the space carrier. Thank you. I will. Seeing Wang Wei's willingness to receive treatment for Coulson, Nick Fury reluctantly smiled with some tears in his eyes. There is no guarantee that he will come back. The probability of death is 90%. Wang Wei, who said and waved his hand, said that he didn't care at all. In addition, I just simply think that Coulson died like this, maybe not worth it. That's it. Without responding to Nick Fury's thanks, Wang Wei walked directly into the operating laboratory conference room. Looking at the somewhat unhappy Hawkeye Barton, and Natasha who is cheering up again, plus the distressed Tony in the armor, and the obviously unhappy American team Steven. Nick Fury walked in slowly. Bringing Hill with a heavy face came to everyone. Coulson was attacked. The mercenaries brought by Loki were attacked. It is still unclear whether it is life or death. Professor Wang is doing his best to treat Coulson, but he said the probability of death is above 90%. Let us be mentally prepared. Actually, in fact, Coulson is very optimistic about this alliance. He said he wants to join, but he has no ability to join. Nick Fury, with a slightly low voice, carefully took out the mini cards. You know? The person Coulson admires most is you. This is what he has collected for a long time. It's incredible. No one is allowed to move. He has collected every collection of your cards. His greatest wish is to ask you for an autograph. Unfortunately, this wish is about to become a last wish. While talking, Nick Fury placed the Bloodstain collection card in his hand on the table. The news of their closest comrades in arms, Coulson's imminent death, was heavily pressed in the hearts of these people. In any case, they still know Wang Wei a little bit. As long as Wang Wei didn't say the probability of death, then Wang Wei would definitely be able to rescue this person. However, this is the first time Wang Wei has mentioned the probability of death. The possibility of rescue is too low. So low that Wang Wei has no confidence. Everyone was silent. After looking at everyone, Hill looked at Nick Fury, who had already left. Hill was slightly puzzled. Don't look at Wang Wei's saying that the probability of death has reached 90%, but which kind of carelessness seems to be a minor operation that can be solved at hand. They need a cohesion, a core, a bond that can unite them. So, you just sold Coulson? Hearing Nick Fury's explanation, Agent Hill couldn't help but vomit slightly. If this is known by Coulson, will Coulson trouble you? That can't be helped. Nick Fury is quite confident about Wang Wei's operation. But it's one thing to have confidence, It's another thing to be able to stabilize the cohesion of these superheroes. Okay, now, we should discuss how to deal with Loki. Tony, who was silent for a while, looked at Steven, who was holding Jika taciturn, and took the lead to stand up and clap his hands to everyone. Chapter 62, Space Wormhole appears, 10 updates, request flower tickets. After all, in this case, you can only vent all your anger on that Loki. You have the most thoughts in it, let's say it. At this moment, Steven, the US team, who is not interested in arguing with Tony, carefully held this collection card. This set of cards contains too many emotions for the US team. First of all, according to the character of that fellow Loki, no matter what he wants to do, there is always one thing that can't be separated, that is to announce his achievements like the world. Furthermore, the element he took away, plus the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. Well, I may have some clues. If Wang Wai and Dr. Banner rather, then we can analyze what this guy wants to do. You mean this guy needs a big stage? Steven raised his head and asked directly. Yes, this guy needs a big stage, a stage where he can show his abilities to the world. Tony nodded his head and was not surprised by Steven's remarks. Don't think about it. The largest stage location in the world is the city of Forum, and the landmark building of the Forum city is your Stark Industrial Group building. My Umbrella Group building can't be used as a performance stage. While talking, Wang Wai took off the mask on his face, pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in directly. Wang Wai, how is Coulson? Upon seeing Wang Wai, the team who just took off the surgical gown, everyone's eyes were on Wang Wai. No way, Wang Wai is the guy who can truly dominate everyone's lives now. It's hard to say, but hope is not great. After all, this guy has lost half of his Hungarian accent. I reluctantly cleaned up. Whether he can survive or not depends on his own good fortune. Wang Wai, who shook his head slightly, told the truth directly. After all, Coulson was indeed miserable enough, and was directly smashed by an assault rifle to a half of Hungarian accent. Fortunately, some unimportant muscle tissues, most of the important organs are still there. Otherwise, if he wants to save Coulson, Wang Wai can only choose to undergo a living body transplant. Rocky, hearing what Wang Wai said was little hope. The US team Steven's heart contained a deep anger, an indescribable anger. Wang Wai directly ignored the anger of the US team afterwards. Sure enough, I still don't like this Superboy Club or something. While thinking about it, Wang Wai began to think about it. His various legions also need to start to make their mark. This world, I am coming. I will let you see the power that belongs to me. Damn it. Natasha, who has been working with Coulson for so long, is even more angry and wants to vent everywhere. I will definitely unscrew Loki's head. His face sank slightly, and while installing the eagle-eyed button in his hand, he murmured to himself. So, no matter what kind of anger you have, it's best to hurry to the city of Forum. What's the matter? My Umbrella Group headquarters is still in the city of Forums. If it is destroyed by Loki in any way, then I will definitely strip Loki. While talking, Wang Wai threw his plastic gloves directly on the table. Go, use a gunfighter. While talking, Natasha directly led everyone and ran in the direction of the Quinn fighter. With only 4 or 5 people, the gunfighter can still move it. Ha 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 ha. What a wonderful world. I'm coming. Many lambs. You must pray to be herded by the gods. The 3 princesses who had suffered from 2 illnesses stood at the top of the Stark mansion with a look of excitement, wantonly in vain. This feeling is really good. Watch it, father. I must be better than my brother. I'm the one who can inherit the throne. Are you ready? Taking a look at the doctor who was working on the equipment, the 3rd Princess Loki turned back and asked. Already fully prepared. The doctor who nodded affirmed to Loki. It can be a place to build a stage and a place that can provide a lot of energy. Apart from the Stark building, this doctor really can't find any other place. Then start. Falling with Loki's voice, a beam of light to the sky began to spray directly into the air. At an altitude of several kilometers, in a position that can connect to the space wormhole. A small dark wormhole was slowly opened. The citizens of the Forum City, at this moment, are a little panicked. Alarm, alarm, supernatural force detected. Alarm, alarm, the occurrence of a space wormhole detected. Wang Yuan and others who were working in the umbrella building were suddenly disturbed by the direct stimulation of a part of the star system stored in the umbrella building. This alarm directly alarmed all the secretaries. What happened? Do not know. What happened? Quiet. Wang Yuan, who saw this scene, directly ordered these female secretaries to calm down, and at the same time directly found Xu, the head of the security department of the Umbrella Group headquarters. As for the previous head of the security department, Alice was transferred to the Red Alert planet by Wang Wei, and commanded the Tyrant army. What happened? I don't know, but I personally suggest that all the employees go home on holiday. At the same time, everyone in the security department is ready to fight. Seeing the black wormhole gradually forming outside the window, Xu felt a little worried in his heart. This feeling is a bit bad. Testimonials on the shelves. No surprise, no surprise. After I updated 10,000 words today, I suddenly updated 10,000 words in one breath. Hey, I just made up enough of the 120,000 characters on the shelves at once. So, it's time for the most annoying testimonials on the shelves again. I won't be so much nonsense. The book will be published on the afternoon of the 24th, and by the evening of the 30th today. It will take only 7 days to complete the book. It's equivalent to 1 week. The little brothers who know Felu know that there are basically no deposits in Felu, and even if there are deposits, they will write 7 changes and send 5. Sister Kaifeng uses as many drafts as she has every day. Basically there is no remaining. Finally, I made a deep complaint about Sister Kaifeng herself. She obviously can wait until tomorrow to be on the shelves. She must be on the shelves today. This is the rhythm of preparing to let her hands break. So far, V has collected 15,000, more than 6,000 flowers, 3 little brothers are rewarding, and 9 monthly tickets. At least Kaifeng's sister is quite satisfied. After all, Xiaopiji is one. Well, this is the first time Kaifeng has written about Marvel Fellows. If the writing is not good, please bear with me. I'm sorry in the end, begging for the support of a wave of little brothers. Finally, let's talk about the manuscripts of the chapters posted tonight. If nothing else, the manuscript should be sent between 6 and 8. After all, I don't know when I can finish the 10,000 character manuscript on the shelves in one go. After the first 5 changes, follow-up will seize the time to continue updating. Then I prayed for a wave of first bookings. Really beg for the first order. Only the first order. Kaifeng's sister has the motivation to update. Talk about the bottom line of Kaifeng's sister. The bottom line is the first order. 300 orders. Yes, it's incomparable with those big geese who can make thousands of orders. Humble Rising Wind prays for subscription online. What gives Sister Kaifeng the motivation to write down is 500 orders. Over 500 orders. Kaifeng's sister gives you 10 more orders every day. Say it. I will give you dated tomorrow. Sister Kaifeng is not a lie. Don't fool people. Finally, come on, brothers. Cheer yourself weekly. My 2 hands. Why are you shaking? Are you going to cry? Above, Sister Kaifeng thanks all my brothers. Love you guys. 3 then heart. Chapter 57. The determined Yukino Yukoshita. Actually I am a writer. Hey Yukino, who was brain-filling, heard the truth from Kato, and was stunned. This is not the same as her brain-filling. My club is not just a student year club, nor is it limited to Toyosaki. In high school, what I want to create is a society that gathers young elites and has the ability to create the future. Elite Xxexua received an elite education from an early age, and naturally has a deep understanding of this term. Yes, there are only a few people in the current society, but they are all well-known existences, Kato said with a smile, and then looked at Yukino Yukoshita. I am in charge of the text. My pen name is the light novelist Yamada Fairy, Kasumi Shiko, and Iromanga, who is in charge of painting. The music part is currently not available, but there are also candidates up. So, have you selected the members of Kato-senpai's club? Xixiguina asked in astonishment. There is no place for her. No, I lack computer programmers," Kato said with a smile, although he had already considered letting Akasaka Onosuke do programming before, but after thinking about it, let's hire him to cooperate with him. Makoto Kato looked at Yukino Yukoshita, and when she saw the firmness on her face, she knew that she had made up her mind to study programming hard. A club of geniuses. Xxxu is a person who likes to pursue perfection, and will definitely join. Do you want to join too? Makoto Kato looked at Yukoshita Yukino and felt that the time was about to come, so he asked his own question. Yes, I want to join. Please let me join. I will learn programming. Yukoshita Yukino nodded, and looked at Kato-ma with eager and firm eyes. Kato also showed a relieved smile on his face. Then Yukino, welcome to join. Then, Kato-senpai, does the club have a name? Xxxuina asked suddenly. Don't even have a name? Xxxuina said blankly. Kato-ma was also speechless. He always forgets these things, and the pen name last time was also thought of later. Just call the Stark Society. Kato-ma said suddenly. Stark. Xxxuina read it twice with some doubts. Okay. Kato really nodded, thinking of his previous life. It's not a shit tower, or a big one, it's Tony Stark. It's nostalgia for the past life. So the name of this club was so casually determined. Makoto Kato returned home, and then received a call from Hydra Kashiwagi. As for whether it's the real Kashiwagi Hydra or the fake Kashiwagi Hydra, you have to connect the phone to know. Kato thought so, and stretched out the phone. Moses is here? Kato asked questioningly. Kato-ma has two mobile phone numbers, one is Kato-ma and the other is, hello, teacher, this is Hydra Kashiwagi. The voice on the other side seems to be Sayuri Sawamura. Didn't expect that there will be no showdown. Hello, Mr. Hydra Kashiwagi, how are you thinking about my proposal? Mazzucato said that acting, he was never afraid of others. The teacher's work. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading the products. I also know, they are all fine products, so I am still very interested. So can I talk about it in person? Sayuri Sawamura spoke to Kato-ma in a tactful tone. That's okay, after all, I still want to invite teacher Hydra Kashiwagi to join my club. Kato-ma said that there is no problem. Society? What kind of society this time? It was Sawamura Sayuri's turn to be surprised, because Yinglilai didn't tell her about this. It's the game production club. It's in its infancy right now, and there is no one to find. Makoto Kato told the truth directly. The opponent was also overwhelmed by Kato's unreasonable card. After all, when inviting others, shouldn't you say how good you are, how good the club is, what the hell it is if you have not found all the people? It shouldn't be added at the end. But teacher Hydra Kashiwagi, is it still there? Kato waited for a while, but the other person didn't speak, so he couldn't help but ask. I'm here. But I'm not there? Sawamura Sayuri couldn't help asking. No, why should there be but? Kato really held back a smirk, and then asked the other side. Hey, you didn't find all the people in your club. If you don't come here, but then talk about the advantages of your club, why should I join? Oh, it turns out that Mr. Hydra Kashiwagi asked about the advantages of the club. Kato suppressed his smirk back into his stomach, and then spoke in a serious tone of expression. My club is a gathering place for geniuses. There are not many members now, but there are also a few. Mr. Yamada Fairy, Mrs. Kasiko, Mr. Iromanga, these are the current members for the time being. After Kato finished speaking, the other side was silent for a full half a minute. As expected of the teacher, those who have drawn in are all famous existences. After all, I'm not playing around. Kato-ma said, then asked back. So how did Mr. Hydra Kashiwagi decide? Let's talk together at that time. Sawamura Sayuri did not respond. As mentioned earlier, the associations in the 11th district are very strict. Once you join the association, you can't leave if you want to. The clubs here are not schools activity clubs, but social organizations for profit, which can also be counted as companies. So Sawamura Sayuri naturally has to take care of her daughter to prevent Yinglilai from accidentally jumping into the abyss. After Madame Kato got the address of the Sawamura family, He agreed to visit him tomorrow morning, and Madame Kato hung up the phone. Everything is ready, only to take down this general tomorrow. The game production can be officially put on the agenda. This novel is first published by Dragon QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique fellow novel backup group 672,171,357 fellow novel internal group 1,142,529,731 fellow novel internal group 2,929,082,961 more exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment. This work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points. I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue after the script and the screen are finished. If Yukoshita Yukino's learning is good, let her straighten it. If the level is not enough, then you can only go to Akusakaru no Suke, and outsource if you can't find it. In terms of music, I still have to outsource my own music, but when the muse comes out, I can improve a lot with Meiki Nishikino. And I have to find other talented people who can play instruments to join. Carter really rubbed his aching eyebrows, and then felt that his body seemed to have undergone some unusual changes. Ask for tickets, comments, flowers, rewards, all kinds of requests. 9th more. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 63, Are you ready to fight? 1 update, First Order. After all, the Umbrella building of the Umbrella Group headquarters is not very far away from the Stark Industrial Group building. Thank you. While talking, Wang Yuan issued an instruction to go home to the employees below. In the several buildings that had been taken care of by Wang Wei, the powerful soldiers in them started to move. Directly emptied the people and sealed off the entire building. It's not good. Looking at the scene outside the plane, Wang Wei couldn't help muttering to himself. This feeling is really unpleasant. It's really troublesome. Open the cabin. While talking, Tony put his mask on his face. Let's go. Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, followed Tony and directly chose to jump in the air. Wang Wei, okay thank you. Looking at Wang Wei who jumped down, Natasha thanked Wang Wei with gratitude. Anyway, Wang Wei is the chief surgeon of Coulson. Good to say. Wang Wei shook his head slightly and jumped out directly. After a few taps on his wrist, Wang Wei twitched on that waist a few more times. The whole person was like a fairy in the mythical novel. Tony, you go and change your armor first. I have to carry some combat magic again. Through the headset, Wang Wei said while flying towards his umbrella building. It is one thing to ride on some combat magic card readers. More importantly, this time Wang Wei is ready to directly activate his own time-space transfer space equipment. His army needs to be pulled out and sneaked. Understand? Tony, who nodded his head, is also a little uncomfortable with this tattered suit of armor on him. The armor is broken and must be repaired. Otherwise, the next battle will not start at all. Without paying attention to Tony's, Wang Wei directly started to speed in the direction of his umbrella. In a short time, Wang Wei landed directly on the top of the umbrella building. All the stars. Start data construction. While talking about Wang Wei, he changed his head-up glasses. If the silver head-up glasses were worn by Wang Wei on the equipment of the research assistant Tayo, then the golden head-up glasses were worn by Wang Wei on Zuxing equipment for the combat system. Yes, it was also the voice of a Lilai. In Wei's office, I remembered that if Tayo Lilai is a soft and cute Lilai, then Zuxing is a fierce fighting Lilai. In short, Lilai is a creature, that's it. While talking, Wang Wei equipped some of the bullet reader cards he had previously stored here. In addition, he carried a batch of energy magazines. So, the equipment still needs to be modified. Seeing this feeling like ordinary people loading pistol bullets, Wang Wai couldn't help but shook his head slightly. In the treasure house of scientific magic knowledge, there are some advanced scientific magic equipment. Every science magic - this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The equipment is equipped with hundreds of thousands of magic data, and the energy in it is far more constant. That is the scientific equipment that Wang Wai really yearns for. It is a pity that the issue of materials directly blocked Wang Wai. Next, my legions, are you ready to fight? After taking a look at Tony Stark, who hadn't been replaced yet, wearing a ragged armor, rushing to the top of this wormhole, Wang Wai shook his head slightly. Tony's approach is actually to use this battle armor that is about to be scrapped for some battle data collection. I want to collect enough battle data for Stark through this rounded battle. Come on, alien. Tony, who was slightly serious in his eyes, murmured, "Shoo." Countless miniature missiles were directly attacking the Zetagran army riding this air motorboat in the air. My legion, are you ready? Did you fight? Wang Wai, who returned to the largest barracks in the Red Police Corps, directly roared at all the soldiers present with a sound-amplified science magic. "I'm waiting for the preparations, leader." "I'll be ready, sir." "Roar." "I wait." "I'm ready, sir." "Waiting for battle anytime, commander." Seeing Wang Wai, who was about to start a battle suddenly, Tanya couldn't help but feel his blood boiled. "We are ready for war." "Then, I order, subordinates of Transformers Legion, Invader Legion, Wazi Legion participate in this battle." Subordinates of the Kinyui Legion, the Xiodia Legion is participating in this battle. Subordinates of the Biochemical Legion, the Tyrant Legion is participating in this battle. The space-time transfer space equipment energy preparation. After 3 minutes, directly activate the energy. After the teleportation, fight all alien creatures. Kill all the Zetagran army for me. Show me Umbrella's military power on the Blue Star. This battle, it's our battle of standing up. This battle, it is about our future battle to gain a foothold. So, fight. My soldiers. Standing on the summit platform above the Noda barracks, Wang Wai directly roared. With Wang Wai's roars and orders, the members of the legions below roared one after another. Every legion that was named to participate in the battle started. They are full of enthusiasm, trying to show their talents. Any legion that has not been named to participate in the battle is disappointed and unwilling. I wait. I will bring unprecedented victory to the commander. Standing in front of Wang Wai, Tanya said with a serious salute. Then, prepare to fight. With Wang Wai's command, this red alert planet is completely moved. Chapter 64, Loki feels very shameless. Second update, seeking first order. Wang Wai, who saw this scene, left the red alert planet directly through any door. Any door is not big. It can only be walked by individuals. If you want to transport troops through any door, it is more important than transporting passengers through a security gate. Slow. Xemu. 2. Give me the formations, and the formations to keep me firmly. Yes. Before leaving the Umbrella building, Wang Wai gave Xemu the final death order. You must firmly guard your position and position. This is the basis for transmission. Technological magic, even if it is technologically advanced, it also changes. The essence of magic cannot be changed. And technological magic, no matter how magical it is, it cannot change the essence of technology. Circuit diagram must ensure that it is intact. The cavalry army is the vanguard. The Wazi army carries the tyrant army. The invaders are wings. This battle is unbeatable. Following Tanya's order, the remaining army commanders directly ordered their subordinates. This is really troublesome. Looking at the Zetagran army that is constantly pouring in, Tony's face turned black. This feeling is very bad. It's really bad. Tony rushed back to the top of his mansion with a lot of thoughts. When I saw the 3 princesses standing on the balcony with a smirk, Rocky time, there was a thump in Tony's heart. It looks like you are in trouble, as if holding the winning ticket. The third princess Loki smiled and said to Tony, while disassembling his armor to Tony through the disassembly platform. He replied helplessly, "Indeed, there are too many things. There is no way." A wry smile on his face, without any pretentiousness. Tony, who came to the bar counter, took the sensor bracelet on the bar counter. He got a glass of wine and said with a smile, "Would you like a drink?" "Now you still have the mind to drink. Your Blue Star people really deserve to be Blue Star people. Loki, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, feels interesting. To be honest, I can't hate you. But it's a pity that you offended someone. They are all Tyrants who have some stinky attributes, and they hate Loki. It's actually not that annoying. They are all cocky attributes. They are all pushy. They all want to show themselves, at least better than that. Buttocks. While talking, unknowingly, Tony directly thought of someone who, walking slowly to Tony, he directly took out the psychic scepter in his hand. Coulson, one of our excellent agents. Looking at the psychic scepter that was picked up, Tony was sure. I am scared in my heart. I want to run, but I can't run. As a man, I can't persuade you, otherwise, just dash. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. I really want to be looked down upon by Wang Wei. After all, Tony still knows the effect of the mind scepter. That's really sorry. While facing Tony with a grin, the psychic scepter in his hand had gently tapped in front of Tony's hun. Tick. Looking at Tony, who didn't react at all, the three princesses, Loki was a little bit awkward. I looked at Loki, who was the scepter of his own mind, and clicked again. Tick. Still no response. What with a face of doubt and horror, Loki was directly angry. The scepter was flying. He directly drew Tony out heavily. Tony, who was hit hard in his abdomen, rushed directly out of the balcony and fell directly outside of Tucker Industrial Building. Diddy. After Tony flew out, it has been there all the time. Jarvis, in the silent state, moved on the spot with the signal receiving and sending of the sensor bracelet. Then a new suit in the Stark Tower flew directly out. Before Tony was about to fall to the ground, time. Give Tony the whole person directly. Sir, you want to ask why I was not affected just now, right? Tony, whose heart is pounding, is also a little scared. Yes, sir. Jarvis was silent for a while and responded slowly. Wang Wei gave me a pendant, saying that he had used some scientific magic on it. What exactly is the scientific magic? Wang Wei didn't say. However, I always feel that I owe him one time. Yes, some. Tony, who shook his head slightly, moved directly to the distance and began to prepare to gather with his teammates. Let's talk about it. What to do? Looking at the embarrassed teammates in front of you, Tony knows that these people have just experienced a battle. Now they are together again. They are all preparing to figure out how to solve the problem. I hope I am not too late. At this moment, Wang Wei, who landed from the sky, directly drew out two technological magic pistols from his waist. For Wang Wei, the effect of gunpowder pistols is really far inferior to these magic pistols. There are too many on top. You may not be able to handle it. At this moment, Thor, the god of thunder, who was clutching his stomach, said to such a few temporary team members. It was rare for him to say timidly. Loki at this time is no longer the Loki he knows. You are not wearing battle armor. He glanced at Wang Wei, who was extremely scared of his life, didn't even wear a battle armor. Tony asked with a little surprise. If you don't mind, I still have a battle armor here. I can lend it to you. No, I have already carried all the scientific magic I can carry. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, smiled at Tony and refused. After all, according to Tony's temperament, his armor can only be worn by Pepper. The rest of the people, even the former's good friends, the War Machine, or it is impossible to wear. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 65, Not Many, 303 updates. First Order. Being able to lend the battle armor to Wang Wei really shows how high Wang Wei's status is in Tony's heart. When everyone gathered together, the sound of a small shabby motorcycle came from slowly drove over from the distance of the street. I hope I won't be too late. Seeing the crowd, Dr. Banner smiled with a silly face. You just came here, Doctor. While talking, Wang Wei smiled at Dr. Banner. Seeing Wang Wei, who suddenly grabbed his own words, there was a slight resistance in the heart of American Team Steven. This kind of robbed of the captain's authority. I feel very upset. So what should we do with these guys next? As a latecomer, Banner is still a bit unclear about the situation in front of him. He can only ask questions. Next, without waiting for the US team's words to finish, Wang Wai directly interjected and said, "Tony, remember that I once told you that I wanted to build a batch of armors?" "Ah, remember, what's the matter? Can it be said that you have finished building some?" puzzled Tony asked directly. Looking at these two people who didn't give him face at all, a slight anger flashed on the faces of the US team. Repeatedly, again and again. Why did I take a look at the slight conflict between Wang Wai and Tony, and the people of the US team began to subtly stand in stealth. Yes, those armors are not only successfully built, but also a link system is created by the way. Go back and let Jarvis turn on the permissions. I will hand over this army to you for the time being. While talking, Wang Wai handed the cavalry army to Tony for the time being as commander-in-command. It is one thing to hand it over to Commander Tony. The main thing is that Wang Wai does not have a person who is suitable for commanding the cavalry army. "How many armors have you built for the army?" At this moment, Dr. Banner, who was standing next to Wang Wai, asked curiously. "Not many, 300. With a slight smile, Wang Wai explained directly to everyone. Natasha, who was standing next to Tony, took a breath. 300 battle armors, what are you going to do to trigger a world war? You made so many, isn't the battle armor targeted?" Tony, with his brows frowning tightly together, kindly persuaded Wang Wai. After all, there was one or two. These 300 battle armors purely do not give the big gangster's face. This is a face slap. Don't worry, for the next thing, I will let those people resist. In addition to this war armored corps, I have 3 other legions. They are the Tyrant Legion, the Invader Legion, and the Wazzy Legion. For these 4 legions, I hope you don't accidentally hurt your own people. While talking, Wang Wai faced Barton on the US team, and Thor explained it. "What do you want to do? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. We are not here for small talk. These aliens must be wiped out on the spot as quickly as possible. They cannot be expanded. Otherwise, do you know what a disaster this is for the city of Forum?" The US team, with a look of grief and indignation, directly roared at Wang Wai. Wang Wai's current behavior of delaying time is a murder for the US team. Killed the citizens of the countless city of Forums. Then, I would like to ask this Mr. Stephen, who is concerned about the country and the people. Excuse me, in what kind of situation do people choose to be grateful or absolute support? Did they eliminate the danger before they encountered the danger, or at the moment when they encountered the danger and were about to die, you came down from the sky to save them? What is the purpose of the formation of the Avengers? To combat crime, to meet the enemy's alien civilization. I agree with this point. But the point I don't agree with is that we have taken all the dangers. Otherwise, when he continued to fight crime, those who are in the blessing and know not the blessing will shout loudly, waving the flags of freedom, democracy, etc., that we have too dangerous. It is a force that can threaten the safety of their lives. Then the problem is coming in front of this same group of people. They are armed with weapons. Isn't it a threat to others? After all, they still don't have the power, so they will target you like this. What are the thoughts and behaviors of people in a free country? I don't think I need to explain it. While talking slowly, Wang Wai softly explained to everyone present. Hearing Wang Wai's explanation, although Tony was also wondering why Wang Wai had to delay time, but this explanation is enough. Only when you encounter danger, you will be grateful and absolutely support. Otherwise, everything you do will be a factor that can threaten their life. Safety. Dr. Banner did not speak at this moment. He who has Hulk in his body knows this better than anyone else. It is Dr. Banner, who understands this, who keeps a silent attitude towards joining the Avengers. He wants to change the thinking before the eyes of the people. He wants to change his distorted view. Natasha chose to be silent. As a survivor of the former Plastic Union, Natasha can't say much about this free country. But in the same way, Natasha also wants to put the Avengers shoot the banner. Instead of becoming a guardian in the shadows, if they become a guardian in the shadows, Then they still need to let the Avengers come to the stage? Are they always facing threats to feel the need for the protection of power? Sex. None of the people present is simple. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the IP collection will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 66, Don't Want to Die, Just Get Out. 4 updates. First order. I thought of this. You are murdering the entire city of Forum. With a burst of anger, Stephen of the American team roared directly at Wang Wei. Bang! No hesitation. The magic pistol in Wang Wei's hand moved directly. A huge light whip flashed out of the magic pistol. The whip hit the US team heavily and flew into the car on one side. I am murdering, so may I ask, where is the army then? Those troops who have not arrived at the scene are murdered. Don't tell me anything about our ability. We should guard the people of these forums. Sorry, I am not capable. I'm just an ordinary person, and Tony is just an ordinary person. Dr. Banner is also just an ordinary person. We are here today only because we are worthy of our hearts. The most important thing is that we are here today to discuss things. You can't solve it with a single sentence of murder. If you don't want to die, just get out. I didn't even take a look at this American team. Stephen, who is dedicated to serving the public, with the thoughts and emotions of World War II. Wang Wei directly turned to look at the people present. If you are willing to obey the command, follow me. Looking at the past from a distance, dozens of whistling sounds directly resounded in the air. These dozens of whistling sounds carried waves of sonic waves. Behind these figures are hundreds of sounds. The waves of anger swept through. I looked at the American team that was directly pulled aside by Wang Wei. He looked at Wang Wei, who was suspected of holding several legions in his hand. Thor and Hawkeye Barton did not hesitate to keep up with Wang Wei's pace. The US team or something. Let's talk about it later. You are murdering the people in the city of Forum. The US team, kneeling on the ground, really disagrees with Wang Wei's behavior. As a soldier, it's wrong to protect the citizens. As a member of the organization, it's wrong to work hard for the citizens. Isn't the propaganda in World War II like this? Why do you guys disagree with me? This is your army. When these sound waves swept over, Tony was a little stunned. I'm tired of doing it. Brother, how many armors have you made? 300 Snapdragon armors. Maybe it's better than this one, but it's much better than your previous ones. Go and command them. Those fish that slip through the net will all be hunted. Following Wang Wei's order, Tony flew directly into the air. Seriously, Wang Wei? I have never experienced the command of 300 armors. This is the first time ever. But it is definitely one that I will never forget. Tony, who was laughing aloud, directly led a large number of cavalry troops to gallop through the air. Hello Mr. Stark. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. I am Yuxing, and then I will connect to your data network. A terrible lily voice rang directly in Tony's ear. Sir, come in, Jarvis. Before Jarvis could finish speaking, Tony directly asked Jarvis to connect the stars in. As the stars came in, Tony directly felt a gamer-like feeling in front of him. It's really cool. What is our mission? After all, he commanded such a valiant army of 300 people. Tony still rubbed his hands and asked with a smile. For the first time in history. This feeling is so exciting. Order us to take care of the fish that slip through the net. Most of the midair motorcycle units of the Zitagrui army will be solved by the invaders and the Wazi army. As for those big guys, leave it to the violent Tyrant Legion. Xuexing nodded to Tony, who was merging into the data network in front of Tony's milk murderer Lily, and explained seriously. Invader Legion, Wazi Legion, as if in response to Tony's voice. There were dozens of more. Hundreds of sonic boomer-like sounds directly sounded. A silver fighter jet that was not inferior to modern fighter jets rose directly into the sky, and this skyrocketing direction nothing else. It is the direction of Wang Wei's umbrella building. What? See this fighter jet that is constantly pouring out. Tony's face is a little bit awkward. What is the situation? Where did Wang Wei come from? So many fighters. And they all flew out of this umbrella building. Strange, really strange. These fighters, after they galloped through the air, They converged into a beautiful landscape like the Milky Way. The entire silver-gray fighters are in a scissor formation, slowly encircling the Zitagirians that are constantly pouring out. Take a rough look at the number of these fighters. There are about 500 fighters. Are you sure it is 500 frames? Looking at the Milky Lily in front of him, Zeuxing's Tony is a little bad. 500 nearly modern fighters. What kind of concept is this? Is almost the relocation of a fighter who is half of a big gangster in service. This feeling. Tony sees cold sweat on his forehead. Yes, Mr. Stark. This time, only 500 invaded. The members of the group have been dispatched. Wait, you are talking about 500 invaders? They are living entities. Horror. At this moment, Tony is really horrified. 500 fighter jets turned out to be life forms. The argument is that you humans belong to carbon-based life forms, and these 500 invader members belong to silicon-based life forms. While talking about the milk killer lorry stars, he began to call up some files for Tony to explain. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 67, Hulk, Tyrant. 5 Watch, First Order. Dr. Banner, next I will ask your Hulk friend in your body to bring a group of children to tear down some guys for me. Wang Wei, with a smile on his face, looked at Dr. Banner in front of him and said with a smile. At the same time, he lost a pair of headsets in his hand. Hulk said that he has been in anger, desperately trying to vent his feelings. Dr. Banner slowly pulled the glasses off his face, put on a headset and said to Wang Wei with a smile. Banner smiled. When he saw the tyrants under hundreds of Wuzzy, Banner really laughed very thoroughly. It turned out that the monster is not just me. As if he had found the companion, Hulk roared with an angry expression. Following Hulk's roar, that the 300 tyrants who have been modified by Dr. Octopus also screamed. Matsushi, take over the tyrants' battle command. While clicking on the data button on his own eyes, Wang Wei gave orders to Lori and Zeuxing. Although the tyrant has biochemical chips installed in his body, the control of the biochemical chips is in Zeuxing's hands. Understand? As if responding to Wang Wei, while following Tony's guidance, the members of the Special Forces team who have the star system capable of fighting on their own, began to transfer their big data to the many tyrants and began to give those war behemoths one by one. Pull down. What do we need to do? When I saw these 300 invader aircraft, and nearly 500 armed helicopters. Both Barton and Natasha were deeply shocked in their hearts. As S.H.I.E.L.D. the members of them know better than anyone what this force represents. It represents a big gangster who has paid 1/3 of the military power less, and half the military power. This kind of strength, this level. And these things are flying directly into the sky from the vicinity of the parachute building. This is very intriguing. The nearest airport is full of passenger planes, but it is impossible to take off and land such fighters, and the demand for fighters is very high. The takeoff and landing of 300 fighter jets is absolutely no less than half the size of the city of discussion. Seoul, I don't care what you were like before. Now, go up and try to kill those guys on a large scale. They come out too much. Barton, the army of invaders will be handed over to you to show the way. Be sure to keep all the Zitagrians within the combat range of the invaders. Wang Wei, who turned his head, directly ordered Barton. Leave it to me. Thor, who nodded his head, turned directly around, ready to take off. Can you take me a ride? Barton, who was ready, raised his head and asked Thor. Of course, the premise is that you are not afraid of bumps. While talking, Sol directly pulled a button and galloped into the air. You know you are like this. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. What does the sun stand for? When everyone left, Natasha looked at Wang Wei with a serious face and said seriously, 300 fighter jets, 500 armed helicopters, and 300 little Hulks. The level of this power is enough to make the big gangsters deeply jealous of Wang Wei. Even to eradicate Wang Wei at all costs. What does it mean to eradicate me? What I did wrong? Did I break the peace or overthrow a country? Or I became a terrorist? No, not at all. In addition, I am now letting my legion appear here to save the people here. I have mastered humanity, I have mastered power. I have more control over the unknown. They don't know how many fighters I have, and they don't know what else I have besides fighters. Because they are a big country, they are a big country that estimates everything. I have the ability to launch World War III at any time. But no need. No need. Wang Wei, who shook his head slightly, explained to Natasha. This time, Wang Wei's emergence was deliberately made. His power wants to be shown. Every big country has one. If you don't agree, you're going to lift the table. But no one will lift the table, because everyone can't afford that price. That's a way to die together. Wang Wei, he has the Red Alert planet. He can directly threaten these great country. Gu Yi Mage, they don't know. Odin and the others don't know either. So they can only fear Wang Wei and let Wang Wei develop. This is a shameless shame. It's just a first-hand information. Poor. You never know how many invader planes are behind me, and you don't know how many little Hulks are behind me. You don't even know if there is anything other than these behind me. You only can hold back, endure, and then watch my performance. You are really a lunatic. Natasha, who took a deep look at Wang Wei, could only slowly utter such a word to Wang Wei. Madman. A complete lunatic. Natasha can't afford to bet that she can have this intruder aircraft comparable to modern fighter jets. It doesn't mean that Wang Wei doesn't have enough anti-missile missiles, etc. The top plane represents the true top technical level of a country and a force. He, Wang Wei, has it. Thank you for the praise. But then, I still hope that you can lead the Wuzzy army to clean up the chi that invaded every corner. Tagari. After all, we have waited enough time. Next, it's time for us to wipe them out. With a faint smile, Wang Wei, who was lightly touched in his hand, flew slowly in the air. First send 5 changes. I will have dinner first. Come back and continue. I will feel like a sudden death today. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Flu Novels. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection IP will be blocked. Chapter 68, Stand Upright When Being Beaten. 6 changes. First order. Looking at Wang Wei flying in the air, Natasha could only nod her head. Now I'm on the thief ship. I can't get off. I can only bite the bullet and do it. While thinking, Natasha directly reached out and recruited an armed helicopter. What unmanned? When Natasha stepped into the gunship, Natasha almost bit her tongue. The gunship was empty inside. There was no one in the seat. Miss Commander, hello. I am a member of Wuzzy number 213. Next, I will lead you to the battlefield. Natasha, who had just gotten into Wuzzy, almost jumped off. What are you? Don't tell me you are super smart for control. Natasha, who was puzzled, began to think directly in the direction of Tony's unmanned armor. I'm sorry, Miss Commander, I am not super intelligent for control. I am a silicon-based life form, a member of Wuzzy number 213. While flying, this Wooz explained to Natasha. Following Natasha was an armed group belonging to Woozy 213. How long will you lie down? Looking at the American team, Stephen, who was constantly depressed on the ground, Wang Wei's brows were directly frowned together. This guy will not be destroyed by his own blow, although he does not like the American team's World War II dedication. Generally speaking, for the US team, Wang Wei doesn't like it, and I can't talk about it. Disgusting. But now with this kind of glass-hearted feeling, Wang Wei frowned. What are you doing here? Stephen, who had been thinking for a while, slowly stood up. I just see if you are dead, and there is a task that needs you to do. While talking, Wang Wei threw a headset on the ground. It's not dead. What task? Glancing at this headset on the ground, the US team looked up at Wang Wei, who was slowly flying away in the air, and asked directly. We have already waited for enough time. Next, we need you, a hero, to encourage the citizens. Then rescue them. Natasha and the Wuzzy army under her command will help you save people. While flying towards the top, Wang Wei dropped such a sentence. Don't even think about having close contact with these citizens. It is impossible for Wang Wei to do this. But if Wang Wei does not contact, someone will always come to do it. Contact. The Avengers always need a Kanban character. Wang Wei still prefers to do logistics behind, bring the army and so on. The scenery, I really don't like it. Maybe I am wrong. World War II thinking is really not suitable for generations. Tiffin bent over to pick up the headset on the ground and watched Wang Wei muttering to himself as Wang Wei was further and further away. The biggest difference between World War II and the present is selfishness. Targeting selfish people, it must be a cold-blooded way to be able to control it. Hey, where are you all recalling this continuous training for more than a month and the contact with this era? The American team finally understood it. It was not them who were wrong, but Stephen was wrong. As the saying goes, you must admit when you make a mistake, and you must stand upright when you are beaten. Our classmate Stephen started straight after realizing his mistake. A series of remedial measures. The simplest and most straightforward performance is that Stephen accepted Wang Wei's leadership and arrangements. Captain, where are you now? This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. I heard this unexpected voice in the headset. Although everyone was a little surprised, they nodded slightly. I don't know how Wang Wei made it. Since the US team has temporarily returned to this group, it represents Wang Wei once again acknowledged the US team and accepted the US team. Hawkeye button, on a tall building, somewhat retracted and released his bows and arrows as he pleased. Every shot. It is always a coincidence that the Zitagrui's several aerial motorcycles detonated on the spot. I'm on the 4th Avenue. While running and cleaning up some miscellaneous soldiers, the American team panted into the headset and said, "Understood." In front of you there are a group of about dozens of Zitagrui people who are suspected of preparing to blast the citizens together. There are 5 members of the cavalry army not far away from you, with very good eyesight. Hawkeye looked around. I clicked a little bit in this headset. Understood. Hearing this, the US team nodded directly and ran in the direction specified by the Eagle Eye. The 5 special forces of the cavalry corps nearby also ran in this direction. Beep, beep, Captain. The stars responsible for the coordination of big data directly gave the 5 special forces members of the cavalry army into the captain's headset. I am focusing on the front and attracting the firepower of the Kitagrui. You few from the side. He went into the underground garage and rescued the citizens. I heard a new voice in the headset. Classmate Stephen knew that these people were members of the cavalry army, so he didn't hesitate to take over the task of attracting firepower. Understand. Good luck, Captain. As the voice of the Snapdragon Army team finished speaking, the US team rushed in directly from the main entrance of the underground garage, accompanied by the US team's entry. Those Zitagiris who were on guard here even opened fire again and again. Laser beams were shot directly on the captain's shield. On the other side, the 5 members of the Snapdragon Army flew at low altitude and flew directly in from the skylight on one side. Boom. The members of the Snapdragon Army who landed directly erected the miniature barrels on their arms. Accompanied by the shaking of these miniature barrels, energy beams were shot directly out. The short battle was quickly over. Under the surprised eyes of dozens of citizens in these underground garages, the members of these Snapdragon Army corps come and go like wind. Who are these guys? I don't know, but it seems to be someone who came to save us. Have you just noticed the signs on those steel men sign? What sign? I really want to see the Umbrella Group logo with the rapid departure of these cavalry regiments. These citizens also followed up with the discussions. However, even though they were talking, the speed of these people's escape is simply embarrassing. Puff. I can't stand up to myself. It's up. Stomach is up. Ugh. It's so uncomfortable. After writing this chapter with difficulty, I sent it up. Continue to update tomorrow. Sister Kaifeng, let's just forget it today. It was updated with 30,000 characters. Unbelievable. Finally, I beg for support. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect. Recommend less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise, ban the collection IP greater than. Chapter 69, Team Battle. Will not lose. One more, seeking subscription. What a big guy. Looking at the unscrupulous war beast in front of me like an aircraft carrier-sized war beast, Tony's mouth twitched slightly. Are these alien civilizations so playful? While muttering, Tony directly sent the nearby 10 stars through the stars. Here are the members of the Snapdragon Legion. In just a few moments, More than a dozen snapdragon legions galloped over from the gaps in the surrounding buildings. Set the fire, kill this guy. I glanced at it, the war behemoth that was ruining the mansion unscrupulously. Tony did not hesitate, and directly ordered. And the members of these Snapdragon army regiments, all of them have excellent combat qualities. They are avoiding those who are constantly attacking them. When the Zetagrin was a soldier, dozens of micro-missiles on his shoulders were ejected directly, and Tony also ejected dozens of micro-missiles. In just a short period of time, hundreds of micro-missiles hit this forcibly the body of the war behemoth. Roar! A heart-piercing pain came directly from the behemoth of war. And this behemoth of war, after suffering such a frenzied attack, couldn't be suspended in the air. Above the ground, watching this behemoth of war suffered heavy damage. The Zetagrin soldiers who jumped on the surrounding buildings screamed. With a roar, it was like seeing the female worm killed by the Zerg. It's a bit big. Damn it, I didn't kill it. Looking at the behemoths of war that a dozen or so members of the cavalry corps had yet to kill, Tony's face was a bit unsightly. Hulk, take your little friends and tear down those big guys for me. Don't let these people he gave me wanton destruction. In the distance, Wang Wei, who was observing the entire battlefield, directly ordered Hulk, who had turned into a demolitionist, through his headset. Roar! Hearing Wang Wei's order, Hulk hit 3 and 5 divided by 2. And directly smashed to death a dozen or so Chitagirians nearby. With Hulk's roar, Wang Wei was dispatched to Hulk. Those tyrants started to take action one after another. After Dr. Octopus installed the chapter, the tyrants became more vigorous and agile. The 4 octopus tentacles directly led these tyrants to climb the tall buildings. Bang, bang, bang. A bunch of tyrants fell directly from the top of the building towards the behemoth of war below. The behemoth of war is guarded by dozens of hundreds of Zetagirians. But just like in front of the tyrants of the house-breaking madness, these Zetagri people have no resistance at all. Either he was punched to death by the tyrant on the behemoth of war, or by the octopus tentacles that stretched close to 10 meters long. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Torn in half. Roar! The dozen or so tyrants on this giant war beast turned into a demolition madman at this moment. The octopus tentacles directly tore the strange steel from the giant war beast. Under the action of brute force, the bizarre metal on the back of this war behemoth was torn apart into pieces. Puff, click, thorn. With the demolition of the tyrants, this behemoth of war was severely damaged by the tyrants. Above the ground, looking for death, Alice, who strolled in the ruins of the Altar City Street, glanced at the dozens of Zetagirians that she had besieged. A trace of cruelty flashed directly in her eyes. The power of reading was directly radiated by Alice. Puff. With the jet of power of reading, these Zetagaris were even broken in X by Alice. Only for the citizens of the city of Forum, hiding in the corner, a hero's back, the red cloak, plus the umbrella logo on the sleeve. The Hulk in the rush is a tyrant with several rushing heads. Directly through an office building. With a roar, Hulk led several tyrants running wildly and directly dragged the war beast in front of him, who wanted to destroy the building directly to the ground. Panicked in this building, people can only see from a distance the logo of an umbrella is printed on the backs of those tyrants. Exclamation mark. Lines of sound waves are shining wantonly in the air. A member of the invaders gathered on a narrow battlefield in this city of forums. One by one carrier-based aircraft missiles were directly launched. 300 invaders in the Air Force vigorously defending the supremacy of the air. No Zetagirian army can escape from the scissor hunting of the invaders, and no behemoth of war can withstand the violent bombardment of dozens of invaders. Indiscriminate bombing. At low altitude, the 500 Wazi army regiments under the command of Natasha are like sweeping squads. They are madly sweeping the many Kitagiri on the streets. Carried by the Wazi army corps under the attack of some of the cannons and some portable missiles. No one of the Zetagri can resist, and these Wazi legions who are cleaning at low altitude are even more important for those who have survived the disaster. The people of the city left a deep impression. This impression is the dazzling sign, the umbrella sign. before the Yingjiang family's army arrived. The Umbrella Group was protecting them. I thought it won't appear anymore. Take a look at the third princess who walked slowly down from the sky motorboat of the Zetagrin, Rocky. Wang Wei smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. After all, he could see this stinky, arrogant third princess a look of depression. Wang Wei just feels very happy. Chapter 70, You Lost. The third princess. Second update, seeking subscription. It won't happen. Why doesn't it happen? That you mean the situation where the attack is temporarily suppressed? Loki, the third princess with the deadly arrogant attribute, will definitely not admit his failure. Special Mother, I finally tricked an army from the purple sweet potato essence. You just gave me the end. Are you making trouble at this time? Loki at the moment is really depressed. Why not? With a slight smile, Wang Wei directly took out a package of good tea from Tony's office and soaked it for himself. Well, I heard that this is the tea that Tony bought at a high price, and I haven't had time to enjoy it. Try it first! To Wang Wei's rhetorical question, Loki didn't come and didn't talk back. After all, the situation on the battlefield is very clear. It can be said that even without the help of everyone in the Avengers, the strength of Wang Wei alone is enough to stop the attack of these Zetagarians. Once it is given to Blue Star when the people above reacted, then these Zetagari people will face the craziest counterattack above the Blue Star. Close the wormhole. It seems that the life and death of the people in the City of Forums is nothing in Wang Wei's eyes. Life, no matter. Death, no matter what your own will is. This time the Umbrella Group's armed forces are displayed to show their muscles. Now that the muscles have been exposed, there is no need to continue fighting. After all, his legion has also undergone variable damage attrition. Nothing is a perfect non-injury battle, unless it is a strong crushing battle. The situation. Why should I listen to you after it's closed, if I don't? Upon hearing this strange request from Wang Wei, the third princess Loki laughed. Loki, who was holding on to his arrogant attributes, refused to close the wormhole. You let me control, I will close me. No. Humphrey. Boom. Before Loki was doing the stinky fart, Wang Wei directly picked up the magic pistol in his hand and attacked. Dozens of ice-like crystals went crazy directly towards Loki. Flick. Shoo. For an instant, Tony's office was in a mess. There are broken things. Products. You have to compete with me for magic. Seeing Wang Wei's behavior, Loki was real. As one of the most outstanding people in Asgard's magic world, Loki believed that he had never lost anyone in his magic. After all, it was the mother who taught him magic. With such a kind of pride and complacency, the psychic scepter in Loki's hand was waved again and again. With Wang Wei and between the battles between the two sides, a series of magical attacks directly smashed each other. But the ending was very gratifying. At this time, each of the magic that Wang Wei carried on the magic pistol is what Wang Wei can currently portray. Out of the top combat magic. Look at Loki from the office of Stark Building to the balcony. Wang Wei smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. You lose. The third princess. With a wicked smile, Wang Wei directly dashed. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. I pulled out a needle from behind me. The third princess Loki, who saw this needle, showed a sense of horror in his eyes. Wait, what the hell is the third princess? I'm from Asgard. 3 Prince Loki. Also, what are you doing with that thing? The needle with a gleam of cold light directly pricked Loki's eyes deeply. Damn, why did you take out this thing? For Loki, who is not afraid of the sky. The needle, this thing. Maybe it's a nightmare that has been formed since childhood. It's so easy for you to say this. I just want to draw a part of your blood. While raising a smile, his eyes shone with gleaming light. Wang Wei licked his slightly dry lips and said with a smile, the blood gene sample of Thor, the engineer on the red alert planet under the operation. The cracking is gradually being carried out. However, the aspect that makes the engineers feel helpless is that there is a force on Thor's blood gene that seems to be blocked, and these engineers are not allowed to break in. After thinking about this result, Wang Wei understood the reason. Odin, the seal that Odin, the father of the gods, once planted on Sol. It was this seal that prevented Sol from using his power. In the same way, such a sealing force makes the genetic engineers even more at a loss. scratching their heads. But it doesn't matter, there is now a ready-made one. It is said that this Rocky seems to be a mixed race and can't remember. Anyway, Loki has the blood of the Royal Frost Giant in his body. That's enough. The Royal Frost Giant, who can fight Odin for hundreds of rounds, anyway, is not a weak one, so I will just draw you. In lieu, amidst Keena's heart-piercing roar, Wang Wei plunged the needle directly into Loki's body. With Wang Wei's twitching, Loki watched his bright red glow. A trace of light blue blood was drawn directly into the needle tube. Bang! With a muffled babble, Loki turned his head and fell from the balcony. And the Chitagirian air motorboat, which was hunted by the cavalry in the distance, directly caught the falling Loki. It's a pity there is only such a tube. Seeing this is only about 100 milliliters, Loki's blood. Wang Wei couldn't help but shook his head slightly while saying, Wang Wei collected Loki's blood. Purple sweet potato essence, for your Titan Protoss blood. I am still quite interested. Thanks to Zikan Gongu, little brother, for his 100 points and monthly ticket support. Thank you, Yijian Donglai, for your monthly pass support. Thank you, little brother, for your monthly ticket support. Thank you, Time Has Turned Yellow Love Letter, for your monthly pass support. Love you guys. Compare my heart. Chapter 71, What Can't You Do? 3 changes, seeking subscription, looking at the wormhole in the sky. The wormhole where troops are continuously being deployed. A smile was raised in the corner of Wang Wei's mouth. Wang Wei is sure that behind this wormhole, there is a purple sweet potato essence on the cliff eyeliner. Hey, mind Scepter. Wang Wei, who put this tube of blood away, glanced at the psychic scepter that was thrown on the ground. Wang Wei couldn't help thinking about it. In the original work, how is this wormhole closed holding this scepter? Wang Wei scratched his head and walked directly in the direction of the space wormhole hair restrainer on that side. What do you want to do? Inside the space carrier, Nick Fury stood in this closed chamber and roared at the several counselors. We are for the future of this world. Please don't be angry, Chief Nick Fury. The origins of these aliens are unknown. We need to wipe them out all at once. Do you understand? Following the rhetoric of these counselors, Nick Fury's face became ashamed. So, you are ready to piece this place? Who gives you the right? I am the commander here. Looking at some of the congressmen who are suddenly wired in front of you, Nick Fury directly roared. This guy is almost ready to wipe out all the alien civilization at the cost of the city of Forum. Please calm down, Director Nick Fury. Please don't forget, your director was still pushed up by us. This is the voting attitude of the people. What do you want? Between the chatter of these lawmakers, Nick Fury is going to be mad. The voting attitude of the people? When did you collect the voting attitude of the people so quickly, you dogs? Things, I'm afraid it is your own internal vote. Looking at such a group of dirty politicians, Nick Fury is really tired. I will order you now, Director Nick Fury. Please start it now. Director Nick Fury, who heard this refusal. One of the congressmen directly ordered Nick Fury. I refuse. And I am ordered by Henry. These guys are not qualified to order me. Finally, I'll say it again. My Avengers players are fighting bloody in front. You guys are doing things behind this. You are waiting to step down. Director Nick Fury, with a touch of ice in his eyes, said coldly to the dirty parliamentarians in front of him. The people will understand us. As for their group of unregulated dangerous elements, for these superheroes, none of these congressmen have a good impression. More importantly, these congressmen avoided the president directly and connected with Director Nick Fury, precisely because the space carrier holds the mushroom eggs specially approved by the council. They have no right to open the mushroom eggs of the Eagle Source family. So these guys are prepared to go slanting and straight. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Pick up the mushroom eggs on the space carrier. All the alien civilizations must be wiped out. Not good, Chief. There are 2 special planes to take off. Director Nick Fury, who had just left the meeting room, heard the Hill, who suddenly came to him to report 2 special planes take off. Not good. In an instant, Chief Nick Fury, who understood the problem, rushed out. These damn guys actually bypassed his command of the fighter pilots. Nick Fury has been removed from his position, And now I will take command. You guys, detonate mushroom eggs directly above the city of Forums. Destroy those alien civilizations completely. Inside the two fighters that were about to take off, one of the counselors went directly over Nick Fury to give orders. Understand? As a native of the Eagle Soup family, these pilots did not hesitate to the orders of these members of Congress. Directly piloted the plane and began to take off slowly. Bang! Just as the two planes were preparing to take off, Nick Fury directly took off. The one in my hand started to bang. One of the special fighter jets carrying mushroom eggs was directly blown off. But the other plane took her off directly. Damn it, inform the captain of this situation! Seeing this scene, Nick Fury became angry all over. A group of shit sticks who are not doing business and specializing in bad things, waiting to step down. Shield. A message was sent from the direction that a fighter plane carrying mushroom eggs was galloping in this direction. It is said that the members of Congress directly surpassed their orders and ordered the pilots to proceed to the city of peace and peace. After Wang Wei knocked that doctor stunned with a mallet, Wang Wei, who was studying how to close the space wormhole, suddenly heard the voices of the stars. Are there pits in the heads of this group of hepping? Wang Wei, who put down his action, directly turned his gaze to the direction of the space carrier. What can't be done? These guys who are the first to stir the shit are really disgusting. Really, it is so big. Tony, I have something to tell you. Holding the psychic scepter in his hand, Wang Wei directly opened the connection signal with Tony. What's the matter, Wang Wei? Can you close it? There are more and more of these Zitagari. I see that the invaders are under a lot of pressure, and some mice are playing peekaboo with us. Tony, who was instructing the cavalry corps to clean up mice, asked Wang Wei. I have a clue. I know how to close this thing. However, there is a big problem now. Those silly forks of Congress can't touch the mushroom egg code in the president's hand. They directly bypassed Nick Fury's order and let a mushroom egg on the space carrier carry the fighter jet. Next, I just flew over. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Less than please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 72, Set the Fire. Explode them. 4 changes/subscription. All of the voices are showing Wang Wei's anger. A group of silly forks. I understand. Give me this mushroom egg. Do you think of a way to close the wormhole? Tony was silent for a moment and knew why Wang Wei chose to inform himself. The one who can get rid of the mushroom eggs is probably only himself. Thank you, Tony. These guys, I must make them accept their punishment. With a little anger, Wang Wei smiled weakly. Many times, the most disgusting thing is such a thing. A bunch of silly guys. What can't you do? Get the first place. Jarvis. Tony nodded slightly and directly ordered Jarvis to fly in the direction that the mushroom egg flew. He wants to change the flight track of the mushroom egg. Shu. Already arrived at the designated location. Please confirm again whether to launch. The pilot in this fighter is also sweaty in his palms. After all, this is destroying a city with a population of tens of millions. His press continues, no matter what a good reason, you will become a sinner of mankind. You will become a hero of all mankind. Soldier, I order you to launch. The members of the Congress nodded and gave orders to the soldier. Shoo. As the button was pressed, a missile carrying mushroom eggs was ejected directly. Seeing this stroke from a distance, the missile that broke the sky. Tony directly made Jarvis accelerate against the armor. There was no hesitation. Tony directly carried the missile and forcibly galloped in the direction of the wormhole. Sir, no, not enough horsepower. Furthermore, sir, there are a large number of Zitagri people ahead, and they will form a big obstacle to your transfer. The final result obtained by Jarvis, who is increasing his energy, is under this kind of acceleration. Eventually a slight deviation will be formed. The missile equipped with mushroom eggs cannot be completely thrown into the wormhole in the midst. Not to mention those Zitagrins who are frantically countering this city of Forums like a tide. Under such a tide of soldiers, whether you can throw mushroom eggs in, it's a question. Zeuxing. Help me. Looking at the fierce little milk on one side, Tony gritted his teeth and directly shouted, "Little Lolita, understand." The stars who received the order started directly. The entire umbrella group's various legions began to move. Roar! With a loud roar, the tyrants with 4 octopus tentacles began to run towards Tony's direction. As soon as these tyrants reached Tony's flight path, they directly began to move the nearby Zeta. The Great People carry out crazy suppression. Massacre. Above this ground, above the mansion, there are 4 chapters. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The tyrants of the fish tentacles directly killed all the Zetagirians at the moment. The members of the cavalry army with little ammunition flew to Tony's side at the fastest speed. The members of the cavalry army are even more so. Form a kind of guard formation. Keep Tony firmly within the scope of the protection circle, so that Tony will not be accidentally attacked by those Zitagris. And the Wuzzy army that was originally cleaning on the ground is also one by one. He flew high in the sky, and immediately began to intercept a large number of Kitagiri air motorboat troops in the air. What's more, the invader legions directly gave up the encirclement posture, directly formed a knife point. Tony is right in front of you. All the enemies in front of you, whether they are Zetagirians or war behemoths, have all been attacked by the invaders. Mr. Tony, I will help you next. Tony, who was carrying a missile flying over the wormhole, unexpectedly heard a sound. 2 steel cables were thrown out directly above Tony. The 2 steel cables grabbed the missile tightly. It was directly forced to change the direction of attack. The missile raised its head, and the target was directly above the wormhole. After looking up, Tony's mouth showed a smile. Thank you. Right above Tony is an intruder plane with the umbrella logo. This intruder plane is not someone else but the commander of the intruder legion. You are welcome, Mr. Tony. Although the voice was a little cold, Tony felt a warm feeling. This is the benefit of having friends. It's too late. Looking at the past from afar, watching the many legions under his command escorting this missile equipped with mushroom eggs, Wang Wei's eyes narrowed slightly. It's time to use the spies he has been sending out continuously. Hush! After reaching a certain height, the commander of the invader legion directly increased his speed. That would have been able to keep up the missile speed. Tony abruptly broke away from the missile at the speed of the invader legion commander. All of them, set fire to me. Blast them. In the wormhole, the invader legion commander directly under the invader legion gave orders to the many invader fighters of the invader legion. Following the command of the legion commander, the members of the invaders, who were tearing the front like sharp knives, directly launched the last batch of many missiles in their magazines! Countless missiles began to explode in the front. Get up! This round of explosions directly caused a period of void near the wormhole. Go! Accompanied by a roar from the commander of the invader, the missile bound by the 2 iron ropes was directly thrown into the wormhole. At this time, Wang Wei directly chose to use the attached gem on the Scepter of Mind Energy. Cracks this cosmic gem energy. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is banned. Greater than. Chapter 73, Claim for Asgard, 5watch/subscription, boom. Looking from afar, a violent explosion occurred directly on the other side of the wormhole. A huge mushroom egg burst directly in the starry sky. With this bursting sound, Wang Wei directly closed this universe cube directly. With the disappearance of the space wormhole, the radiation that was spreading did not have time to pass through the wormhole, to radiate over. With the closure of the wormhole, and the zigzag where a chain explosion occurred on the other side of the wormhole, with the explosion of the cosmic wandering base of the Swiss, the many Zitagiris who invaded the ground were as if they were controlled by the mother worm. After the death of the female worm, all the Zitagiri died one after another. See this scene. Wang Wei couldn't help but sighed slightly. It's finally over. Looking at the cracked psychic scepter in his hand, Wang Wei shook his head helplessly. It's over. Yeah, it's over. So, where are you going? I didn't even look at the third Princess Loki on this building. While Wang Wei took out this cosmic Rubik's Cube, he asked Loki, the 3 princesses behind him, who was dressed in a sorrowful image. Can I leave? I glanced at Wang Wei, then at the members of the Avengers who were slowly coming up from all over, and the cavalry army that slowly formed an enveloping posture outside. A wry smile appeared on the face of the third Princess Loki. This time I really don't blame myself. It's not that I can't help it. It's because the other party hugged. Do you think you can leave with a smile at the corner of his mouth? Wang Wei held the Cosmos Rubik's Cube with one hand, while looking at Loki in front of him with a wicked smile, and said with a smile, "Loki, your behavior has disappointed me. Will you take it back to the father to judge your crime?" While talking, the Thor, walked towards Loki and directly bound Loki. Before you take it away, I have one thing to say. How do you Asgard plan to compensate for this loss? While talking, Wang Wei found a seat and went straight down. He turned the universe Rubik's Cube with one hand, and looked at Thor and the restrained Loki with a joke. Hearing Wang Wei's words, no matter what, it was Tony or Nata that some people chose to be silent. After all, the invasion of alien civilization this time actually brought a lot of loss to the city of Forums. Compensation. Hearing what Wang Wei said, Saul's brows frowned slightly. How could this be compensated? How come you are the Prince of Asgard? Don't you even have the confidence to admit this? Your brother came to us and killed so many of us. It also destroyed so many things for us. Oh, yes, my legion has also lost a lot of members. So, are you ready to leave like this? I think even the body dash this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. For God, you have to be reasonable, otherwise someone will naturally reason with you. While talking playfully, Wang Wei hinted that there is a big boss on the blue star. If you don't give a reasonable explanation, wait. But, it's not that. You said that you have to wait for a moment before the whole is dispatched. What? Upon hearing Wang Wei's statement, Saul directly refuted it. You think your brother did not choose to invade, so do I still need to wait for everyone to dispatch? Wang Wei, who squinted slightly, looked at this stupid son of the landlord's family like this. What a stupid son. He was so stupid. Look back and find time, and then sell this stupid son. You should give a result. After all, we have to give the people an explanation. Tony, who took off his facial armor, poured a glass of wine for everyone and sipped them. After all, the loss this time is not big, not small. It is only for the Stark group. But if it can sweeping a wave of wool from these so-called gods, Tony is absolutely happy. I can't explain it. I don't have the money, power, and resources of your blue star. And I don't have much above Asgard. Just like Hobmeat, the stupid son of the landlord's family directly refused the compensation. Then leave him behind. Since he committed a crime on this blue star, then accept the sanction from the blue star. While talking, Wang Wei pointed at the chained Loki with the magic pistol in his hand. Hey, I agree with that. Before Loki could finish speaking, Sol took out a sealer and completely closed Loki's mouth. I refuse. Loki can only be brought back by my father and king for trial. You blue star not eligible to trial Loki. Sol, who directly held Loki quietly in his hand, tightly grasped the Thor's hammer in his hand. There is a big disagreement, and you are ready to start the fight. However, I looked at the cavalry army that slowly surrounded myself and others, the invader army swaying in the air, and the Wuzzy army that kept roaring. Sol's palm, there is still a slight cold sweat. Don't mention how to fight this situation. Although the guy in front of you is an ordinary person, but his magic skills are absolutely no less than his own mother's queen. The brain hurts. Okay, I agree, father. Just now tell me, if you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Since my brother Rocky did something wrong, then we accept the compensation this time. But as a corresponding condition, we have to take away the one in your hand. Suddenly, Saul, who was suffering from a headache, raised his head and said seriously to Wang Wei. It has been a long time since his father actually crossed the 9 realms and passed the command to his ears. I refuse. This thing is originally from Blue Star. Why should you take it away? Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 74, You Guys Want to Eat Fart, 6 more / subscription. His eyes slanted, as if he was looking at the mentally retarded, Wang Wai looked at Thor, the god of thunder, indifferently. I really gave you a face. Calling you gods, you really think that you are gods and thinking about taking away the universe cube? You are thinking about eating skins. Also, you don't think that your behavior is like breaking into someone's house, then robbing them, and destroying them. In the end, the owner of this house finally managed to subdue the intruder, and then you said that you want to take him away for trial and also take away the things the thief stole. Is it shameful to give you a face? Like a sarcasm, Wang Wai directly sarcasm at Thor, the god of thunder. I really don't know how this idea came about. Hearing Wang Wai's remarks, the rest of the people looked strangely. You glanced, and slowly moved away from your body. But you don't have the ability to guard this thing. As if to justify, Sol explained to everyone. We don't have it. You have what confidence you are. I tell you, if Blue Star does not have the ability to guard this thing, you Asgard will not have it. Don't believe me? Go back and ask your father. With a wink look, Wang Wai said directly to Sol coldly. Cosmic Rubik's Cube. Wang Wai is determined not to let go. Such a good thing. If you don't use it for a search, it would be really a shame. I see the potential of the king in your body, child. If you can, come to Asgard. Asgard welcomes you as a guest. Just as Wang Wai finished speaking, a deep and old voice slowly sounded in Wang Wai's ear. When Wang Wai heard this voice, a horror appeared directly on the back. Cold sweat is even more dripping. Odin. I was stared at by Odin. The pupils in his eyes were constantly constricting Wang Wai's head, thinking about what to do. Is it to raise the table or run away? Father Wang said the same. You have requested your request, and the father finally invited you to Asgard as a guest. As if he had heard Odin's order, Thor nodded at Wang Wai. Don't worry about him. He has no malice. Space gems are ready to study the energy in this. Hey, don't take away the blue star. Otherwise I can't help you. A gem. The familiar voice came up in Wang Wai's ear again. Wang Wai knew this voice very well. It means coming to the Supreme Master Gu Yi by Wang Wai again and again. Okay. Hearing the words of the Supreme Mage, Wang Wai suddenly wanted to understand a lot. Some things about himself on the Red Alert planet. I am afraid that the Supreme Mage had also heard of it. As for whether they know all of them, it is not known. But knows of the potato essence coveted the gems, and Wang Wai chose to nod his head. Saul, who heard Wang Wai nodding his head in agreement, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. For everyone, this is a happy ending. Asgard, an unknown existence, bowed his head. I think we need a huge party. After all, it's very tiring. No looking at the people with relaxed smiles, Tony said without hesitation. Yes, this party, I will participate. But, one thing, don't bring your magazine girls. As if disgusting, Wang Wai made his own request to Tony without hesitation. Magazine girl or something. Although the figure is very hot. But I don't like it. Like washing the ground. Those S.H.I.E.L.D. members of the fighting force also came out one after another at this time. Sir, according to the order of the chief, we have to choose to take this thing away. The bald agent who came to Wang Wai said kindly to Wang Wai. Everyone said to these S.H.I.E.L.D. bureaus. The agents cleaned the battlefield and recovered some things, without any unexpected thoughts. I refuse. As if refusing again, Wang Wai directly rejected the demands of these combat troops. Want the universe cube? You are trying to eat skin. Mr. is kidding. After all, sir, you are also a member of the Avengers. For a moment, the bald agent laughed again, and even directly moved out of the Avengers, a messy organization. I'm not kidding. Go back and tell your leader. This thing, I took it away. S.H.I.E.L.D. in addition. Don't use the Avengers to overwhelm me. I haven't admitted that I have joined this Superboy club. With a slight look in his eyes, Wang Wai directly took the agent out to fill the box and put it in. He even put in the some damaged psychic scepter. These two boxes were handed over by Wang Wai to fly behind him. Coming up. Alice, please return the things to us, sir. Seeing this scene of being robbed, numerous combat army agents pulled out their own guns and pointed them directly at Wang Wai. With the actions of these agents, The many members of the snapped cavalry corps surrounded directly aim at the agents of these combat troops. Wang Wei, what are you going to do? Don't be impulsive. Wang Wei, although, I know you don't want to hand it over, but this thing is originally shield year. On one side, Hawkeye, Barton, Natasha, and Stephen of the US team all tried to persuade Wang Wei. If there is a battle between the two sides, they chose to help SHIELD. It's a serious question for these agents to choose to help Wang Wei. Are you threatening me? Taking a look at the nearly a dozen agents brought out by these bald agents, Wang Wei's eyes directly narrowed slightly. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read for collection, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise it will be blocked. Collect IP greater than. Chapter 75. Who gave you the courage? 7 updates/subscription. As Wang Wei's words fell, Alice, who was standing next to Wang Wei, flashed an indescribable luster in her eyes. It seems that things are not easy to handle. The battle armor on Tony's face, who saw this scene, was brought up directly, and Hulk, who had not recovered Dr. Banner's state, was moving his muscles and bones. As for Thor, the god of thunder on one side, and the eyes radiated some light. The 3 princesses are even more like watching a play. Are you sure not to hand it over? He glanced at the bald agent around him, held the pistol in his hand with both hands, pointed directly at Wang Wei, swallowed his saliva, and said cautiously, I said, who gave you the courage to make you again and again, provoke me again and again? Also, who gave you the confidence to use a gun at my head? Accompanied by Wang Wei's roar. Bang! A surging force directly lifted all the agents present. With this force of flying, these agents were hit hard one by one. Above the ground. Wang Wei. Trouble. It's really troublesome now. There is really a problem now. At this moment, the US teammates, Hawkeye, Barton and Natasha's entire faces are stern. But these 3 people are still a little more sane. They didn't do anything at all. Want to go up and block them. Before those who enter under the threat of the many members of the Cavalry Legion in this hall, no one dared to move. The strength around Wang Wei was enough to cause Wang Wei to overturn all of them to the ground. Who is it? Hydra gives you the confidence, or Alexander Pai's walking slowly. Wang Wei walked slowly while slowly telling these names. Hydra. Stephen, who is extremely sensitive to this name, has his pupils contracted directly. If the name of Hydra is not clear, then Hydra was in World War II, and Stephen, who has been fighting with Hydra, can be said to be against it. I hate it. My dearest friend, Bucky's little friend, was given such an emotion by these people. Historiography is also slightly hostile to the agents on the ground. Former director Hydra. It might really be numb now. Under Natasha's words, and Hawkeye Barton's premonition, Wang Wei walked slowly to the bald agent, who was vomiting blood and crawling on the ground. Wang Wei, who was slowly squatting down, used the magic in his hand. The pistol is directly pushed up. You think you do not know what you are doing, right? Do you think that what you do is perfect? You think I will not investigate, do you? Since you sent that person to attack me a few months ago, I have been investigating you. In the end, I discovered one more interesting thing, that is, as the remnants of World War II, you were mixed up in the most upright shield among them. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. This is really not a satire. While talking slowly, Wang Wei coldly fixed the bald head with the magic pistol in his hand. Oh, long live Hydra! The bald agent who vomited blood again screamed this Hydra's slogan to Wang Wei directly. However, the hand holding the grenade, no matter how much it was pressed, could not squeeze it. Wang Wei's most loyal personal guard, Alice, directly used her mind to give this guy an internal bleeding. That grenade rolled directly to the ground. After you go back, it is best to check shield with Nick Fury thoroughly. Looking at the dead bald agent, Wang Wei said coldly to Natasha, Barton, and Stephen without a trace of emotion. In the end, I will make these Hydras pay the price. Come to assassinate me again and again. I am really gutted. With a cold face, Wang Wei walked directly out of the top of this building. By the way, Tony, I will attend your party at night. But wait until I finish the matter. Soon, after Wang Wei left such a sentence, he left the office at the top of Tony's building. It's really from Hydra. With the departure of Wang Wei, and the departure of the cavalry regiments that were on alert. Natasha directly pulled these agents down. With the clothes on her body was pulled down. There were no exceptions to these people. There was a pattern. The mark of the Hydra. Seeing this mark, Natasha knew that this time something really happened. Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. among Steven, who was somewhat unacceptable to this result, had unspeakable anger on his face. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. it's my old lover, the result of a combination of Agent Cat and several people. But it is such a product that was crystallized by Steven's trial as Agent Cat, and so many Hydra people infiltrated. Does that mean S.H.I.E.L.D. the interior is already riddled with the former director? The Hawkeye Barton, who saw this scene, couldn't help but become silent. Nothing is more real than the tattoos behind these guys. If in the beginning it was Wang Wei who wanted to covet the Cosmos Rubik's Cube and told them S.H.I.E.L.D. fight against it, so this time, Wang Wei took away the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, and the three people present chose to support it. Put the Cosmos Rubik's Cube in the S.H.I.E.L.D. without knowing how many Hydra members there are. It's better to put it in Wang Wei's hands. At least they have fought side by side with each other. Well, then do you still participate in the evening party? As if aware of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony asked these three friends softly about the major internal problems. Thanks for the monthly ticket support. For the ununderlined version of the novel, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise, ban the collection IP greater than. Chapter 76. Commander of the Group Army, 8 update/subscription. After all, this kind of problem is really serious. Unexpectedly, the Hydra in World War II actually existed. TSK participate. Natasha, who barely managed to squeeze a smile, said to Tony with a smile, and Thor and Loki on one side. Needless to say, now they can only stay here with Tony. Going back one day earlier is no different from going back one day later. As for Hulk, after feeling that there was nothing wrong, he directly returned the authority of the body to Dr. Banner. Xemu. Wang Wei, who returned to the Umbrella building, directly called Xemu, the head of the Umbrella Group Security Department. Sir. Seeing Wang Wei's Xemu, he was even more ready. The order goes on, let me destroy all the Hydra bases at all costs. I want Hydra to destroy them all. With Wang Wei's anger, Xemu took the lead on the spot. Go straight down. With Xemu's departure, Wang Wei knew that outside of those Hydra bases that had been specially cared for, the super soldiers of the Umbrella Group, which had been stationed for a long time, directly attacked them. To be completely destroyed. Alice, from now on, you will be transferred back again. Become my personal guard. Was shocked by a grenade of the bald agent, and came to Wang Wei to be 100% concerned about his personal safety. If you say, what is the best personal protection candidate? Alice, who reads power, is the best candidate. After all, the power of reading is really omnipotent sometimes. To be honest, even if the guy chooses to squeeze the grenade in his hand, Wang Wei is not afraid. After all, he has equipped himself with so much scientific magic equipment. The scientific magic used to prevent this kind of close-range blasting is even more rare. In consideration of his personal safety, Wang Wei chose to drop it back. Even according to the various scientific magic, Wang Wei now carries equipment to calculate only those who can cause harm to Wang Wei, except for those who have names and surnames. There are basically no people, and these names and surnames are basically not guilty of assassination. After all, just it was the guarding force around Wang Wei that didn't say everything. Yes, Master. Alice, who nodded her head, has no excuses for being retuned back. For Alice, this is just a single dispatch. Tanya, clean the battlefield. Clean up the war behemoths. There's Itagirians, and some equipment. As for the ones you take away, throw them away. After thinking about it for a while, Wang Wei was a little angry to one side. Is there any Tanya, who exerted much power on the entire battlefield, and said with a smile, Commander, can I just transfer back? For Tanya, who has not played a significant role in the battlefield, some things are basically nothing. After all, Tanya's positioning is to fight alone, not the dispatch of a large army. This time, Wang Wei can follow the stars to command these army groups. Right to schedule. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. There is nothing wrong with Tanya, who was killed in the battle, but Tanya, who has been with Wang Wei for a while, thinks it is better to stay with Wang Wei. As for returning to the Red Alert planet, let's forget it. There are some primitive people who resist on the Red Alert planet, but those are not really fighting. Why? With a slightly raised brow, Wang Wei directly glanced at Tanya, who was watching him carefully. After all, he said things according to Wang Wei's senses. Tanya is a hot girl. There is definitely a reason for this. Report to the commander. Actually, I am not good at commanding legions on a large scale. If possible, the commander can recruit the female general who belongs to the Gongyui camp. What I am good at is individual raids and personal protection. So, I hope the commander can keep me here. While talking, Tanya said to Wang Wei's respectful salute, looking at the man in front of him, who didn't want to be dispatched back to the Red Alert planet. Wang Wei began to think about it. Tanya Qiang is not very strong, almost equivalent to the combination of Natasha and Steven. Not only is he good at all kinds of individual combat abilities, but he also has the combat level of one person to wipe out one company. That one is better than anyone else with pistols, plus the character that he likes to set off fireworks when he is restless. It's not impossible. Wei thought for a while. Wang Wei directly agreed. The Red Alert planet is currently controlled by the Gongyui control base and the stars jointly. Basically, they are beginning to enter the stage of explosive forces. In the early stage, Wang Wei was just hoarding a large amount of resources and building various buildings. Now, it is almost at the stage of explosive forces. Since it is an explosive force in the pawn stage, then for whether there is Tanya, it actually doesn't have much effect. After all, Tanya does not have the kind of ability to control a group army. Can Wang Wei nodded slightly and directly approved Tanya's request to stay by his side. The presence of a security force around him out of thin air was nothing to Wang Wei. Xuexing, execute those previous orders. As Wang Wei's words fell, the numerous legion members outside began to move. The war behemoths were uprooted directly by gunship helicopters. Note: I forgot whether it was Command and Conquer, or among the Red Police, there is a heroine of the Common Hewitt camp, who is a general, who is good at fighting in the group army, and I can't remember the name, but there is a beam in the name, that. The little brother has an impression to tell me. I checked it for a long time, but I didn't find it. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection. Otherwise block the collection IP greater than. Chapter 77, The Terrifying Umbrella Group, 9 updates, seeking subscription, with the concerted efforts of dozens of armed helicopters. These major war behemoths, estimated to be about the size of an aircraft carrier, were slowly driven. Fortunately, these Wuzzy legions are all silicon-based life forms. Otherwise, if the armed helicopters in reality can be transported away is a troublesome matter. The many invader legions that had accepted Wang Wei's order grabbed some of the invading equipment, and the dead Chitagirians and galloped toward the umbrella building. At this moment, the citizens of the city of Forum can be regarded as a survivor. In the eyes of these surprised citizens, the huge war beasts disappeared directly from the top of the umbrella building. What's more, those who appeared on the scene, the army members with the Umbrella Group logo, disappeared directly from the top of the building. While the Umbrella Group members were cleaning the battlefield, the Guards' army slowly moved in. I don't know if the Guards were ordered by the above. The soldiers of these Guards turned a blind eye to the actions of the Umbrella Group. Even to put it bluntly, seeing is not seeing. These Guards members who came to clean up the battlefield and Umbrella's subordinate corps cleaned this together. Battlefield. This battlefield is cleaned up until the night is enough to clean up the power of those alien civilizations. You are here in a place where Tony had rented a party directly. Looking at Natasha, Barton, and classmate Steven with tired faces. Dr. Banner, who was eating dessert, said with a smile on his face, as for the 3 dressed in casual clothes, they have a tired look. Dr. Banner turned a blind eye to those tiredness. Well, Here it is. Barton reluctantly smiled at Dr. Banner and responded. Natasha and Stephen were sitting there with a dull face, lying directly on one side of the table. Tell me, what's the matter? With a curious look, Dr. Banner directly poured Barton and the others a glass of wine, and asked with a smile, what else can happen? After we report back to the director, after we go back. The director was shocked. He didn't expect the shield that he built by himself. There are so many lurking hydras in it. The angry director is ready to take shield. All kinds of problems have been dealt with. As a result, the outside has been messed up without being dealt with. Barton drank a glass of wine heavily and said with a depressed and tangled look, the most fundamental reason for us is Wang Wai. Lying on the table and drank the drink, Natasha couldn't help but complain. Wang Wai, what's wrong with him? Why he hasn't come now? He was relaxed, and Tony, who had just played with the hot girls outside, was directly confused. Do you know how much power Wang Wai has in his hands? Stephen, with a wry smile, still has a look of fear at this moment. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The terrifying Wang Wai has such a power in his hands. Is this preparing to subvert the world? What's wrong with the power? Although I don't understand how much power Wang Wai has in his hands, Tony knows that the power in Wang Wai's hands must be the same as Wang Wai told that day. The same as my own. These forces are basically used to deal with alien civilizations, such as this time. Just because he is afraid of death, mutant, you will that know it. Nodding slightly, Natasha started to explain directly. I know, what's wrong for mutants. Tony has become a superhero in recent years and has also hit a lot of criminals. Among these criminals, not to mention too many, at least 180 are mutants. Then I will tell you a statistic. This time, Wang Wai is angry. It directly leads to a consequence. That's what allowed us to estimate the strength of his face. Everyone knows how many Umbrella Group subsidiaries there are in the world, and each of these branches and factories has a security department dispatched from the Umbrella Group headquarters. This security department is dedicated to the headquarters. 12 branches. Only members of the security department of the 12 Umbrella branches were dispatched. They will directly wipe out the 555 Hydra divisions that they have investigated throughout the world. There is no livelihood, all annihilated. As long as the people of Hydra are wiped out, there may be some accidental injuries in this. However, he did not let go of a Hydra. And these people, without exception, are all mutants. There are more than 2,000 mutants. Based on this calculation, there are tens of thousands of mutants under Umbrella alone. Maybe more than that. When the words were finished, even Tony was sweating from behind. What kind of concept is tens of thousands of mutants? This is already capable of subverting the public and social security issues of any country except the big gangster. There are mutants in the world, but the probability of mutants is very low. And there are basically not many groups between mutants. It is precisely because of this that the whole world will tolerate the existence of mutants a little bit. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that these mutants have super high military literacy. Stephen, who smiled bitterly, felt helpless at this moment. These are not the end at all. According to them in S.H.I.E.L.D., the internal news, as well as the satellite, and the monitoring results are displayed. The Legion members under Wang Wai's command are basically the same as they came out of the teleportation formation. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 78, Scarlet Witch. 10 updates, seeking subscription, and those mutants, when they don't conduct big data inspections. It is good to say that once the inspection is conducted, a very serious problem will be discovered. These guys have no identity background. What concept is Black Household? In S.H.I.E.L.D., such an army of tens of thousands of mutants suddenly appeared under his eyelids. This is a dereliction of duty. After all, in the world, even if it is to retrieve the data files of the guys who have just mutated 3 days ago. Shield, it can also be scheduled for you. These are the only people who have no background at all. The above panicked completely. All satellites are checking the entire planet. The final result is that Wang Wei's base camp is not at Blue Star at all. It is very likely to be in other places, other planets. Let's stop cooking. It's no show. No one's base camp is in Blue Star. How can you fight with them? People can have the opportunity to explode the world at any time, and these rascals have no chance. Because of this, the members of the guard would choose to ignore Umbrella. Before thinking of the best solution, Umbrella can only let it go. This guy, he did a lot of things silently. I really underestimated him. Tony, who had been lost for a long time, began to doubt his life. It turns out that this guy is so powerful. Dr. Banner, who was drinking a small wine, began to think secretly. After that, should he continue to start his own life or follow Wang Wei? Okay, let's not talk about it. I believe in Wang Wei. Everything he did was to defend against alien civilization. Otherwise, why would he send his army back? While smiling, Tony clapped his hands and said with a smile, "By the way, how come Wang Wei hasn't come now and he is going on like this? But he will be late." Somewhere near a barren mountain town. "Are you all here?" Wang Wei, with an indifferent face, looked at the super soldier next to him, and asked coldly. For Wang Wei, this Hydra power can be regarded as Wang Wei's investigation, second only to Shield. Those inside. Shield those people inside. Wang Wei gave Nick Fury a face. As long as you don't leave Shield, Wang Wei would not do it, but accordingly, Wang Wei handed over a piece of information. Once left Shield Mansion, so embarrassed. Kill without mercy. "Yes, sir." I ordered the security minister to the barren mountain town in front of me and responded directly. "Then attack. I want them all to die." With a trace of anger on his face, Wang Wei directly wiped out the Hydra completely. These guys really don't forgive. Following Wang Wei's order, the capable soldiers who had been specially mobilized by Wang Wei for the security forces of the 3 branch companies were dispatched. Bang! Enemy attack. Kill. As the desolate voice sounded, the killing was revealed directly on the horizon along with the dusk. Under these various blasting sounds, Wang Wei stepped gently while holding a magic pistol in both hands. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading under Tanya's personal protection. He walked directly into this barren mountain town. Just stepping into the barren mountain town, the ruins of a place were left to Wang Wei. Those who died are all explaining the identity of these guys. All of them are members of Hydra. Accompanied by Wang Wei's walk-in, a hole in the public park of the small town in front of him was blasted out. A hole leading to an underground base. Looking at the entrance of this kind of underground base, Wang Wei walked in directly with Tanya and Alice. Long live Hydra! With a roar, a member of Hydra who was covered in blood and wanted to pull the grenade to die together was directly followed by Tanya, who quickly drew his gun and was killed. That grenade was directly detonated 100 meters away. The marksmanship is good. Wang Wei only nodded slightly for Tanya's ability to have such marksmanship. After all, as a single soldier hero in the Red Police world, Tanya's combat effectiveness is really not a joke. As Wang Wei got deeper, more corpses began to appear in this underground base. Most of them are guard members of Hydra. Among them, there are many members wearing white coats. However, in addition, occasionally there will be 1 or 2 lying on one side and seriously injured, being taken care of by teammates and waiting for follow-up rescue. It seems that the treatment equipment needs to be researched out. Looking at these wounded super soldiers, although some super soldiers have awakened their ability to heal, but relatively speaking, this kind of treatment is not perfect yet. While thinking, Wang Wei walked towards the inside of the base. When he had reached a certain distance, Wang Wei stopped his footsteps. There was a melee in front of him. Dozens of powerful soldiers joined forces to attack the 2 Hydras in front of them, but they kept falling. Seeing this scene, Wang Wei couldn't help but frowned slightly. After all, The number of this powerful soldier has increased. There are some systems, although Jiang Yu and Jiang Ya have registered the types and attributes. But there is still this difference between strength and weakness. And under the union of Alice and Xumi Uran 5, a series of hierarchies are directly divided. Among these hierarchical systems, there is a distinction between combat side and auxiliary side, according to the level of 1 star to 9 stars. Among them, Samsung is not suitable for being included in the Umbrella Group's security department. Each of these capable soldiers who can enter Umbrella's security department has a combat level above 3 stars. Among them, Xumi 5 Person 5 is able to suppress all super soldiers, but only belongs to the 7-star level. Alice, who is stronger than Xumi Uran 5, is at the 8-star level. Most of the powerful soldiers who have been under siege are at the 5-star combat level, and a small part are at the 6-star 6 level. But that's it. These 30-odd super soldiers were strongly suppressed by a woman who was blocking the way. Crimson Witch. After seeing the familiar movement, the familiar figure, the corners of Wang Wei's mouth slowly spit out these words. No, I feel like my face is feverish. It's piping hot. It's super uncomfortable. The Dizzy One has sent the 10th watch up. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the IP collection is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 79, Super God Technology Generation Gene God Body. One more, seeking subscription, looking at the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, who was fighting with more than 30 soldiers with a 5-star rating of 55 and a 6-star 6-star ability. Wanda. Wang Wei felt that he really won the jackpot. How does Nima fight the Scarlet Witch? This is one of the general heroes with chaos magic. It can be said to be an important combat indicator among the reunion teams. Alice, can you win? I looked at the Scarlet Witch who was constantly hitting the siege soldier, and another Hydro element who was constantly attacking. Wang Wei's brows were twisted directly. Although Wang Wei is strong, he is in the same position as the Scarlet Witch. Fighting is at most 50-50, and it is very likely that there will be no 50-50, 46 in 4 or 6. Looking at the Scarlet Witch who is constantly exuding the powerful soldiers fighting. Alice was silent for a while and said slowly. Hearing Alice's remarks, Wang Wei's heart fell silent directly. Alice is an 8-star existence in the star rating. If even Alice can only drive 46, then Scarlet Witch's combat power is definitely above 9-star 9, or even 9-star 9. This is in trouble. While muttering, Wang Wei directly opened the monthly visa system. Up to now, Wang Wei has accumulated a total of 3 monthly visas. Alice, entangle the Scarlet Witch. Following Wang Wei's order, Alice rushed straight up. The power of reading with one hand directly attacked the Scarlet Witch. Finally, there is an interesting person here. For Wang Wei and others standing not far away, Wanda has been paying attention for a long time. If it were not for the entanglement of these powerful soldiers, Wanda would have killed them. You, kill that guy, this person, leave it to me. With a heavy face, Alice looked at the woman in the red leather jacket with a vigilant face. Threat, a big threat. The current Alice is not the same Alice as before. If Alice, who has just come into this world, can only fight with Wilson, then she can directly violently beat Wilson. But at this level, Alice is still deeply wary of the woman in red leather coat in front of her. Yes, these powerful soldiers who accepted the order did not hesitate to hit the target and turned to the Hydra element who was constantly making sneak attacks. Can't beat that woman, we can't beat him. Brothers, hammer him. Rumble, dozens of super soldiers directly besieged, and teach this guy how to be a person in minutes. System, start signing in. After taking a look, Wang Wei did not hesitate to sign in with Alice and Scarlet Witch who were fighting directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Super God Universe, the God King gene and the divine body of the Order of the Old Heaven Palace has not been extracted. With the voice of the sign-in system falling, Wang Wei's face is dark. With Wang Wei's general dash, this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading after checking this sign-in reward in detail. Wang Wei's face became darker. A generation of gods and gods in the order of the old heavenly palace in the super seminary. It's almost like a god body of the level of scum. Can I temporarily postpone it without Wang Wei, whose face turns black? The technology of the Super Theological Academy. Wang Wei is not super eye-catching. Micro wormhole, handling technology, dark matter energy utilization technology, endless arsenal technology, void engine technology, etc. All kinds of techniques. Wang Wei is greedy. But the god of the old heavenly order has a headache. Continue to sign in. Some have a slight headache. The god king and body Wang Wei of the old heavenly order can only choose to sign in again. I don't believe it anymore. I still can't sign in after 3 sign-ins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Smart Angel Civilization Technology Tree Treasure. Get exclusive Smart Angels, Icarus, Astoria, Nymph, Cass. Boom. As the sound of the monthly sign system fell, another hole was torn out in the depths of Wang Wei's soul. A huge technology tree was directly connected in the depths of Wang Wei's soul. At this moment, in the depths of Wang Wei's soul are connected 2 treasure troves of knowledge, a treasure trove of technological magic knowledge, and a treasure trove of intelligent angel civilization technology tree. My cow. The whole person was almost squeezed out by this majestic intellectual power. Wang Wei, who was almost untenable. Commander, how are you? Seeing Wang Wei like this, Tanya felt a little nervous. This could not have been attacked. It's okay, I'm okay, just take a while. While talking, Wang Wei shook his hand, saying that he has nothing to do. Seeing Wang Wei indicating that there was nothing too big, Tanya was still a little bit worried and cautiously supporting Wang Wei. Tanya, this hot girl would not admit that she had some unreasonable thoughts about Wang Wei. Intelligent Angel Civilization Technology Tree Icarus Australian Invcos. This is really a big boost. After slightly checking the reward, Wang Wei almost jumped up. Icarus is so powerful, a strategic omnipotent angel. But, this is in the original work. Among this reward, Wang Wei clearly saw the effect of Icarus's increase. Strategic omnipotent angel, star extinction. Hiss. This is simply interspersed with 3 words, directly numbing Wang Wei's irritating scalp. Star extinction. Be able to have personal power in the Marvel world to reach the extinction star. Are there any? Many. Odin, the old immortal, has a simple ability to destroy galaxies. But on Earth, in Wang Wei's hands, Icarus is the first power to destroy the stars. Extract. Give me Icarus, Astrea, Nymph, or extract all of them. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 80, Smart Angel, second update/subscription. While talking, Wang Wei took Tanya to a corner. After all, this extracts people, and it's good to say in front of their own people. The problem is that Wang Wei wants to include the Scarlet Witch Wanda under his command. In this way, it is not easy to extract them here openly. The link is successful. With the appearance of the 4 beams of light, the moment the 4 angels appeared, the invisible chains were directly connected to Wang Wei's hands. As the light dissipated, the chains were hidden. The 444 intelligent angels in front of Wang Wei slowly opened their eyes. Icarus, who was a little dull, looked at Wang Wei so quietly. Oh, are you mine? I'm so hungry with or without food. As if she didn't know what the situation was around, Astrea spoke directly to Wang Wei to eat. Is there a battle? Although there are some little tsndia nymph, but under careful circumstances, I still found some nearby situations. Nana, can you play with Coz like a questioning child? Coz, who looked like a nun, directly grabbed Wang Wei's big hand and asked. Now, I have a headache. Looking at the 444 in front of him, they looked like a girl Lily, a half-large intelligent angel, and Wang Wei only had a headache for 0.1 second. 0 after the clock. He smiled and responded directly. Astrea, don't worry. We are fighting now, waiting for the battle to end. I will take you to eat delicious food. As he said, Wang Wei's big hand was directly pressed on Astria's blonde hair. While pressing the blonde Wang Wei's heart, he roared, cow, this is how young girl Lori feels, so cool. Fight, leave it to me. Let me solve the battle. Like a hot-blooded fool, Astria said directly to Wang Wei, patting his chest. While talking, a lightsaber appeared directly in Astria's hands. Don't worry, Coz, I will play with you after this is over. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei gently rubbed the head of the little nun Lori. This feeling is so refreshing, is it? Okay, then remember to play cozy. Although considered a problem child, the nun Lori Coz nodded seriously. Protect. Like a cute girl, Icarus also realized the situation of the battle. The wings behind him spread out. The feathers with pink light feathers slowly fell down. Let's go. Looking at the four young girls in front of Lori, Wang Wei can be said to be a heart. Fighting power. There is Lily Girl too. There is also a science and technology civilization tree. It really is. Tooness. Like a fool's blood. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Like a young girl, Astria directly rushed towards the Scarlet Witch who was pressing Alice. Seeing the girl in front of me with two shining wings on his back, Wanda was also a little stunned. This feeling is really, I am. Bang. Looking at the girl who suddenly rushed up to hold the lightsaber, Wanda's intelligence temporarily controlled the chaos magic to defend it. Master. Seeing this Astria rushing up, Alice also retreated straight back. In Alice's perception, this fellow like a stupid and hot-blooded girl possesses more power than the Scarlet Witch in front of him. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at Alice, who was a little embarrassed, Wang Wei gently stroked Alice's cheek and said with a smile, after all, he bought himself so much time. It is indeed hard work for her. Yeah. Under Wang Wei's gentle touch, Alice's rare complexion became ruddy. Alice, with a slight shyness on her face, lowered her head deeply. The network system inside the space has been breached. In the deepest part of the ground, there is a very strange device with a person inside, which is very similar to this woman. Some people in white coats want to destroy this person. Nymph, who closed her eyes slightly for a while, suddenly said loudly. Upon hearing Nymph's remarks, Wang Wei realized it instantly. This person seems to be Wanda's brother, Fast Silver, but in the original book, how did they escape destruction? Do not. At this time, the Scarlet Witch, who was fighting Astria, shrank greatly. A huge force burst out between her hands. The inside of this underground base also seemed to be shaken. No one can destroy it. My brother. No one can. In her eyes, the crimson witch Wanda glowing with red light floated slowly like a demon. Anger, etc. emotions continued to spread on this Wanda. I can rush the system out of control before those guys press the ... destruction button, and save your brother. Wang Wei, who had no mercy at all, walked directly to this Wanda and said coldly to Wanda. For Wanda, who is on the verge of collapse, this sentence is no less than the sound of heaven. You can. Wanda, who had recovered a trace of sanity, looked at the young man in front of him. Although Wanda has the strength, Wanda knows that by relying on his own power to break into the past, the end result is that they will kill his brother. This is a result that he cannot accept. Then, only pray for the young man in front of him. Help me, save my brother. There were some tears in the eyes of Wanda, who was slowly landing, and he bit his red lips and teeth, and said to Wang Wei every word. Chapter 81, Wanda, help me. 3 changes, seeking subscription. This is no way. Who knows if he just got out of the wolf den and entered the tiger's mouth again, but Wanda really can't accept that his brother died in front of him like this. Help you half a minute ago, you still want to kill us. A few minutes ago, you severely injured dozens of my subordinates. You even killed several of my outstanding subordinates. Then, do you think it is possible to let me help you? Although I have the ability to stop, press the destroy button. I also have the ability to rescue your brother. Then, please. This young lady. What will you give me back? Wang Wei, who is a businessman, directly began to negotiate and bid. To help you also give me a reason. I can't help you for no reason just because I want to earn you money. right? That's not realistic. It's not in line with my interests and values. What do you want? After thinking about it for a while, Wand raised his head to Wang Wei and slowly responded. But I tell you, if your attention is the same as those of them, then I would rather die. There was a resolute look in his eyes that Wanda really couldn't accept the result that he and his brother had just left the wolf's den and entered the household registration. Those people are already injecting destruction potions. It is estimated that in 30 seconds, the destruction potion will be injected into the cultivation chamber. As if to raise Wanda, Nymph, a little ghost, suddenly spoke to Wang Wei seriously. I can rescue your brother, and I can give you the freedom you can imagine. Money. Then as a price, serve me, become my employee. My umbrella group is a famous group in the world. I think you should also need a job, right? Wang Wei with a smile on his face stretched out one of his hands. It is good. Wanda was silent for a while and nodded directly. To be an employee of a world-renowned group, it must be much better than staying in this dark place. Nymph, Asgardian. Following Wang Wei's words fell these two young girls, one big and one small. Lorry moved on the spot. Understood. Yes. In this underground passage, Asteria's whole person flew directly. No matter what the steel gate or the protective measures blocked in the front, there is nothing that can stop Asteria's high-frequency vibration particle lightsaber. As for Nanimfu, he directly seized this power. In an instant, all the blocked doors seemed to be opened one by one. Let's go. Wang Wei, who saw this scene, gave his head slightly. This nymph's electronic warfare ability is really strong, but I don't know how the stars will compare with Nymph. Perhaps it is not a focus on aspects. While thinking, Wang Wei this chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading while taking Alice, Tanya, Coulson, and Icarus into the deepest part of the base. Although Wang Wei is about to destroy the base of Hydra. However, Wang Wei also wants to take away some of the useful black technologies to fill the technology tree that is gradually being broken in the Gongyui base. So strong. When Wang Wei and others walked past him, Wanda stared closely at the two young girls. Lili, who was following Wang Wei. A tender pink girl looks cute, but it gives Wanda a deep sense of threat. And the sense of threat the nun Lili in nun's clothes gave Wanda was no less than that the cute girl with three nose. Where did this strength come from? By the way, hasn't Wang Wei come yet? This party is about to begin. Looking at his watch, Tony said hesitantly. After all, this party can't be left alone. Wang Wei promised to come, so he must come back. I don't know, maybe something went wrong. Right. While lying on the recliner, Dr. Banner said indifferently. At this moment, several figures slowly flew out from the distant night sky. When these figures fell, Tony's nervous little heart, this one loosened slightly. Fortunately, it is not the enemy. Wang Wei, why did you come so late? Looking at Wang Wei, who was followed by a sister, Tony's eyes swept up and down. Except for Alice, who he knew a long time ago, none of the remaining people Tony knew. Wait a minute, what's the matter with girl Lili? Wait, Wang Wei, you are not going to abduct these girl Lili, right? You know, starting in 3 years, the highest death penalty. As a person who came by, Tony hurriedly pulled Wang Wei aside and muttered quietly. However, Tony was even more curious about the 4 young girls who came here. Lorry, each of them put away their wings. If Tony is not mistaken, those wings seem to be energy wings, etc. The nun Lili in nun clothes puts away like a steel lily. You can spread rumors to me again, believe it or not, I'll beat you. With eyelids, Wang Wei directly ignored Tony's 3-year start and the highest death penalty. This law is only for those who have no power or power. For the powerful Wang Wei, are these still things? Good evening, Wang Wei. These are all. With a smile on his face, Dr. Banner walked over and greeted Wang Wei. However, as a good old man, Dr. Banner gave Wang Wei an opportunity to introduce everyone. Tell everyone about it. I saw that the members of the Avengers were basically in a situation. Even the 3 princesses were depressed at this time because they were restrained by their abilities, and they blocked their mouths and waited quietly for Wang Wei's introduction. For the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Fellow Novels. Chapter 82, I am a peace-loving person. For more, Seeking subscription. The previous picture was caused by a mistake. It has been modified. Brothers, you can look back. Kaifeng promises that I won't commit anymore. After a little thought, Wang Wei chose to introduce it to everyone. These two are new employees of Umbrella. You haven't seen it before. Speaking of pushing the two Wonder brothers out. Although somewhat confused, Wonder, who sold himself to Wang Wei, stood up openly. Only Fast Silver. This guy who has just walked out of the training tank is a little tired at this time. As for this, it is Agent Tanya who previously assisted everyone in commanding the battle. After thinking about it a little bit, Wang Wei seemed to have thought that Tanya's previous position was an agent. In that case, he simply revealed the agent's identity. As for the four of them, 44. Having said this, Wang Wei looked at everyone with a smirk. Under everyone expected eyes, Wang Wei smiled and said, "They are all my sisters, the cutest sisters." This name of something was directly ordered to stop by Wang Wei. In the absence of outsiders, it is better to shout. If you shout out in front of these guys, then change to titles such as Diluo Lai Kong are definitely a stain that Wang Wei can't erase. This kind of stain is impossible, and because of this, the four girls, Lori, remember Wang Wei's instructions. When there are outsiders, he directly calls Wang Wei his brother. Well, it's called nice. This name makes Wang Wei feel a little airy. Sister. Hearing this kind of rhetoric, everyone present looked weird, especially the third princess. This somewhat stunned fellow has his eyes lowered and kept turning. Everyone, now that everyone is here, let's start the party. Tony, who gave Wang Wei a weird look under Wang Wei's fish-eyed expression, could only choose to start this party. As for the real sister, I will talk about it later. It is indeed a bit unnatural to ask questions on this occasion. But for Tony, even if he doesn't say it on this occasion, it doesn't mean he doesn't ask. At this time, Tony, who was nesting in a corner, grabbed Wang Wei and asked, "Wang Wei, do you know your current situation as the best friend and the person he trusts most?" Tony is extremely worried about Wang Wei. After all, what Wang Wei has now has really reached a certain level. However, it is precisely because he has reached a certain level that Zhuo is worried. What kind of situation is the situation if it is those big hooligans? That is not a problem at all. Think about it from another angle. What do you think of them? With a smile on his lips, he didn't answer Tony positively. In the absence of Icarus and others, Wang Wei is still just a fake tiger, relying on the unknown behind him, making the big gangsters jealous. But when Icarus and others appeared, and the unused old heavenly palace God King divine body in Wang Wei's hand. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Wang Wei can guarantee that except for the big men like Yu Yi Mage, the big rascal is a fart. As long as you don't want to, let the world return to the wartime in minutes. This is Wang Wei's real confidence. Wang Wei did not use the old God King's body of the old Tang Gong because of many scruples. But it doesn't mean that Wang Wei does not have enough cards. Being able to resist mushroom eggs is the best proof against the big hooligan. Okay, maybe you have a way to solve it. Tony can't help but say something about Wang Wei's swearing appearance. However, deep in Tony's heart, there is still a thought hidden. As long as Wang Wei is not doing something anti-human. Regardless of in any case, Tony tried his best to save Wang Wei in the end. I always feel that you want to say more than this. He raised his brows slightly, and Wang Wei could clearly see Tony hesitating expression. But it was precisely because of this that Wang Wei asked directly. The questions I want to ask are many. But I know you don't necessarily know how to say it. Those are your secrets. As a friend, I respect your secret, and when you want to tell me, I will listen carefully. But for me now, I feel that I am far from you. Tony drank heavily and spit out like a spit. Nana used to think that he was a super genius. But in front of Wang Wei, his genius value could not be displayed at all. Not only could it not be shown, but it was also beaten by Wang Wei. Oh, ha 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 ha. I do have many secrets. Many people want to know my secret. But don't worry, Tony. No matter how frantic I am, I will never do anything against humanity. As for the war or something, the decision is not in my hands. After all, I am also a peace-loving person, because I am afraid of death." As if laughing at himself, Wang Wei smiled and explained to Tony. No one likes war. Everything that Wang Wei has done so far is to be able to survive under the snap of the purple potato essence. Alright, I can't tell you. Come for a drink." Tony shook his head and didn't bother to argue with Wang Wei. This kind of thing is simply a fruitless thing. "Hello there. My name is Natasha." When I came to Tanya and looked at this hot blonde beauty, Natasha simply stepped forward to say hello. Tanya. Looking at the woman in the black leather jacket, Tanya raised her brows slightly. If Tanya's eyes are correct, then this person named Natasha has used genetic medicine in all likelihood. "Thank you this time." Natasha, who toasted a glass of wine to Tanya, said with a smile. Chapter 83. The Drunk Lily. 5watch/subscription. You don't need to thank me. If you want to, thank the commander. After all, this is his order. Tanya, who shrugged slightly, didn't mind Natasha's thanks. "Commander?" Natasha, who was chanting such a few words, had no idea what she was thinking at the bottom of her eyes. "Hello. My name is Banner. I can be regarded as a doctor of energetics." Gently pushing the glasses on the bridge of his nose, Dr. Banner moved the wine glass in his hand at the slightly uncomfortable Wanda and Pietro. For Dr. Banner, joining Umbrella Group may be a good choice. Wanda, Pitlo. The brothers and sisters came to greet Dr. Banner, who had come to greet him, and it was difficult to refuse him. After all, in Pietro's heart, it was hard to get a long-term meal ticket that could take them in without studying them. At least it is still impossible not to give Wang Wei face. "This is mine." "You fool Asgardian. Don't grab my dessert." "Wow, come, have a drink." Burp. "Drink." "Let's drink." "'Cause you are drunk." "Drink less." At this moment, the four young girls Lori are cheerful, adding a lot of happiness to this party. Especially the nun, Lori Coase, who hiccups while holding a red wine bottle, showed a demeanor similar to that of a hairy man. Everyone who watched couldn't help but laugh. The party didn't end until late. When it was approaching, Wang Wei hugged him and fell asleep. After the drunk Coase greeted everyone, he went straight back to his villa. "You guys will live here for now. There are still a lot of empty rooms." While talking, Wang Wei said with a smile, looking at the many young girls behind him. Then, "Commander, I'm going to take a shower first." Tanya, who had also drunk a lot of wine, cast a wink at Wang Wei and walked directly into the bathroom. "But what does the half-closed bathroom door mean?" "You think you can attract me to joke?" For this bathroom door, Wang Wei has no idea of going in and watching. As for Wanda and Pietro, they lived in a villa next door. After all, his current identity is an employee of Umbrella Group. What is it like living in your own house? "Well, Alice, you give Coase a good Washington. Then let her go to sleep." After a glance, Alice was preparing to make tea for herself. Wang Wei can only press the thoughts in his heart to the bottom of his heart. So sad. I really want to do it, but I have to be reserved. But this Coase really can't let him drink alcohol in the future. This thing is simply a scourge. Not only did he harm Coase, but he also evoked evil thoughts in his heart. Sin. The three of you, also each find a place to rest. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. He looked at Icarus, Asgardian and Nymph with a behaving face. After Wang Wei handed Coase in his arms to Alice, gently rubbed the little heads of these three young girls Lori and said with a smile, "Yeah, good night, good night, good night." After three behaved little angels said good night to Wang Wei, they went upstairs one after another and went together. "Nay, Nymph. Do you want to take a bath together?" "No, I won't take a bath with you, idiot." "Icarus, take a bath with you." "Number, I want to take a shower by myself." Looking at Asgardian, who was constantly encouraging Nymph to take a bath with Icarus, Wang Wei couldn't help smiling. This is life. The previous days were really boring. "Here, there is one last chance to sign in. Do you want to use it?" Sitting on the balcony, Wang Wei began to think. There is still one chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to use it? Let's use it. Thinking about it this way, Wang Wei directly decided to use this lucky draw opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon Ball Universe Space Capsule Technology. As the voice of the system fell, Another piece of knowledge poured directly into Wang Wei's head. However, this piece of knowledge is obviously unable to constitute an independent individual. It is stored directly. Space capsule technology. After thinking about it a little bit in his head, Wang Wei directly began to acquire this technique. However, as Wang Wei continued to acquire it, the joy in Wang Wei's heart also boiled. What a good thing! Wang Wei, who had been immersed in the space capsule technology for about half an hour, couldn't help but nodded heavily. The space capsule technology uses a technology of folding space, shrinking space, and subspace to store some things. Among them, there is a great demand for the use of space. However, I took a look at my Cosmic Cube space gem that was put away. Wang Wei smiled. After owning the Cosmos Cube, are you afraid that you cannot use space technology? Now, Umbrella's technology tree is crooked again. A science magician who doesn't want to play with space technology is not a good biologist. However, these space capsules can be combined with space magic in science magic. While thinking about it, Wang Wei began to have a deep interest in his heart. When the space capsule technology is combined with the space magic of scientific magic, what kind of sparks will erupt? But there seem to be a lot of research projects in my hands. The cracking of Thor's blood gene, the cracking of the blood gene of 3 Princess Loki, the technical research of the Zytagrin, the specialization of the Nemesis in biochemistry, the qualitative change of the Transformers Legion, the qualitative change of the Cavalry Legion, plus the various research and application of scientific magic in his hand, and the technology tree of the intelligent angel civilization problem. There is also a generation of divine king divine body of the old heaven palace, plus the universe Rubik's cube in my hand, as well as the psychic scepter, etc. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 84, Shanti's Quantum Aircraft Carrier, 6 updates, seeking subscription. Big head. Don't want to know it, just think of it. There are too many research projects under Wang Wei's hand. Come slowly. After all, it may take a little time next. After a little thought, Wang Wei directly decided to start with the most urgently needed aspects. A few days later, with Wang Wei's instructions, Wang Yuan went directly to the meeting to face the so-called banquet invitations of those big gangsters. At this banquet invitation, the two parties had a friendly exchange. He also expressed his understanding and acceptance of some of the suggestions and questions raised by both parties. After a complicated and somewhat long conversation, the big gangster finally reluctantly agreed to the various requirements of the Umbrella Group. So far, Umbrella has no any gap between the Blue Star and the big gangster. Both sides have launched strong support and expansion in economic and trade. So, you are going to join my Umbrella Group? Looking at Dr. Banner, who came directly to the door, Wang Wei looked at such an entry application. Looking at Dr. Banner with a weird expression. Yes, after all, I want to have a meal too. Pushing the eyes on his face, Dr. Banner said with a smile at Wang Wei. In recent days, Umbrella's series of actions have been seen by Dr. Banner. If Dr. Banner chose to join the Umbrella Group at first, it was just a choice. So now, it is a real choice to join. Nanas, as long as Lao Tzu joins the Umbrella Group. General Rose, you dare to move me to try and hum? With a slight turn of the eyes, Wang Wei can more or less guess the addition of Dr. Banner. Regardless of how he got a doctor for free, why Wang Wei didn't want to be more important is that this doctor still has the fighting power of the Hulk. When something is alright, it is beautiful to draw a few tubes of blood and conduct research to increase the strength of the tyrant. Okay, I agree. I will directly appoint you as the research director of a department. While talking, Wang Wei shouted directly outside, Jane, come in. Mary Jane, who was waiting outside the reception room, walked in directly. At this time, Mary Jane, wearing a secretary uniform, even added a few seductive uniforms. But for Mary Jane, this is really a rare opportunity. Since joining the Umbrella Group, Mary Jane has really been one of the few kings contemporarily become Wang Wei's secretary. I was so excited to death. Chairman Mary Jane with a smile on her face walked in directly on the catwalk. Make arrangements for Dr. Banner. The head of this department is Dr. Banner. In the future, what research funding? If it is a research project, it will be based on Dr. Banner. Other departments have no right to intervene. After a little thought, Wang Wei directly gave Dr. Banner a dash. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. A big privilege. In this way, within the entire umbrella group, except for the secretary department dedicated to Wang Wei, the department that can manage Dr. Banner, only Wang Wei himself is left. After all, Umbrella Group does not have any shareholder meetings or the like. This is a group exclusively controlled by Wang Wei. Thank you. Then, with a slight smile, Dr. Banner just nodded to express his gratitude for Wang Wei's decentralization behavior. It's nothing. After all, they are all their own. While talking, Wang Wei arranged for Dr. Banner. When Dr. Banner left, Wang Wei also stood up and moved his bones. It looks like, I really want to have never inspected my company. Standing up, Wang Wei thought of such a very serious question. My company hasn't inspected it itself. Isn't it normal, as an inspiration to become the greatest scientific magician, this kind of thing must be changed? Therefore, the inspection or something is still aside. Let's study those projects first. The future has long been unpredictable. The successor that was once set has become a confusing existence at this moment. Above the temple of Taj Nakama, the supreme mage slowly rubbed the time gem in his hand, while speaking earnestly. Every moment there will be a parallel world. But in countless parallel worlds, this is the first time that the future is blurred. Also the only time. The changes in the world have surpassed the estimation of the Supreme Master Yi. Sometimes time is really worthless. A few months in a hurry. For the people in the city of Forum, the alien attack a few months ago made them remember the Umbrella Group. It also makes the whole world remember the heroic performance of the Umbrella Group. If one of the most popular groups is evaluated, then the Umbrella Group will definitely use a super high number of votes, far exceeding the judgment of everyone. In this number, what major changes have happened to others in the span of a month? Wang Wei is not very clear, but Wang Wei knew that the power he held now had definitely more than doubled. This is the quantum aircraft carrier you transformed. Seeing this monster in front of me, which is much larger than the ordinary aircraft carrier, the corner of Wang Wei's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Nanas was just for such a Wang Wei to smash in resources for half a month. The resource units spent in it have already broken through 50 to 100 billion. Just to make such a freak. Even the former Zetagrin war beasts, in front of this guy is a younger brother. If the Zetagrin war beasts have a body length of thousands of meters, then this guy has a height of 8 kilometers. Chapter 85. Quantum Infinite Power Aerospace Mothership, 7 more, seeking subscription. It's not an exaggeration for Nima to say that it is a cosmic version of an aircraft carrier. Yes, Commander. This is the latest combat aircraft carrier that we have developed based on the technology of many civilizations. The whole process is a quantized infinite power aerospace carrier. As if proud, the engineer in charge of this quantum aircraft carrier solemnly explained to Wang Wei with a look of pride. Don't talk so much nonsense, first talk about the war potential of this thing. Wang Wei, who directly told the guy in front of him to shut up, directly asked for the data value of this war potential. Although there are enough data values on paper, but when I really saw this thing, Wang Wei's little heart is plopping too. Madman, a bunch of lunatics. I'm crazy too. For such a freak-like guy, I went crazy with it. Okay, let me first solemnly explain to you the various values of this quantum infinite power aerospace carrier. The quantum infinite power aerospace mothership is made of the most advanced materials in our hands. This thing has a body length of 8,000 meters, a body height of nearly 2,000 meters, and a body length of more than 1,000 meters. Weight, estimated to be 100,000 tons. It can fly in the universe, and the same can be sailed at the bottom of the deep sea. The whole body is placed on 3,000 quantized enamel cannons, and it can cover the attack without difference. The attack power of each quantum enamel cannon is not weaker than the saturation bombing of several missiles. Inside, There are 10 mutant mushroom eggs each with an equivalent of 80 million, enough to completely destroy any continent. Besides, it's even among 10,000 Transformers members, and 30,000 soldiers with supernatural powers, basic personnel ratio. In addition to these, there is even more. Listen to the endless talk of the chief engineer. Wang Wei couldn't help but wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Madman. What a madman. I also went crazy. Really, in the past few months, Wang Wei took a willful shot. Unexpectedly, he pulled out the Shenzhou base vehicle in the Red Police 3, under the complementarity of the Shenzhou base vehicle and the Gongyui base vehicle. Directly came up with such a monster. It can be said that as long as this thing puts all the weapons on it, people are abundant. So, it should be no problem to push the entire Blue Star horizontally. After all, this special mother is regarded as a cosmic space carrier. So, you have said so much. I want to express. Watching this chief engineer talk so much to himself, Wang Wei asked directly in the eyes of the other party's expectation. This guy really made one and stopped the production of this red alert planet for half a month. The price is really not small. I want actual combat data. Commander, only in actual combat can we more detect the real problems of this space carrier. Also, if you can, I want the commander to space this. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The mothership is being fired. With the voice of the chief engineer falling, the eyes of the 10 or so Transformers Corps commanders present flickered. Under the situation that Shenzhou base vehicles are also incorporated, although the Shenzhou base has not yet undergone a comprehensive construction upgrade, but some of them should have been obtained by Wang Wei. Tender. Upon hearing this result, Wang Wei's brows wrinkled tightly. Is there on the red alert planet? The original aircraft carrier has it, but in front of the space carrier, it is like a cargo ship with a kayak on it. It seems funny, but it is a matter of fact. The key to the problem is that it is not a waste of fire. But no one can direct this battle. I understand your mood, but we don't seem to have anyone who can command this space carrier to fight. With a helpless look, Wang Wei spread his hands directly at the chief engineer. This is not an ordinary aircraft carrier for incineration. Even if the aircraft carrier undergoes incineration, it needs a certain amount of soldiers to assist. If there are any advantages and disadvantages compared to ordinary aircraft carriers, it is that the control sensitivity of aircraft carriers far exceeds the level of deployment of normal people. Upon hearing this, the chief engineer couldn't help but get discouraged. After all, if this monster is truly fully equipped, it is almost equivalent to the command power of a normal large-scale combined army of 300,000 people. With a large-scale command of 300,000 people, there is really no red alert planet. This is why Wang Wei hasn't had a large-scale explosive force. There is no shortage of resources, as long as the mining vehicle is crazy in the early stage. No matter whether you are the price of tens of thousands of units or the price of hundreds of units, it makes no difference. The key is the commander. No one can command, just like a swarm, use it as cannon fodder. It's pure nonsense. Binghai is not like that. What you throw out is not cannon fodder, but countless resources. Let me try. After thinking about it a little bit, it seems that after the Shenzhou base vehicle is merged with the Gongyui base, I don't care much. Let's see if there is a hero who can command this monster to fight. While talking, Wang Wei walked towards the center of the Gongyui base. When Wang Wei opened the panel, there are really heroes on this, more than one. The first place was a heroic woman wearing a general costume. Nothing else about this woman. She looked at the rank, a proper lieutenant general. It's stable. Without thinking, Wang Wei directly chose to recruit this woman. As for the other one, she is also a heroic woman, but she is a woman with a sullen look. So what is the full name of General Liang? I remember there was another hero of the special team nicknamed Black Lotus, but I don't know what the full name of Black Lotus is. To read the novel without underline, please download fellow novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 86. No, I'm looking for someone to start the film. 8 update/subscription. On his body is a black military uniform, and the rare ones are not the military uniforms of Gongyue and Shenzhou. As for the military rank on this woman, it was a major. Not high, not low. In front of that lieutenant general is a younger brother. But it doesn't matter. With this kind of thinking, Wang Wei directly recruited. After both of them had chosen to recruit, Wang Wei walked directly outside. The current red alert planet can be said to be a real big change. After the mining truck digs a piece of land, it can barely look like on the red alert planet. Some areas are directly divided through some methods. Central control area, production area, storage area, and research area. In addition to these, there is a city here. A human city built by Wang Wei, nodding his head, and this city was built by Wang Wei in accordance with the model of Academy City. As for the role of customized female soldiers, Wang Wei just wanted to talk about cheating. Who can think that these guys are proper logistics auxiliary type tanks driving them? They are good at medical first aid, they are good at communication eavesdropping, and they are good at mechanical repairs. They are also good at logistics assistance. It can be said that apart from the supernaturalization, these customized female soldiers are weaker than the ability soldiers in terms of combat effectiveness. Outside, the rest are really complete soldiers with the ability to sling. Because of this, Wang Wei had to recruit a group of customized female soldiers on a large scale. For Transformers members, if there is a driver in the body, then their combat effectiveness is completely the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 3. You said that's it. Can Wang Wei not recruit customized female soldiers on a large scale? Commander, do we really want to fight with that monster? With a shocked expression on her face, Tanya licked her lips, watching Wang Wei's eyes light up and asking, "This big guy, just give a certain amount of time. Even if there is no need to escort the formation, you can squeeze some surface civilizations." It's so terrifying. The difference between cosmic civilization and surface civilization is that the advent of machine guns has made the nomads, they can sing and dance, are no different. They are all crushing types. Maybe, probably after a slight pause, Wang Wei could only infarct. This war is not meant to be fought. You said that driving this guy back to the stars is of no use except to show off his might. But if you start a war, Wang Wei is a little worried about the old thing Odin and the Great Master of Supreme Mage. After all, until now, Wang Wei hasn't gone to Asgard to ask for compensation. Let's look again. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Wei could only choose to postpone the issue of war for the time being. If it doesn't work, I will go to Asgard to ask for compensation, and then I will ask for a wanted picture of the Cosmic Bandit. When the time comes, I will know it after a fight. Sir, news from Biochemical Island said that Nemesis had successfully tested it. Fully able to fight 1 against 5. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading Tyrant. At this time, Jiang Yu and others who were holding several positions quickly reported to Wang Wei. In a sense of 1 enemy and 5, this nemesis is still amazing. Wang Wei stopped and praised without hesitation. After Wang Wei took Hulk's blood several times, the members of the Tyrant Legion are constantly updated with genetic samples. Every Tyrant now has the strength of 6 stars and 6 peaks. Even the very few Tyrants have 7-star combat effectiveness. And these Tyrants are also more interesting, after the strength is collectively promoted to 6-star 6. They all have a trace of sane, similar to Hulk's childish mind. However, Wang Wei did not erase these minds, and minds still used biochemical chips to brainwash these children and instill knowledge, and the 7-star combat level that can be properly matched with the goddess of Nemesis with 1 enemy and 5. That is the previous Xumyu. But there is a problem with this one. A slightly awkward Jiang Yu slowly reported to Wang Wei. What's the problem? When he raised his brows, Wang Wei came straight up. These Nemesis need female primitive humans as experimental subjects. But its success rate is only 1 in 10,000%. But having said this, Jiang Yu has continued. The Tyrant's current subject is a male primitive, but the success rate is now only maintained at 1%. The female primitive person is an important issue of primitive reproduction. Trouble. No. This war must find time to start. At this moment, Wang Wei, who had a slight toothache, also decided that a war was needed. Otherwise, Just let the profligacy of these guys. The primitive people on this red alert planet are not enough for those lunatics to use. Don't turn your eyes on the soldiers under you. Wipe. With a face of toothache, Wang Wai left the red alert planet directly. The latest black technology products on the red alert planet are like bamboo shoots after the rain, appearing crazy. As for how much value it can have, it is not known. Professor, it's you. Sorry. Wang Wai, who returned to the umbrella building, decided that he would better inspect his building a bit. However, after Wang Wai, who was walking in the corridor of this building, was abruptly hit by this corner, Peter Parker, who was walking without raising his head, was hit with full of arms. What's the matter? Your look is wrong. If you're unwell, I can set you up for a few days of vacation. Take a good rest. Looking at this Peter Parker who came to the Umbrella Group to work because of worship, belief and other relations. Chapter 87, Girl Laurie, Isn't She Fragrant? 9 updates/subscription, Wang Wai took care of it a little bit. If there are any black spots in Umbrella, apart from buying and selling piglets in the early stage, there are basically no black spots. After seeing Wang Wai's strength, Mr. Wilson directly cleaned up those who were responsible for buying and selling piglets. It's not a personal matter, Professor. It's some work. Peter Parker with eyes looked a little immature at this time. However, as Peter Parker, who has just left the title of intern, is able to achieve the position of guarder in the investment department. Of course, there is Wang Wai's acquiescence, but it is also inseparable from Peter Parker's own efforts. Working things. Let's go, let's talk. After all, I haven't worked for a long time. When talking about this, Wang Wai laughed a little. While talking, Wang Wai and Peter Parker went to the side of the hall seat. It's such a professor. An organization claiming to be a biological institution came directly to the door, said to use our umbrella's ability to cooperate to produce a certain medicine that can solve the problem of illness. However, I always feel that this guy is not reliable. But this guy is very annoying and keeps coming to him. While talking, Peter Parker was really annoyed by this man. I took out a copy of the information in the folder directly. After seeing this information, Wang Wai did not have much reaction at first. Well, biological recovery, the cells obtained from plants are like plant cells, which are constantly recovering. How do I feel? A familiar feeling. Some Wang Wai who couldn't remember couldn't help scratching his head. However, at first glance at Wang Wai's hand, this information is indeed no problem. No problem is the biggest problem for Wang Wai, a senior medical doctor. From the aspect of plant cells to repair human body cells, Wang Wai's thousands of engineers did not have such a lunatic, but they were disabled by playing. This research plan is still being played on the Red Alert planet. What is his purpose for looking for you? Wang Wai, who threw this piece of information to Peter Parker, directly smiled and asked. As for the conspiracy question or not, Wang Wai is not worried at all. Anyone who is an enemy of the Umbrella Group will be wanted by the big gangsters. Not to mention that the tens of thousands of capable soldiers in the Umbrella Group are displayed. Since the alien invasion incident, after several Hydra bases were violently demolished, everyone put out the attention of the Umbrella Group. With this kind of force in hand, you can still get the support of the big gangsters. Are you trying to kill Umbrella? I am now mainly responsible for the affiliated medical group of the Tuck Industry Group in close cooperation. I don't know what they are looking for. At this time, Peter Parker, who was also depressed, said with a face in tears. But for Wang Wai, none of these. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's a problem. I just understand it. Since people are looking for door-to-door cooperation, whether you can cooperate is up to you employees. Correct. Where's your little friend? It's been a long time since Wang Wai didn't see the boy Harry who was stuck with Peter Parker. The whole person couldn't help but wonder. You know, this Harry and Peter Parker are not separated from each other. He is now taking over the Osborn Group. Speaking of his little friend, Peter Parker felt a little lost. After all, the Green Devil's affairs have a lot to do with Peter Parker himself. After Peter Parker's investigation, it was finally discovered that the Green Devil was his friend, Harry's father. This is a bit unacceptable. Go back to take over the Osborn group. After thinking about it a little bit, in Wang Weina's limited memory, it seems that the reason why Harry took over the Osborn group was precisely because he had been hung up on his old father's appearance and knew if he had hung up the relationship between money, well, so be it. As a good friend of yours, you can't say nothing if it's right. I vaguely remember that the Osborn group really wanted to specialize in energy and other industries. Looking back, I asked you Yan to sign a contract. You go have a good chat with your good friend. While nodding, Wang Wei thought that what he was doing was quite right. After all, Harry is also a good friend of Little Spider. Take the name of the group to contact the relationship and help her little brother. Anyway, Wang Wei felt that he was interesting enough. It depends on whether this Little Spider can be more interesting and handle the relationship between the two more harmoniously. Peter Parker, who heard Wang Wei's order, forced his face even harder. Finally, he responded weakly with a good sentence. No way, the Green Devil is Harry's father. This thing really can't be said. What's even more cheating is that the citizens of the whole city of Forums know that they have fallen down on the Green Devil. If this happens all the time, that is really nonsense. Not only can't everything happen, I can't let Professor Wang, who I admire most, see it. For the Little Spider who is entangled in how to face his friends. Wang Wei simply chose to ignore it. After chatting for a while, Wang Wei directly ran back to his villa. No way. There are those 4 young girls in the villa. Girl Lily, she doesn't smell sweet and milky. Lily, isn't she okay? Why should she specifically look for girls who have passed the expiration date? And the 4 Lily girls of Wang Wei's family have been alive in these recent times. Australia, who is a little bit passionate, is also a master who can't stay idle. When Wang Wei went to the Red Alert planet, there is even more noise in this villa. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Less than please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 88, When Lily Becomes a Hero. 10 updates, seeking subscription. Even Coase was taken along with him. And Tony, who lives not far from Wang Wei, saw the faces of these noisy girls, and Lily had a slight headache. If it is an ordinary lily to making noise, no matter how much it is, she will not toss the sound into this basement. And Astria is like a big fool who can't run out of energy. Coase, who is mad and crazy, often hits directly on this sea level every 3 days. One big hit in 5 days. Residents in the villa area near here have chosen to move out of here. Tony, who couldn't help it, pointed a weight to these 2 crazy girls. Isn't it okay? There are so many criminals in this city of Forums. Go ahead and solve it. Under the bewilderment of Tony's various God operations, after sending out some small things one after another, Coase and Astoria directly became active in this city of Forums. The armor with the umbrella logo, spread wings, waving a sharp sword in his hand above the city of Forums. Constantly punish those mutants who commit crimes. Also because of this, these 2 crazy Lily have won the title of Chic Nun Angel, and the elegant name of Battle Angel. Leaving this Marvel world is only a short period of weeks. After learning that these 2 guys were bewitched by Tony, such a thing happened. Wang Wei directly killed the fire. Nanas, if you don't kill him back, maybe these 2 crazy Lily will go to a certain dog family to maintain world peace. If this is the case, it would be a complete bullshit. Fortunately, this nymph is a dead house. Icarus is a natural stupid. Otherwise, Wang Wei will really have a headache. I really want Tony to do a good job this time. Gritting his teeth, Wang Wei sat directly on top of the thunderstorm and hurried towards his home. There are also Alice and Tanya riding on the polar silver fox. As for the Wonder brothers and sisters, now it's like a rice bug. It's not salted fish in my villa. Just go to the group to sign in. Then go out for various strolls. In the early stage, the 2 brothers and sisters were also worried that Wang Wei would plot against them. But after waiting for a while, the brother and sister found out. Wang Wei completely forgot the 2 of them. Coupled with the news from Xumu's side knocking, I know, save the 2 of them. Brother and sister. It's a matter of piloting. People originally wanted to destroy this Hydra base. When Wang Wei had just returned to the door of the villa, Icarus, who was in home clothes, stood at the door and welcomed Wang Wei's return. Seeing this look of Icarus, Wang Wei can only say that he feels a little bit cute. This is natural. These three nothings. This pink hair, not cute, not spoiled, or human. Good afternoon. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading Icarus. Why are you alone here? With a kind smile on his face, Wang Wei gently placed his hand on Icarus's head and asked with a smile. Feeling the long-lost touch of the big hand, Icarus felt a sense of joy before he came. The power furnace is tumbling. Asgardian is playing with Go's. Nymph is making children in the hive with the Red Queen. Just like a well-behaved girl, Icarus responded gently in front of Wang Wei. These two guys. As soon as I heard Asgardian and Go's playing outside, I didn't need to think about it. I knew that these two crazy Lili must be doing a chivalrous fight again. It's really a person with enough brainless blood, and one with enough madness. What does Nymph mean by making children with Hong Empress? Some confused Wang Wei directly turned around and asked. Because Nymph talked to Mr. Stark for a while. I feel more interested in Stark's personal butler. I went straight to the hive to find the Red Queen. The two of them started saying that they wanted to make a group of children out. It's like explaining the process of an event. Icarus slowly explained to Wang Wei. Is this making an electronic wizard? Stopped and returned to the villa. Wang Wei couldn't help thinking about it. Electronic wizard. This is just a name. If it is converted into another name, it is intelligent life form. This is a life form that belongs to a special civilization. Each intelligent life form is an independent individual, and there is no central control system or the like to restrict them. All intelligent life forms are active in a server, and this is also one of the few special civilizations in the interstellar civilization system. Don't ask Wang Weizhen whether he knows this kind of civilization, whether so many novels in the previous life are for nothing, plus the auxiliary systems that Wang Wei possesses. The Red Queen, Taiyo Lake, the stars, and thousands of stars. These are all electronic wizards. But it is not yet considered an intelligent life form. They have not broken away from the category of independence. Only Jarvis has vaguely stepped into the category of intelligent life forms. If it were to be counted, the Transformers army and these intelligent angels would be regarded as alternative and unique intelligent life forms. No. There is no end to this. I want to kill Tony for a good meal. When I think of my two cute Lili girls, they will be like this. Wang Wei felt that this matter couldn't be delayed with Tony. I absolutely must let the other party show some blood while talking. Wang Wei directly walked towards Tony's residence excitedly, and Alice and Tanya who were following Wang Wei could only helplessly continue to follow. Icarus at the door paused for a while, and followed closely. Fellow reminds you, reading 3 things to collect, recommended less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP is blocked. Greater than. Chapter 89. Do you have an anti-Tony Warframe? 11th update, seeking subscription. Good afternoon, Mr. When Wang Wei just walked into Tony's villa, Jarvis's voice rang directly in the living room. Good afternoon, Jarvis. Where's Tony? Nodded slightly. Wang Wei asked directly where he was. Mr. is in the basement. Now we are adjusting the performance of the steel suit. While talking, Jarvis directly told Wang Wei some things Tony is doing now. Very good, Jarvis smiled slightly. Wang Wei, with a small gadget flashing between his hands, walked directly into Tony's basement. If you say, anyone can enter your Tony's basement. Small pepper counts as one. Wang Wei is also considered one. However, looking at the little thing in his hand, Wang Wei unconsciously pulled the tab open. Throw it directly in. Boom. As this thing was thrown in, a thick cloud of smoke came out directly. What's the situation with what fuck? Ahem. Looking at the smoke coming from the shop, Tony Lemon ran into the red silkfish armor he was debugging. But before he ran in, the heavy smoke directly gave Tony a blow. The continuous coughing sound rang directly inside this armor. Jarvis, turn on the exhaust. I want these intruders to feel my anger. Tony, kneeling on the ground, directly turned on the infrared combat function. Good sir. As Jarvis's voice fell, The fast-coming and fast-going smoke was blown away. But after standing up in front of Tony, looking at Wang Wei with a strange smile on his face, if he didn't come, Tony felt a chill behind him. "Manny, what's the situation, Tony? How can you tell me how to thank you?" Looking at the little thing that bumped his hand, Tony knew that the smoke just now was definitely caused by Wang Wei. "What do you want to do?" Seeing the unkind Wang Wei, Tony quickly took a defensive posture. The ghost knows what Wang Wei will do. "It's nothing. It's just that as a brother, I've prepared a whole piece of that to confuse my two idiot sisters who are chivalrous bastards." Following Wang Wei's words fell. The thing that looked like a flashlight flashed a constant whip. "Say okay first, not slap in the face, my cow Wang Wei, you bastard. I believe in you so much." Doing what Icarus, who was staying above, heard a scream from the basement. He couldn't help but raised his head and asked Alice and the others. "This one they are playing." Alice and Tanya, with eyes floating around, sat in this living room while clinking glasses and drinking, while wandering around and talking. After a while, I looked at Tony, who was a little bit swollen in front of him. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Tanya still couldn't stand it, so she took Tony some ice cubes to apply her face. "You guy is too cruel to start." Right while applying ice cubes to his face, Tony mumbled to Wang Wei. Seeing Tony like this, Wang Wei felt that he was refreshed. Sure enough, one's own happiness still has to be built on the suffering of others. Easy to say, but in other words, you have done war armor a little too frequently recently. While talking about Wang Wei, he made himself a good cup of tea and said with a smile, "The battle armor I make frequently can't match you no matter how often." Speaking of this, Tony rolled his eyes after he gave the second-generation battle armor to Wang Wei. Since then, the two people have taken different paths to the battle armor. Wang Wei directly upgraded the performance of these battle armors, and then mass-produced them for practical use. Tony, on the other hand, has created highly sophisticated armors based on their respective performance and functional direction. It can be said that there are advantages between the two. "Oh, but these battle armors you built are sure to deal with all aspects of combat." As if asking, Wang Wei directly smiled at Tony and asked, "That is, high-speed type, special attack type, defensive type, diving type, amphibious type, ternary type, anti-Thor armor, anti-Hulk armor, anti-magic armor, anti-energy armor, etc." I did it all. When it comes to his armor, Tony's face is full of pride. As long as he needs it, Tony can adapt to all fighting styles. Among them is the anti-science magic armor. "But you don't know much about these scientific magics." "It's not finished yet." When it comes to this, Tony has a toothache. Tony doesn't know much about the knowledge of scientific magic. This kind of thing has caused this anti-science magic armor to be completed by only 80%. There is still a part that is not completed. "In other words, you made an anti-me armor, right?" His eyes floated lightly, and Wang Wei didn't care much about Tony's actions. After all, he has a lot of power. "Yes, let's discuss how I want to make my anti-science magic armor." This novel is first published by Dragon QQ4929238872. Don't be fooled by other fakes. Unique fellow novel backup group 672,171,357 fellow novel internal group 1,142,529,731 fellow novel internal group 2,929,082,961 more exciting fellow novels are in the hands of the owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you will not be fooled by those deceptive groups. Attachment: this work comes from the internet and published books. The work is only for readers' preview. Please delete it within 24 hours of downloading. It must not be used for commercial purposes. If you think this book is good, please buy a genuine book. Thank you for your support. Key points: I hope I can keep this paragraph when reprinted. It's a bit hard to organize, but retention is a virtue, and so you let me give you some knowledge of popular science and magic. Looking at this somewhat grinning Tony, Wang Wei rolled his eyes and replied without mercy, "You are thinking of eating skin." Bye. but I'm even more curious about whether you have that set of armors in these armors. Which set? Anti-Tony armor? Did you make it? With a playful smile on his face, Wang Wei looked at Tony, who was stunned. Anti-Tony armor? What do I do when I make anti-Tony armor? What do I do to fight against myself? Tony, who recovered, looked directly at Wang Wei with a look of contempt. Ha 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 ha, if you don't have it, there won't be. But I will take away my younger sister's recently. Watch and play for yourself. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 90, I Can't See Your Line of Fate, 12 Changes, Seeking Subscription. While talking, Wang Wei also left the Tony's villa directly. After all, next, Wang Wei was going to say hello to the Supreme Mage, and then directly used a scientific magic mark he had planted on Thor, and rushed to Asgard to ask for compensation. By the way, I want a star map between the universes. Anti-Tony Warframe. Anti-Tony Warframe. Tony, sitting on the sofa, began to bite these words a little bit. It looks like something is going on. But how to make this anti-Tony Warframe? Jarvis in the villa felt that his husband was a little crazy. He wanted to make an anti-self armor. Don't bother, you two. I'll take you two back to meet some people. While talking, Wang Wei came back directly at the two in front of him with excitement. But he looked at Wang Wei's Coz and Asteria with a weak smile. Look at the look of these two lily girls who look wrong on me. In the end, Wang Wei couldn't help but teach these two idiot lily girls. Only one person can rub his head for a big hand to show that he doesn't care about it. The two of you will act separately first. I will take the four of them 44 to meet some people. While talking, Wang Wei explained to Alice and Tanya, who had been following him. Okay, Master. Then goodbye, Commander. Under the attention of the two Imperial sisters, Wang Wei directly activated the hanging ring in his hand. As the suspension ring started, a golden circle appeared in front of Wang Wei. On the opposite side of this aperture is a white snow-capped mountain scenery. Wang Wei didn't care about these at all, and walked in directly. Seeing Wang Wei walking in, whether it was Nymph who was arrested for creating intelligent life forms discussed with the Red Queen, Icarus holding a watermelon, or some stupid and passionate girlass who didn't remember the lesson, Tanya, and the Coz who held Wang Wei's big hand tightly, they all walked directly past this aperture. You came. It was as if he was waiting for Wang Wei's appearance, and as if he had predicted it. Supreme Master Gyu Yi just stood in front of Wang Wei. So, I really don't want these mysterious guys to deal with. Looking at the Gyu Yi mage in front of him, Wang Wei smiled helplessly. You make me more than last time. Prior to, I can't see your line of fate. Now not only can you not see your fate line anymore, even yourself is a blur. Your body has undergone a major change, right? The Supreme Mage Gyu Yi, who had watched two circles around Wang Wei, asked with a smile on his face. Almost. After all, what I am looking for next is the god from the Norse mythology. If you don't add some strength to yourself, I always feel a little worried. Wang Wei nodded slightly and said that he had indeed undergone a qualitative change. Now Wang Wei reruns. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading with those technological magic. Basically you don't need to use technological magic equipment to operate. Koff said, the lowest level of technological magic in the treasure house of technological magic knowledge. All Wang Wei can do it easily. They are also very abnormal. I can't see their fate line. Even more can't see their life track. I don't know what a good Supreme Master Gyu Yi gave Wang Wei a weird look. These four young girls, Lili, who followed Wang Wei. There is no fate line and no life track. As if it didn't appear. But it actually appeared. So, the future becomes even more elusive, right? Sometimes, the elusive future is far more desirable than the long-destined future. Is not it? As if saying something, Wang Wei smiled at Supreme Mage Gyu. Okay, talk about your thoughts about coming here, or, is there anything I can help you with? Nodding slightly, the Supreme Mage still agrees with this point. The elusive future is far more worth pursuing than the long-to-be-determined future. I need to know something about Odin, or something about Temper, and some information about Asgard. Finally, I want to browse through your magic books. While talking, Wang Wei put forward his own request. Ha 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 ha. For the first time, the Supreme Master smiled so happily in front of Wang Wei. It's not like you. You have to know that you had the full confidence to threaten the spirit of the second Prince of Asgard. Why are you scared now? While smiling and shook his head, the Supreme Mage slowly explained, Odin, this person, in fact, is relatively good. In my understanding, it's a good person in name. Odin, who was militant when he was young, directly created the reputation of the 9 realms in this universe, making the many forces in the universe afraid to come and miss the 9 realms. It can be said that this is all due to Odin, but it is precisely because of the combativeness in my youth that I am getting older now, and my strength is becoming more and more uncontrollable. I have rarely seen him do it. However, Odin is at least okay. His vision has never missed. The promise he made has never been unfulfilled, ever. While talking, Yu Yi left a reassurance in Wang Wei's heart. Is that so? Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, is considered to have some understanding of Odin. After all, I just vaguely remember that Odin is the head of the 9 realms. As for what the mess is, where does Wang Wei remember? However, Wang Wei also heard something from the words of the ancient master. Good people in name. In other words, dirty methods have been used. Chapter 91, The Mutilated Void Engine. One more. Seeking subscription. Interesting. As for the fact that I want to borrow magic books, I agree. Later, my disciple will take you to the magic palace. It's up to you to see how much you can see. While talking, the figure of the Supreme Mage slowly disappeared. Only Wang Wei was left with such an empty echo. Mr. Wang. At this time, a young man slowly walked up from below the square. After looking at Wang Wei and the young girls behind Wang Wei, Lorry. This young man directly led Wang Wei to the magic hall. All the magic books of Kamar-Taj are here. Please. Mr. Wang. Following the young man Mordu's gesture, Wang Wei walked in directly with the 444 intelligent angels. Looking at this magic hall that can't be seen. The corners of Wang Wei's mouth twitched slightly. In this case, I have finished reading the hammer. Even if I remember it, it will take at least 10 or 8 years before I can read these magic books completely. There is no way. It's not easy to come here. Can't you just go back empty-handed? While talking, Wang Wei came to the middle of the magic hall. Stretch your hands directly. Wang Wei closed his eyes and slowly sank his thoughts into the depths of his soul. In the depths of the soul, there are 2 special products that connect Wang Wei's spiritual sea edge. These 2 special products are the Knowledge Treasure House of Technological Magic, and a Technological Tree of Intelligent Angel Civilization 1. In addition to this thing, there is another engine product sleeping in Wang Wei's spiritual sea. Get up and work. While talking, Wang Wei directly revived the engine product and did it. This thing, nothing else, is the void engine that was attached to Wang Wei when he obtained the Divine King Divine Body. Unfortunately, it is a defective product with only a data of 10. It can't be said to be a defective product. It can only be said that it is in a dismembered state and has not fully recovered. Tang Gong, enter all these magic books. As Wang Wei's voice fell, the void engine directly launched a huge search momentum. With the search of this void engine, the books on the bookshelves began to drift outside one by one, starting from near where Wang Wei was. And these floating magic books are like being read by people. The pages are different. May I ask where these books are entered after all? These magic books are counted. Too much simplicity can't let go in this spiritual sea. Either fill it into the treasure house of technological magic, or Wang Wei is reopening a treasure house of knowledge. Reopen a treasure trove of knowledge. After gritting his teeth a little, Wang Wei directly decided to reopen a treasure trove of knowledge. Only in this way can we not give these magic books to all. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Enter it. If not, fill it into the technological magic, and fill it in without knowing how much it can fill. Understand? As if responding to Wang Wei, this incomplete void engine directly began to rebuild a treasure trove of knowledge in Wang Wei's spiritual sea. According to the current speed, It will take 7 days to enter these magic books in the process of opening up the treasure house of knowledge. As if to prepare Wang Wei mentally, the void engine responded slowly. Wipe, for 7 days. I hope Asteria will not be lonely and go out to do things. While thinking about it, Wang Wei began to enter all these magic books into his knowledge treasure house. Any magic that Wang Wei searched for, no matter what kind of magic experience, or what magic event, was entered by Wang Wei anyway. When entering, Wang Wei discovered that it was so cool to have a treasure trove of knowledge. As long as you want, you can continuously schedule all the knowledge points and apply them to the complete application. Say it's okay. Although she was a bit stupid, Astria still saw Wang Wei's frown, as if she was doing something. Seeing this scene, Astria still felt a little worried. So, don't talk about hot-blooded fools, it's just a brain. Busy. Let's be quiet for a while. Especially you, Astria. While talking, Nymph took Coz directly to a place and quietly did it. Idiot. Astria. Coz, who was held by Nymph and walked away, ridiculed Astria directly. Icarus, who saw Wang Wei constantly reading these magic books, did not have any words to worry about. But the worried look on his face showed vividly. Time is fast. A short week passed in the blink of an eye. As the last magic book was entered, Wang Wei directly took a heavy breath. This feeling of being rich in knowledge is really sour and refreshing. But when Wang Wei turned around, he found that all the magic books on the bookshelves had fallen on the floor. This smooth marble floor is covered with these magic books. There is not a single copy on the bookcase. Are you okay? As if a person came crazy, Astria rushed directly into Wang Wei's arms as if to check it up and down and explore. Don't make trouble. I'm fine, I just read a lot of magic books. Wang Wei, who had a brain collapse at this little idiot like Astria, smiled and explained to the three girls. Lily. So what about these books? Do we want to put them back? Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 92, Stepping into the Rainbow Bridge, second update, seeking subscription. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Wang Wei, Coz was like a little kangaroo, hanging directly behind Wang Wei. The whole person is like a lily girl who acted like a baby to her father. And Nymph, who was a little ghost, pointed to Wang Yang's like a book on the ground and said to Wang Wei with a smile, "Amount." Looking at the situation of these books, Wang Wei suddenly choked. If this is placed back as it is, I don't know how long it will be placed. Wait first. It seems that we don't need to put it back. While talking, Wang Wei directly pulled Astria away from his arms and looked directly at the invisible magic array on the book and the magic array on the bookshelves. Wang Wei instantly understood the meaning of the patterns on these books. A magic similar to the return of the swallow's nest, able to return these books to their original positions. I will try first. Wang Wei, who had dispatched this type of magic in his mind, directly acted like a cat or a tiger, and started to operate it. With a large amount of magic power emanating from the palm of Wang Wei's palm, these books danced like a swallow returning to the nest, flew directly back to those bookshelves. Okay, let's go. With that said, Wang Wei rubbed Nymph's little head, holding Nymph's little hand in one hand and Coz hanging around his neck in one hand, leading Astria and Icarus towards the door. Walked outside. Mr. Wang. After seeing Wang Wei coming out, Mordu, who was guarding the door, glanced at the magic hall and nodded slightly. Thank you. However, I have a question. Is there no white magic in this? Although I don't know what Mordu is doing here, but it is always good to say thank you. The mage said, if Mr. Wang asked about white magic, then wait until Mr. Wang returns from Asgard. The mage will give the white magic to you, Mr. As if he was expecting it, Mordu explained to Wang Wei generously and promisingly. If I don't ask white magic. Wang Wei raised his brow slightly as if he realized something. Then the mage doesn't need to hand over the white magic to Mr. Wang. Wang Wei, who had said the expected answer, felt a little ill. So, I hate dealing with people on your mysterious side the most. While his face was black, Wang Wei took his Luo directly to activate the scientific magic mark on Thor's body. Following Wang Wei's scientific magic mark, the sea holding the rainbow bridge suddenly felt an inexplicable breath. Heimdall, who directly drew the long sword in his hand, stared coldly at the magical array in front of him. With the light of magic, through his own eyes, under the gaze that could see through the 9 realms, Heimdall saw that the source of this magic array was Kaumatage above the blue star. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It is also such a place that Heimdall hasn't done anything yet. Who knows if the Supreme Mage has suddenly come over, although I remember the breath of the Supreme Mage. You guys, is that how Asgard welcomes guests? Wang Wei, who came out of this magical array, looked at the armored man holding a long sword in front of him. He looked directly at Heimdall with a sneer on his face. Although Wang Wei didn't know who this person was, Wang Wei knew where he was. The gate of Asgard. In other words, the man in front of him holding a long sword and wearing armor is a gatekeeper. Uncle Grand, you are the only one to watch the gate. What gives you such a temper to greet guests like this guest? I don't remember any guests in Asgard who just broke in without saying hello. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Heimdall looked at the young man in front of him and the strange girl's lorry. Heimdall felt a star-destroying power in these young girls' lorry. Who is this guy? Ha 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 ha. Looking at Heimdall's vigilant look, Wang Wei laughed directly. Asteria next to Wang Wei even pulled out the lightsaber in his hand, staring at the big black man in front of him with vigilance. I don't know if this can be done. After all, your God King said that as long as I have the ability to come to your Asgard, I will welcome me as a guest. While talking, Wang Wei threw out a token-like thing that the landlord's stupid son gave him at the time. Heimdall, who had noted this thing, took a weird look and then directly took this token, lost it back. At the same time, he took back the long sword in his hand. Sorry, but your arrival is indeed a bit impolite. While talking, Heimdall apologized slightly to Wang Wei. Do you need me to ask you to take you to the palace? As if asking, Heimdall was going to ask someone to take Wang Wei and others to the palace. No need. I'm ready to take a good look at your Asgard's majesty. While smiling, Wang Wei directly rejected the idea of Heimdall's sending someone to follow. Sol, your friend has arrived. Go and greet him. Facing the sleeping Odin in this palace, he suddenly called his stupid son Thor over. Yes, father. Hearing Odin's orders, Thor, the thunder god, rushed in the direction of the rainbow bridge. Hey, Wang Wei. You are here. For Wang Wei, Thor, the god of thunder, can't talk about the good feelings, but also can't talk about the dislikes. At least, Wang Wei's greedy look. Sol didn't like it very much. Wang Wei, who was about to leave the gate of the rainbow bridge, saw Sol coming by. Chapter 93, 3 Conditions, 3 Changes. Seeking subscription. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. So, I hate dealing with these old guys the most. One by one, there are no secrets. After Heimdall, who was guarding the gate of the rainbow bridge, saw Thor's arrival, his thoughts couldn't help but relax slightly. As long as this person is accompanied by someone from Asgard, then something is going on. It's not his Heimdall's problem either. Long time no see, Thor, looking at the stupid son of the landlord's family who was pitied by him. Wang Wei greeted him with a smile on his face. This time, if you don't get something from Asgard, you will really feel ashamed of the purpose of Wang Wei's trip. Okay. To be honest, I don't like the way you were before. Greedy look makes me a little annoying. The silly son of the landlord's family is worthy of the silly son of the landlord's family. I spoke to Wang Wei directly without hiding anything in my heart. Look at what you said. We must know that the rise and development of any civilization is inseparable from greed and ambition. No matter how good the disguise, it is greed and ambition after all. It's just that I never hide it. For their greedy behavior, Wang Wei did not hide the slightest. After all, Wang Wei himself took the cosmic cube and space gems into his own hands. It makes sense, but I still don't like it a bit. Saul shook his head slightly and took Wang Wei directly to the palace. You know, one of the purposes of welcoming Wang Wei this time is that Odin wants to have a good chat with Wang Wei. Hello, young man from Blue Star. Like an old man, Odin, with a white beard, sat on the throne and smiled at Wang Wei. Under this smile, it gives people a very friendly feeling. Meeting for the first time, King of the Gods, Odin crowned. Wang Wei nodded slightly and greeted him. After all, it is still not possible to show off in front of Odin. Although Wang Wei's own combat effectiveness is at the level of extinction stars. But in front of Odin, Wang Wei is a younger brother. You make me a little bit confused. Young people, the power in you is very similar to the divine power, but it is quite distinct from the divine power. However, I won't ask anything about the power in you. Everyone has everyone's secret. This time, you must ask for more than just such a thing. While smiling, Odin, who had come down from the throne, glanced at Wang Wei. Slowly expounded. Hearing Odin's remarks, Wang Wei really felt some toothache. Everyone is old and immortal. Can you not be such a supreme mage? Yu Yi is like this. The same goes for you, old fellow. Wang Wei, who was discussing in his heart, spread his smile directly, and said to Odin with a smile, "Yes, come here this time." This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. It's one thing for me to get compensation resources, another thing I need a wanted list. Wang Wei, who nodded slightly, simply stated the purpose of his trip. Wanted list. Wang Wei, who turned around, looked at Wang Wei in front of him with a little doubt. "Yes, my people have recently developed a space battleship. I want to conduct a practical exercise to analyze the data. After all, I can't arbitrarily fight some forces, or the planet is not so that I can only choose those notorious space pirates in the universe, or the wandering fleet." Shrugging, Wang Wei said his thoughts without hesitation. Wang Wei is sure and dare to guarantee 100%. The red alert planet inside the Milky Way definitely entered the eyes of Odin. Simply spread the words directly. After all, these old immortals, you have no idea what they think. Understood. But your approach is correct. As a strong one, you can't take a shot against the weak. As if to explain something, Odin nodded and agreed with Wang Wei's statement. However, there is a sentence on your blue star. I think you should know what you want to get and what you have to give. As soon as the conversation turned, Odin smiled directly at Wang Wei. If you want this wanted list, then you have to choose to give up a large part of the compensation resources. Looking at this Odin, who laughed like an old fox in front of him, Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This wanted list is really not so easy to get. Is it the choice to give up part of the compensation resources or choose to help me as good when necessary? Just like asking, Odin threw a multiple-choice question directly to Wang Wei. Wang Wei does not plan to give up on the issue of compensation resources. After all, Asgard, the head of the 9 realms, possesses a lot of exotic metals and various resource products. Wang Wei attaches great importance to these things. Although their resources on the Red Alert planet are relatively rich, they are relative to the entire universe. The resources of Red Alert planet are too poor. He needs a lot of all kinds of cosmic resources. This is only one aspect, and more importantly, Wang Wei, who has learned a lot of magic knowledge from Karmatage, is even more curious about some of the knowledge on Asgard. An eager thought arises. The resources of the universe are among the knowledge on Asgard. Wang Wei chooses knowledge points. Father at this moment, Sol, who was like a transparent person, looked up at his father in doubt. How can I make such a request with this guy? Is this something going to happen? I chose to help Asgard when he needs it. But the 3 chapters of the Covenant cannot exceed my ability. I can't go against my bottom line. Similarly, when helping Asgard, you need to pay for various losses. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 94, Blood Gene Samples of Foreign Prisoners. For more, seeking subscription. While talking, Wang Wei stretched out one of his hands and spoke very seriously. Okay, I agree. Odin nodded and agreed directly with Wang Wei's 3 requirements. Odin didn't care much about Xiao Jujiu in Wang Wei's heart. After all, someone who has the potential to become a king. One of the necessary conditions is a black heart and a thick face. Among his 2 sons, although Sol is kind-hearted, it is easier to defend the 9 realms in the hearts of the Asgardians. but Loki is very suitable for ascending the throne. It's a pity that Loki's vision is sometimes very narrow, otherwise, Odin doesn't mind training Loki. Then it will be so happy seeing that his conditions were not unexpectedly rejected. Wang Wei laughed directly. For these 3 requirements, Wang Wei also has a small 99. What is meant by going beyond the scope of his ability to violate his bottom line? That is all Wang Wei's decision. I want to help you, I will help. I don't want to help you, I just passed this sentence. Finally, the problem of supplying various losses is the key. If Wang Wei remembers correctly, I don't know if it was within Thor, it seems that there was an invasion of dark elves. As long as the time comes, his legion will be sent over for a large-scale military training. Not only can he obtain a large number of excellent veterans, but also take a lot of benefits from Asgard. Let's talk about it. What compensation do you want for coming this time? When Wang Wei agreed, Odin couldn't help but feel happy physically and mentally. Under Odin's gaze, although Wang Wei was a little bit stunned for some time, but honestly speaking. However, Wang Wei's behavior of vigorously developing forces is even more powerful in Odin's eyes. It's a pity that my 3 children are more than a pit. One is better than the other. First of all, I want a batch of cosmic resources. Secondly, as far as I know, Asgard sits at the head of the 9 realms, and you must have a lot of foreign prisoners in your hands. I need blood genetic samples from these people. I want to borrow your books from Asgard. Wang Wei, who heard something, directly added the conditions of this foreign prisoner's blood genetic sample. Odin, who was able to conquer the war in his youth, definitely had many foreign prisoners in his hands, and if these people's blood genetic samples say that Wang Wei is not greedy, that's the real hell. Wang Wei even established a new big gene bank on the Red Alert planet. It is to expand one's own strength. This is not good. You can only choose 2 conditions. Don't you think it's too much? Slightly shook his head. Although he was willing to support Wang Wei, he still minded that he was taken advantage of in the past. Since it is here to ask for compensation, there must be one, then the blood samples of the foreign prisoners, and borrow your books from Asgard. After a pause, Wang Wei, who also knew that his request was a little excessive, directly chopped off those cosmic resources. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. The resources of the universe are said to be lacking, but in fact they are not particularly urgently needed. But these 2 are of great help to the Red Alert planet and itself. If it doesn't work, Loki will open up the base madly, and then ask for all kinds of resources. Yes, my son Sol will take you on a walk in this Asgard dungeon. The blood gene sample in the dungeon, let you take it. The premise is not to kill those people. As for you, asked to borrow magic books in this Asgard's royal library, and the royal magic hall, let you browse. While talking, Odin pushed Sol out. Then thank you very much. King of the gods, under the crown of Odin. Nodding slightly, looking at Odin, who was a little tired and sleepy, Wang Wei left the hall. Very interesting. This time, what I can get has far exceeded my expectations. Father, seeing Wang Wei's departure, before Sol asked Odin, he stretched out a hand to stop Odin from asking. I know what you want to ask. Sol, you have to remember, no one who can grow up in this universe is weak. Either a hero or a hero. Among these, the hero's fall is the fastest. I don't expect you to be like a hero, nor can you be. But you can get in touch with this young man a lot. His future is definitely not limited to the road of heroes. After all, you have Asgard on your shoulders and the 9 realms. With a look of high hopes on his face, Odin slowly responded to Sol with a long heart. Contact him more for the 9 realms. But father, you should know, I don't want to inherit the throne, although Luo is wrong. But Loki is more suitable than me to inherit. Wang Wei. Sol, who bowed his head, was silent for a while, but he was still a little unwilling to defend himself. Speaking of his head, Thor knows that his younger brother is better suited to inherit the throne than himself. If there is any difference between the 2, then Sol is like a general who can conquer, and Rocky is a complete politician. My time is running out. Child, remember, I choose you to inherit the throne, not because Loki can't. Instead, you need to guard the 9 realms and guard Asgard. Rocky, he can't keep it. Odin, who sighed heavily, faced Saul slowly. "Rocky, can't hold it." Such words kept beating on Thor's cerebellum. Saul, who walked out of the hall in a daze, saw the four young girls standing at the door of the hall and Laurie admiring the brilliance of the sunset and slowly walked past. "After you talk, let's go." Chapter 95, continued to fudge the landlord's stupid son. 5watch/subscription. As if waiting for Saul, Wang Wai held the somewhat quiet Coz in one hand, and Nymph with arrogant face in the other slowly walked forward. "Yeah." Saul, who was still in a heavy mood, led the way directly in front of Wang Wai. "You are going to go there first?" Wai paused, and Thor directly questioned Wang Wai. "Library and magic hall. As for the blood gene sample, I think you can help me collect it." With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Wai turned his head and watched Saul smile. Wang Wai, who had been waiting at the entrance of the main hall for a while, also wondered a bit. This Odin was able to find a helper for his future stupid son. After all, he vaguely remembered that it seemed that after Odin and Gyu Mage both died, the purple potato essence dared to come to this blue star. However, at this time, this Odin started to find help for his stupid son. In other words, Odin may have died earlier than Gyu Mage. It was almost at the thought of this that Wang Wai lost his temper. However, there is also a good side of this, that is, the stupid son of the landlord's fudge is always more comfortable than the old fellow Odin was thinking about. Not like this. Wang Wai decided to give the stupid son of the landlord first. "Let's talk about Rust." "Ang, are you not going?" Wai was taken aback. Regarding Wang Weiner, who likes to fiddle with genetic things, it would be strange if he said that Saul didn't react. After all, the first time he went to Blue Star, he was given a tube of blood by this guy. When he thought of this, Saul felt that Wang Wai had some special bad habits. "Not going." "After all, there is your dungeon." "If the prisoner inside broke out because of my entry, what kind of rebellion broke out?" "It's always bad." "Right. This matter, I beg you." "Brother Saul." While talking, Wang Wai patted Thor on the shoulder and showed his big white teeth. "Well, that's okay." After thinking about it, this dungeon is indeed an important place. Saul also refused. "It's easier to get blood drawn by yourself. In this case, give me the blood of those guys in the dungeon." Looking at Wang Wai's trust, the silly son patted his chest directly and said that this matter was left to me. It's really a 3.3 compliment. Properly forget what Wang Wai had done before. "Well, then take me to this library or hall." Wang Wai nodded, directly suppressing the excitement and joy in his heart. "Ready to learn about this library, or some books in the magic hall?" "Okay, come with me." Like the big brother and the little brother, Thor directly led Wang Wai to the direction of the magic palace. For Saul, since Wang Wai is good at using magic, he must be most concerned about this magic temple. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Take it directly. As for the library, except for some magazines, historical materials and other messy books, it is useless at all. As a literary failure of Thor, the library was a nightmare. "What are you going to do?" "I guess there are a lot of books in this magical hall." When he arrived at this heavily guarded magic hall, Wang Wai sighed slightly. Sure enough, Asgard is worthy of being the head of the 9 realms. This simple magic temple is not only magnificent and mighty, but also tightly guarded. At this level, Wang Wai was slightly envious. On the Red Alert planet, there are either steel cities or base barracks. This kind of capital is similar to Asgard. He wants it too. "Hey, then don't we have to wait for a while again?" "No." When I heard that there were so many books in this magic hall, Astria, a hot-blooded idiot girl, had a bit of tears. For the restless Astoria, staying in one place as before is simply torture. "Are there any snacks here?" Although Nymph, who was with Wang Wai, didn't say anything, he still asked Sol directly. After all, stay in one place for more than a week. It is also a torment for Nymph. Why not take a stroll outside this magic hall? "I have a lot of delicious food on Asgard." Little girl haven't waited for Sol to respond. A graceful young woman came out of this magical hall. Seeing the appearance of this gorgeous young woman, Wang Wai had a little speculation in his heart. "Mother Queen." Seeing the appearance of this young woman, Saul hurriedly bowed respectfully. Wang Wai also nodded and signaled. "You are the the boy who made Odin praised so much. You really are a kind of talent for the damage Loki has caused you. I'm sorry here. The queen, who strolled over, looked up and down at Wang Wei, nodded slightly and said with a smile, "The queen is serious." Wang Wei, who was polite, also responded, "Under normal circumstances, the more such a gentlewoman, the more popular. In this case, it is better not to leave a bad impression on others. After all, I am planning to get this stupid son of the landlord's house in the future." Mr. Wang is going to enter this magical hall and read books? The king, who smiled later, came to Nymph and the others with a smile and asked, "Yes, Queen." "Then leave these children to me. I will help Mr. Wang take care of these girls." The queen, with a face of kindly maternal love, is like a maternal hair. Looking at the petite lily hanging on Wang Wei. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel less than. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Greater than. Chapter 96. Tony was miserable. 6 changes, seeking subscription. And the 3 young girls closely following Wang Wei, he said with a smile. "Then trouble the queen." He hesitated a little. Wang Wei nodded directly. "Maybe it is a good choice to let Icarus and the others follow the queen." "Then come with me, little girls. I will take you to eat delicious food." While smiling, he took the cute cows from Wang Wei, reached out and took Nymph's little hand and walked directly towards the distance. A little worried about Wang Wei's Icarus looked up at Wang Wei. "Go, have fun." Gently pressed Icarus's small head. "Melon seeds." Wang Wei smiled. Seeing what Wang Wei looked like, both Icarus and Asteria nodded and followed the queen directly. "The first time I saw my mother like this, I saw the queen who exuded maternal love," Saul said to Wang Wei with a slight smile. "Then I will go in first." Wang Wei directly did not see Saul's taste. "You take care of my wool." Wang Wei, who walked into the magic hall, looked around and found that there were no outsiders. Turn on the void engine directly. These magical knowledge is still a cost-effective way to directly build a knowledge treasure. Read by yourself, as long as you can read as much as the knowledge base is established. In the end, bring the civilization technology tree in the entire super god universe. Nanas, Lao Tzu shared directly with his subordinates. As Wang Wei, who has a long way of thinking, it is the most cost-effective to store all the magic knowledge in the knowledge treasure house. Seeing Wang Wei enter the magic treasure house, Thor also went straight back to prepare to mobilize a group of military doctors. Help Wang Wei go to the dungeon to draw blood. When Wang Wei was reading magic knowledge in Asgard, Tony above the blue star is considered to have suffered. This sin is also related to Peter Parker, because Wang Wei's umbrella group is a well-known pharmaceutical group and a pioneer in biology. The people of the extremist group originally thought that the people of Layla group would control umbrella, and then directly reversed and suppressed the Stark Industry group with all their strength. However, I don't know if it was because people couldn't reach the members of Wang Wei and Wang Yu and other secretaries, or because they were scared by the large number of security personnel under umbrella, and they finally targeted Breera to merge with Stark Group, the on the subsidiary group. In this way, these guys just sent their loyal bodyguard Captain Harpy to the hospital. Tony was angry, directly launched a series of counterattacks and retaliations against this desperate organization. The idea is beautiful. The reality is very happy, because Umbrella Group and S.H.I.E.L.D. with support from various sources, Tony felt a little airy. He stumbled abruptly. In the end, Tony had no choice but to dash. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Enough to choose one person to do it alone. In this, Xumiyu has asked some things, and Xumiyu has been with the Umbrella Group for so long. There is also a little interest in this extremist organization. Directly mobilized hundreds of talented soldiers, and besieged this desperate organization on the dock. One game is dominated by Tony, supplemented by hundreds of powerful soldiers. The battle to clear these extremist organizations has just begun. Mr. Xumiyu said that their people are ready. The outside has been completely sealed off by their security staff. Wearing a battle suit, Tony, who looked at nearly 100 battle suits flying in the sky, was also slightly worried. The people of these extremist groups are just like self-destructive elements. I choose to blow myself at every turn. Jarvis, Tell Xumyu about these guys. I don't want them to lose a lot of manpower. Wang Wei is here to trouble me. All told, sir. Friday, get ready to fight. Tony nodded and directly ordered another system in this armor. Okay, sir. Friday. It is a superintelligence specially researched by Tony based on so many different systems that Wang Wei has in his hands. What is different from Jarvis, who is a personal butler, is that Tony has put a lot of battle data on this early Friday. Among them, there are data about Tony fighting against a part of the cavalry army specifically requested by Wang Wei. But under the same circumstances, Friday's status is still under Jarvis, with Tony's raw. The hundreds of battle suits flying in the sky directly moved. Looking at hundreds of suits flying in the sky, if Xumyu on the ground said he didn't envy, it would be impossible. After all, every man has a mecha dream in his heart. Xumyu is no exception. Start hunting. At the same time tell Jin Sheng, let him pack all the materials and take away. Xumyu, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, ordered directly. Hearing Xumyu's instructions, these soldiers with abilities that have experienced many battles moved even more. One hit one. Maybe a lot of the ability soldiers will be abandoned by this means of self-destruction. But in the case of 3-on-1 and 5-on-1, the superpowers properly taught these guys how to behave. Singles do not exist. Only a group of us will single you out. Except for Tony, who is a little happy on this blue star. A bunch of engineers on the red alert planet are also spewing wildly. Damn. In order to completely fix the monster-like quantum infinite power space carrier, these guys have already started hand-to-hand combat with a wrench in hand. It's all to convince the other party that his thinking is the most correct. But compared to the joy on this red alert planet, somewhere a former astronomy team member directly and unintentionally lost in this abandoned factory building. Chapter 97. Come and sign in and try your luck. 7 updates. Seeking subscription. With the interlacing of space, this female scientist may be called a female scientist. He walked directly into a world of dark elves that was black and oppressive, giving people an endless depression. We slept for hundreds of years. We wake up, darkness will come again. No one can stop our recovery. We are dark elves. Ethereum particles have appeared. Everyone, the recovery of the dark elves requires your dedication. In an unknown narrow canyon, there is a great space battleship staying. A group of black and white dark elves roared. Is this the newest prisoner watching the Asgardian fighters who have just returned from suppressing some rebellions, escorting a group of prisoners to return? Saul asked with some doubts. Yes, Your Royal Highness, these are the latest prisoners. Seeing this question from Saul, the Asgard fighter who was in charge of the team quickly responded respectfully. By the way, do these guys want a wave of blood? Look at these guys who are gradually being held in. Saul couldn't help but began to think about this very serious question with his chin. These guys don't seem to have any characteristics. But when Saul was thinking, Wang Wei, who had reproduced a lot of literary knowledge from the library, finally came out. Nanas. It took me 10 days to record the magic books in the magic hall. It took me a full month to record such a library. For Wang Wei, who saw the sun again, he really couldn't help but complain. The record this time can be said to have added a lot of knowledge and cosmic secrets to his head. After all, the information recorded by Asgard, the head of the 9 realms, is really extremely diverse. These things, no matter useful or useless. Wang Wei packed them all away. The result was that the mutilated void engine in his body stopped immediately. Icarus, who saw Wang Wei walking out, came to Wang Wei in a princess dress worn by a member of the Asgard royal family. Looking at the pink hair in front of him, but the princess-like Icarus, Wang Wei almost couldn't recognize it. Not bad, this dress looks good. The king, whose tentacles in his heart could not help but beating slightly, seemed to be rubbing Icarus' little face. However, he glanced at the presence of some Asgardian guards and some Asgardian residents nearby. Wang Wei decisively left this idea behind. How about a few of them seeing that only Icarus was waiting for him? Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, among these intelligent angels, only Icarus was the most considerate. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Asgardian is training against the people of Asgard. Nymph took Coz to eat and drink in the snack street outside. While talking, Icarus came directly to Wang Wei. Wang Wei, who stared straight at Wang Wei, was a little bit embarrassed. What's wrong with Icarus? Some Wang Wei who didn't understand looked at this. Icarus suddenly came to his face, and couldn't help but be puzzled. Icarus wants to be touched too. As if plucking up courage, I often watched Wang Wei rub Koz's little head, and Icarus's heart was deeply envious. Although Wang Wei sometimes rubbed Icarus's little head, but obviously, the chance of Icarus being rubbed is very low. As low as 3 of them, any one of them can hang Icarus. Icarus, who didn't understand what it meant to be jealous, directly chose to express his thoughts. Okay. For a moment, Wang Wei gently rubbed Icarus's head with a smile on his face. Looking at the comfortable face of Icarus, Wang Wei somewhat understood. A group of lovely girls. Lily. With a slight smile, Wang Wei directly took Icarus's hand to retrieve the 3 idiots. So that's it. I am going back. Looking at the thousands of blood genetic samples collected in the space capsule, Wang Wei nodded at Thor. Originally, in Wang Wei's guess, Saul might have just made 100 or 80 copies for himself. Who would have thought that this stupid son of the landlord's family would directly show all the prisoners? Thousands of blood genetic samples were obtained. Now there is no shortage of materials on the genetics of Red Alert planet. Well, then I won't send you. After all, I just suppressed a batch of rebellions here. I have to deal with something. Thor, who nodded slightly, stopped sending Wang Wei to Blue Star. Gone. Wang Wei, who nodded to express his understanding, directly took the abusive Asgardian, Nymph and Coz, who were constantly eating, drinking and having fun, and returned directly to the Blue Star. So, should I go to Necromatage now or go back again? Wang Wei, who returned to his villa, was stunned. Wasn't he going to get that white magic? Wang Wei still hesitated. Decided not to go to Carmitage for the time being. After all, after waiting so long, the big monster on the Red Alert planet has already been waiting. But, let's try this sign-in to get. What is it? With the corner of his mouth raised, Wang Wei directly opened the month sign system to sign in. After counting carefully, Wang Wei found that his signing system had stored 5 sign-in opportunities this month. Sign in. Wang Wei, who secretly rubbed his hands, was about to try his luck. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 98, I Rely on, Guard the Mansion. 8 updates, request for subscription. If you can't sign in, you can check in after a while. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting a guard mansion building. Boom. With the sound of the sign-in system falling, Wang Wei was stunned. Damn it. Guardian mansion ship. Mother. With a look of bewilderment and shock, Wang Wei directly clicked on the detailed data of the guard mansion and checked it. But after Wang Wei checked it, he didn't know what to say. How can this ship mother be such a ship mother? Tangled. At this moment, Wang Wei's face is full of entanglement. If it is the original ship girl. Wang Wei also struggled. But now this kind of ship, Wang Wei is more entangled. The original version of the ship's mother, no matter what it is, although the summoned is a cute girl. There are battleships with long-legged royal sisters. There are also maternal aircraft carrier nurses. There are more light patrol and heavy patrol girls, and the student Lily of destroyers and submarines. You said it's okay to send these bitch girls out for battle. It's completely feasible to fight inside the planet, but the abilities of these bitch girls are only limited to the local war on the surface. It's almost equivalent to the level of the surface heroes. But this guard mansion building was drawn out. It's another matter. The first is that a lot of resources are needed to manufacture the core of the battleship. The core of these battleships also has categories: destroyers, cruisers, battleships, and aircraft carriers, etc. But the more pitfall in this is where it is that the resources required for the core of a battleship on a battleship are actually tens of billions. It's not over yet. When the core of these battleships was manufactured, Wang Wei needs to build some additional hulls that can withstand the cores of these warships. However, if these warship cores are used on the usual ships of more than 100 meters and 200 meters, it's a complete waste. This thing, shouldn't it be the monster that entered it while thinking about the wars that the warships made by the guard mansion can adapt? Why directly thought of the quantum skyless mothership made by those crazy engineers? It is a monster that can act as a space battleship. No, you can try this. While thinking about it, Wang Wei took the guard mansion building directly to the Red Alert planet. On this Red Alert planet, Wang Wei did not go to meet the two generals who had been recruited a long time ago. He directly searched for a small offshore island and placed the guard mansion on it. Hey, battleship core manufacturing equipment. After seeing this, Wang Wei directly dispatched a large number of resources from the Gongyui base to successively put them into the core manufacturing equipment of the battleship. And in the process of Wang Wei putting this as high as tens of billions of resource units, the two generals who were recruited and the chief engineer responsible for the quantum infinite power space carrier are also similar. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Then came to this guardhouse. Commander. After seeing Wang Wei, the first salute to Wang Wei was that ... a young woman in the uniform of a general, although it looks like he is about 20 or 30 years old. But Wang Wei, who looked calmly, couldn't help but nodded slightly. Yes, he is a very good commander of the group army. Commander. Following this lieutenant general, the royal sister saluted. It was the 20-something royal sister in a black military uniform who respectfully saluted Wang Wei. This 20-something-year-old imperial sister in black military uniform gave Wang Wei the same feeling as a girl who specializes in assassination, sniper killing, and special operations. Yeah, you two have worked hard. I will still have to trouble both of you here in the future. While nodding, Wang Wei smiled and responded with a smile to the two generals. After all, a lieutenant hero, a major hero. In any case, this soldier's experience is definitely much higher than his own. Commander, when will we turn the quantum infinite power space carrier into tinder? With a longing look on his face, the chief engineer directly asked Wang Wei. Tinder into such a large space carrier. This is the most practical idea of this chief engineer. Don't worry about incineration. I got new things now. If this thing can be successful, then compared to incineration, the increase effect she brings far exceeds that of incineration. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei looked at the guardhouse in front of him with a look of expectation, which was constantly devouring resource units. Far beyond tinder. Hearing what Wang Wei said, General Liang, who was able to shoulder the command of the group army, raised his brow slightly. Since coming here, General Liang has directly taken over the affairs of the Red Alert planet. The development of some of these biases was forced back by General Liang. Not only that, General Liang also waved his hand and directly recruited a large number of troops, directly supplementing the force and combat readiness of the quantum infinite power space mothership. In the eyes of General Liang, he is more inclined to this space carrier capable of fighting in the universe than the command of ground forces. Yes, General Liang. Let's put it this way, wait until the battleship core is manufactured by the guard mansion. Then this quantized infinite power space carrier will take a qualitative leap. While talking about Wang Wei, he explained it. After Wang Wei said this, General Liang became even more puzzled. What kind of thing can make this quantum infinite power spaceship like a monster form a qualitative leap? Have you heard of the ship's spirit? Thinking a little bit. After all, Wang Wei can only use this aspect to illustrate the core effects of battleships produced by this guard mansion. Chapter 99, Battleship Core, 9 Updates, Seeking Subscription. The ship elves have heard that in the sailing age, some crew members took great care of the ship. At some point, these crew members were able to see the ship elves. The experienced General Liang slowly responded to Wang Wei's inquiry. In fact, it is not only the sailing age, even among modern warships, There are some crew members who even saw the existence of the ship elves. However, something like the ship elves was given to them as a product that these crews cherished too much for the warship. The next thing I will recruit is this kind of product similar to the ship elves. But the difference is that they are just like us. They can talk, laugh, and think. He even has some fighting experience as much as ours. And the most important thing is that once they have assimilated the warship, you can directly save the problem. To put it simply, it is an existence that is even more powerful than a super-armed joint control system. They can even break away from the battleship and carry out activities everywhere. While talking, Wang Wei explained the warship-like form of the warships in the blue front. To put it bluntly, this battleship review is equivalent to the soul, and the battleship is equivalent to the body. When the soul fits the body, the ship ladies will be able to control the battleship with ease. It is possible to reduce the number of battleships to more than 1/3, or even 1/2 of the auxiliary, and the logistics staff can be directly reduced to 1/8 or even 1/10. 10%. The rest can be used to place the Marine Corps and other types of troops in. After Wang Wei explained the form of the Navy ship in the blue route, General Liang and the Imperial sister in the black military uniform finally managed to understand. But when this was said, the chief engineer became even more excited. "Commander, can you give me a core? Let me study." Looking at this chief engineer with bright eyes, Wang Wei is directly covered with black lines. "Give you a cow for you to study and study. I will give you a hammer. Go and study." As someone who has played the ship girl game, give you the core of this ship girl. You are just eating fart. Although Wang Wei has deep curiosity in his heart, what is the core of this battleship? But I didn't have any ideas for research, at least not for the time being. Suppress it first. If you really want to study, first give me a look and pull up some technology trees in Gongyui Base and Shenzhou Base. Take a look. Wang Wei just didn't hesitated. After waiting for a long time, the tens of billions of resources that could create the core of the aircraft carrier were finally taken in. Wang Wei did not hesitate to directly choose to control the core of the aircraft carrier. Looking at this manufacturing time, it takes about 7 or 8 hours from time to time. Wang Wei couldn't help but nodded slightly. If you say that it takes 7 or 8 hours to manufacture, it means that this battleship should be regarded as a not weak aircraft carrier. Nurse. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Nodding, Wang Wei directly focused his gaze on General Liang. After all, in Wang Wei's heart, General Liang can be regarded as the only person in Wang Wei's hand who can control hundreds of thousands of groups. "General Liang, I have 2 appointments here. I don't know which one you want to choose. One is to become the commander of this quantum infinite power space carrier. Of course, what you see is just such a quantum infinite power space carrier now. Wait for a while. After these actual combat data are collected by these engineers, I will form a space battleship group for you. The second is to become the highest executive officer on this red alert planet, responsible for a series of tasks on this red alert planet." While talking about Wang Wei, he explained the difference in appointment to General Liang. After all, in Wang Wei's heart, he wanted to make General Liang the commander of this space carrier, and he also wanted to make General Liang the highest executive officer on this red police planet. Don't you see that under Wang Wei's operation, this red alert planet has made a research base in the east and a research laboratory in the west. Fortunately, there is also an internal affairs department formed by Zhang Yu and Zhang Yu to coordinate the overall situation. But even if it is like this picture of Yazangu and the 2 people forming the Ministry of Internal Affairs can be regarded as the time they are almost unable to support. After all, the stall gets bigger and bigger. It always seems a little bit fragile. Several times, Wang Wei saw that Zhang Yu, who originally had black and beautiful hair, and Zhang Yu could vaguely see some hairline appearing. Because of this, Wang Wei killed an explosive soldier who dared not go crazy. As the saying goes, explosive soldiers are always cool, and explosive soldiers are always cool. But this special mother is not playing stand-alone games. It's fun to burst out the soldiers. This is also responsible for a series of things. Damn it! Because of this, The total population on Red Alert Planet does not exceed 1 million, although a large proportion of them are ordinary soldiers who have not yet accepted the supernaturalization. However, these soldiers also have some tasks that belong to them. I choose to be the commander of this quantum infinite power space carrier. General Liang, who had long been greedy for this quantum infinite power space carrier, chose this aspect very decisively. After all, if you can conduct space operations, it is also part of her strength symbol, isn't it? Okay, then I will immediately appoint you as the commander of this quantum infinite power space carrier. But accordingly, you have to do some things to help clarify some things on this Red Alert Planet. While talking, Wang Wei directly appointed General Liang as the commander of the Quantum Infinite Power Space Mothership. As for why this Quantum Infinite Power Space carrier has no name, in fact, it is still waiting for the core of this battleship. Please download fellow novels to read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise the collection of IP will be blocked. Chapter 100, Special Buildings, Military Academy, 10 updates, seeking subscription. After all, Wang Wei doesn't know which core is the core of the battleship that was created. In case he gets the name and makes this ship's lady not like it very much, that's interesting. In fact, what you worry about the commander is that fixed. After a little hesitation, General Liang began to explain to Wang Wei. Solving means being able to solve the problem of middle-level and high-level generals. Wang Wei also had a deep resentment for why he couldn't recruit generals in this Gongyui base and Shenzhou base. After all, the number of these soldiers is less. There are too many people. Then there is really no way to say. It is not that one person who is brought out casually has the ability to command a regiment and a division. The number of soldiers Wang Wei has recruited so far is not 1.8 million, but there are also 200,000 or 300,000. But just like this, Wang Wei also had 2 soldiers at the brigadier general level, a dozen or so school-level officers, and a large number of lieutenants. Fortunately, the grassroots commanders said that these soldiers are the grassroots commanders. But the middle-level and high-level commanders are really lacking. And those 2 soldiers at the brigadier general level were not others, but Zhang Yi and Zhang Yu, who had been bludgeoned by Wang Wei. Directly relying on the continuous operation of this Red Alert Planet, it has reached the brigadier general level. That's it, Commander. Just give the spies a compulsory order and let them go to the base and the combat laboratory to steal. After that, there will be a certain chance of stealing a special building, military academy. A group of school-level officers can be trained in large-scale batches. As for general-level officers, unless the commander can gather the main base vehicles of the major camps, they will steal them in turn. Come here, you will have the opportunity to obtain a special building that can train generals. The Officer Academy. Speaking over and over again, General Liang told the secrets in the Shenzhou base and Gongyui base over and over again. Is that so? After a little thought, Wang Wei understood a little bit. This is almost equivalent to the effect of stealing technology when playing games, which can make the soldiers level up. Yes, try it back. Wang Wei, who nodded his head, was also very concerned about this aspect. And so after speaking, General Liang hesitated for a while and continued. So, I hope the commander can give me enough freedom to fight. While talking, General Liang said to Wang Wei's respectful salute. After all, this freedom of combat power is interesting. If it is placed on top of the blue star, it will be reviewed properly. But on this Red Alert Planet, enough self-control power is not a matter for Wang Wei. I have a wanted list in my hands. I want to give you the right to fight. I not only give you, I also give you soldiers and equipment. Give me crazy training and improve my strength. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next page to continue reading. Right, as long as you can resist the attack of that purple sweet potato essence in the later stage, and even kill the purple sweet potato essence to me, it will be defeated. I can satisfy you no matter what your requirements are. This point, I will satisfy you. Nodded, naturally knowing that his military command is sometimes very unsatisfactory. For Wang Wei's own positioning, Wang Wei placed it very clearly. Logistics Director, and the highest benchmark. This is Wang Wei's positioning for himself. Thank you, Commander. After hearing Wang Wei's promise, General Liang was overjoyed. After all, there is nothing more comfortable than being able to trust his leader. How about you speaking? Wang Wei looked at the imperial sister in the black military uniform on one side. Compared with General Liang, Yuji in the black military uniform has a sullen expression on her face. The same is also a bit cold. Report to the commander. Subordinates have no names. Code-named Black Lotus. Good at special operations, anti-special operations, knife operations, etc. If General Liang is a command-type hero and Tanya is a single-soldier hero, then this Black Lotus is a hero who leads the charge. Well, then do you want to form your own special force alone or to serve on this battleship with General Liang? Thought a little bit. For the hero in the situation of Black Lotus, Wang Wei was also somewhat unable to come up with a clue. Simply hand over the right of choice directly to this Black Lotus. Hearing what the king said, Black Lotus hesitated. After all, Black Lotus is also a little yearning for the battle in the universe, but for forming its own special forces, Black Lotus cannot just give up like this. Tangled. Look at your tangled face. Let's do this. You temporarily serve as General Liang's adjutant, while continuing to serve on this quantum infinite power space carrier, while forming your special force. If your special force has not been formed, if there is any outstanding special force on my side, I will directly hand it over to you in command. While talking, Wang Wei smiled and explained to the Black Lotus. Yes, Commander. Hearing Wang Wei's order, Black Lotus looked happy and nodded again and again. Time is fast. The battleship core in this guard mansion was also manufactured. When Wang Wei took out the core of the battleship that looked like a Rubik's Cube, Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Was the soul of a battleship sealed in it? While thinking, Wang Wei used the activation device on one side to activate the core of the battleship. After all, what I chose is the core of an aircraft carrier-type battleship. No matter how bad it is, it must be a slightly famous existence. With Wang Wei's activation, a bright color exuded from the core of this battleship. A 17 or 18-year-old girl wearing a white gauze skirt slowly walked out of this brilliance. Fellow reminds you, 3 things to read and collect. Recommended less than. Please keep this collection segment, otherwise block the collection IP greater than.